Welcome to the final round of the Sunway Sitges Chess Festival. It's round 10 and there is still all to play for here.
All to play for, because in case of a tie we will see blitz playoffs for any of the top 8 places.
But, well, let's just focus on the man who's leading the tournament, and it is still Anton Korobov, who's basically led from start to finish. But he's still only half a point clear of Vasif Durarbayli. So Korobov cannot really coast in, because if, for example, he plays for a draw, then Durarbayli still has a chance to catch him. Well, we'll see what Korobov's tactics are in this last round. Will he really go for it, or will he play for a draw? There we are, the standings. Korobov 8 points out of 9. Durarbayli 7.5.
Which means that if Korobov draws and Durarbayli wins his game, there will be a shared first place and playoffs. Good news for Korobov is that he's got the white pieces today, and Durarbayli would need to win with black against Ahmed Adly.
So we have 6 players on 7 points chasing those top 2, and we can't discount their chances either in case there are kind of shock results on those top 2 boards. So there we have the tournament leader in a, what would you say, it's a fuchsia coloured shirt, Anna?
I'm always confused with the camera whether it's the actual colour or I may not be seeing it correctly. So red or fuchsia?
Crimson, should we say a crimson coloured shirt. On the right, Anton Korobov from Ukraine, and his opponent is 27-year-old Andreas Heimann from Germany, who's had a pretty good tournament. Has 7 points. And then the second board, Ahmed Adly from Egypt, who's crept up, well, with a couple of wins in the last rounds. And his opponent is Vasif Durarbayli on 7.5 points. So it's really, those top 2 boards are absolutely key to the final standings at the top of the tournament.
That's indeed the situation. And on boards 3 and 4, we have 4 other players on 7 points. That is, overall, there are 6 players on 7 points, and therefore boards 3 and 4 will also be important for the podium.
So Timur Goreev, who had a slow start, but he has come into contention very, very well. One of those players on 7 points. So we're back with our top boards, and we have the first moves. Now, Korobov and Heimann have actually played a couple of times before. They've had one classical game and one blitz game. The classical game was earlier in the year in the Grenka tournament, and that was drawn fairly quickly, so we can't kind of read anything from that. But the blitz game, Korobov won. On both occasions, he had the white pieces.
And today as well, so this is their third encounter with Korobov having the white pieces. They're blitzing out the opening moves. Let's just go through it. From move 1 on d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, and after d5 they have transposed to a queen's gambit decline, the Rogozin defense with bishop b4, and then bishop g5. A couple of more moves happen, I think, but my board is too slow, still needing that morning coffee.
They are rattling out the moves, and it looks to me as though Korobov has gone for this relatively safe line, taking on d5 and queen a4 check, but, well, the live boards will catch up in a little bit.
Maybe if we could zoom in on the board, we would be able to see what they have played, even if the flags will be covering some of the view. So Korobov from the Ukraine and Heimann from Germany. Anton Korobov, as you mentioned, has been leading the tournament from start to finish up until today, but this is still a crucial round. Oh yeah, the flags.
So it's this very well-known variation with...
okay, we have caught up, I think. Bishop g5, h6, bishop takes, queen a4 check to force the knight to c6, because that's not the ideal spot for the knight, but had to protect the bishop. And now e3. Yeah,
I think Korobov, quite sensibly has selected quite a solid continuation for white, where you hope to play for a slight advantage, but you keep a nice solid pawn structure, you don't risk a huge amount. I think in many ways it suits Korobov's style anyway. He's somehow positionally very responsible. You know, he's not one to wreck his pawn structure unnecessarily. So I think the tactics should be for him in this last round. Just play, just see what happens, but there's no need to risk everything, because a draw will guarantee him at least equal first.
I agree with you that for his tournament situation, that's the best strategy, to be solid today and keep a little eye on the board 2 action, but mainly he shouldn't take too much risk, because that would be really unnecessary when he is half a point ahead of Durarbayli and a full point ahead of the rest of the field. So only Durarbayli could catch him if Korobov draws today.
Andreas Heimann looks a little pained at the moment on his board. It's like
it's
life.
Early.
It's early, but he might be suffering in this position for another 50 moves with a slight disadvantage.
E3, castle, kingside, bishop d3, d takes, bishop takes. So black always waits for white to develop the bishop first and then takes on c4. Queen e7, protecting the bishop, and that means that the knight is now free to jump away if needed.
I mean, this is all pretty standard, and at the moment, well, very early days in this board, nothing too dramatic. Should we go to board 2 just to check out how Korobov's main rival Durarbayli is doing? Now we have a really interesting position, because this is the Queen's Indian pawn sack.
Let's just show it from the very first move: d4, knight f6, knight f3, e6, g3, b6, bishop to g2, bishop b7, castle kingside, bishop e7, c4, castle, and d5. This is a pawn sacrifice. After e takes d5, the idea of white is to jump into the f5 square with the knight by pinning the d5 pawn.
Now this was made popular in, well, you could say the early 1980s, and there were some famous games with this played by Kasparov. There was a game he had in the World Championship match against Karpov in this line, for example. It hasn't been seen that much recently, but you know, a lot of these old lines have kind of been revived with computer analysis. You know, new little wrinkles have been found. So I'm intrigued by this, but in many ways I would think that Durarbayli would be, well, not unhappy to at least have a very sharp position on the board, because this can go in any way at all. Interesting to see Ahmed Adly play once again with his favoured fianchetto. He loves the fianchetto. This is the trademark of the two Egyptian stars, Adly and also Bassem Amin. They must be the Egyptian school that plays with the fianchetto. So you know, he knows his variations extremely well. So I just wonder, you know, what he's got up his sleeve here.
After knight takes d5, black is still a pawn up, but this knight is beautifully placed on f5, targeting the king side of black, and the bishop on b7 is passive after black had to go c6. C6, of course, is the normal way to play. You need to protect that pawn if you want to keep your extra pawn. White never really wants to take on d5, that would double the pawns, but give up the very important light squared bishop of white.
No, this is really interesting. You know, Adly knows his openings extremely well, and this is very dangerous. That knight lurking on f5, looking over the ramparts of black's kingside, that kingside fortress, but that knight, an outrider, ready to strike perhaps with a king, with a queen, coming to g4.
I so disliked the knights on f5 or f4 if it's for black when I competed. I think that was my biggest nightmare. If a knight is on f5 or f4, I was already seeing trouble around my king.
But that bishop on f6.
A good defender.
Defending solidly now. I wonder, is he going to play knight e4 here? My goodness, it's a long time since I looked at these lines. But it's funny, you know, when lines go out of fashion, kind of people, you know, they forget what's good, what's strong, and you know that's there's a real art in choosing old opening lines and kind of reviving them, finding new ideas. Adly,
jacket is off.
Jacket off. He's rolling up his sleeves.
We are ready for the boxing match, or at least arm wrestling. Who would win?
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure. I think Adly is probably a bit fitter, but Durarbayli has the heft. Let's put it like that. Of course, we're starting at 9:30. Welcome, everyone.
Good morning.
For this early start.
I see Gus Smith asking in the chat why they play so early in the morning, and Hedgehog already answered because there are playoffs in the afternoon. That's correct, but it's very common to see tournaments, especially open tournaments, starting the final round in the morning. Also, if there's no playoff, because they want to host the closing ceremony at a decent time and the mayor can attend, for instance, and also some of the players would travel home already tonight or this evening.
Exactly. How are you playing in the mornings?
I disliked it so much.
Really?
I'm not an early bird.
Really?
No. And in Spain too, as you guys could have noticed, every previous round we started at 4:30. So that means that the round can finish at 9:30 or 10 p.m. Then you have dinner, then you analyze your game. So no one really finishes before midnight, and then having to play in the morning. But this is just how it is at every tournament, basically. So this is not only here. It's most tournaments, I think. But I never liked the morning rounds. How about you?
Yeah, I wasn't brilliant in the mornings. Now I prefer it.
Yeah?
Yeah, I generally get up very early.
Well, if you guys have seen Dennis' tweets, that was around 6:30 in the morning, 7?
So it's about 7 o'clock. I went for a walk on the promenade. And it was
7, I was still just waking up.
Yeah, but it was incredible this morning because it was blowing a storm here in Sitges. You know, we're right on the sea here, and the wind was so powerful, you know, bending the palm trees, and the sun was just coming up, you know, dramatic sea. But actually it wasn't cold at all. It was like a warm wind, you know, it's like someone was blowing a hairdryer at you. And it
That's a pleasant thing.
It was absolutely stunning. I really enjoyed it this morning for my morning walk. It was great. So, Adly, what's he up to after bishop f6?
There's your tweet.
There we are.
Dawn breaks in Sitges and the last round starts at 9:30 Central European Time. Do join Anna Chess and me for live commentary.
You can see the waves on the beach and the sun, the dawn there. And they're just stunning colours.
Beautiful, looks like a painting.
Yeah.
I'm a little jealous because I didn't catch this. I think I caught it maybe 10-20 minutes later when the sun was rising already.
Yeah, no, it was absolutely stunning. 7:52, there we are. That's when I tweeted it, but I took...
Yeah, you must have taken it earlier because
exactly.
I was going to say at 8 a.m. it wasn't that dark.
Yeah, I was back in the hotel at 7:52. Okay, so that's an interesting one. I'm looking at knight e4 there, but let's see what Adly has up his sleeve. Shall we move on to board 3, Timur Gareev against Abhimanyu Puranik. So Gareev won, I think, pretty comfortably yesterday, actually, against Ehrenberg, and now he faces 19-year-old Abhimanyu Puranik, who's had a pretty good tournament.
Yes, he has been one of the Indian Grandmasters that's been doing excellently. Well, there are 85 players from India. To be fair, more Indian players than Spaniards in the field. Look at that sunshine blasting through the windows.
Yeah, it's a really beautiful day. It's a Marozzi bind. I'm going to stick my neck out. Gareev's going to win.
Okay, because you saw the opening and you have faith in the Marotti.
This particular kind of Marotti, yeah.
You have faith in the Marotti, or you have faith in that shirt, because that could be a luck bringer. That
when I look at the
could be.
shirt, I think, oh God, Puranik's going to win.
Are you not agreeing with Garyev's fashion statement for today?
I quite like the hair, but the shirt just gives me a headache.
He's an artist, Timur, and very, very nice guy. For those of you who don't know him, he is called the Blindfold King because he's holding a world record, of a blindfold simul on the the biggest amount of boards. He played on 48 boards simultaneously while not seeing any of the boards. So he was blindfolded for 19 hours in Las Vegas in 2016 while riding a gym bike for 19 hours.
I mean, that was really curious. But he said that he did it because it helped him, the blood to flow. He found it easier that way. Incredible. Anyway, Marotti bind. Well, this is just a standard position, but this is again my prejudice coming out. I never feel that White should be in any trouble in this opening, and there are so many attractive ways to play. The line that I actually rather like here is just to withdraw the knight. Oh, he's played Queen D2, of course, the standard move. But actually,
he would withdraw the knight.
Where it's actually possible to play, instead of Queen D2, either Knight C2 or Knight B3. Because Black has very little space, so you prevent the knight exchange.
Which has just happened.
Yeah.
Which will give the C6 square to the bishop, the light square bishop. I like a lot the Marotti setup. I used to play it myself, and it's named after Hungarian Grandmaster Géza Marotti, so why not like it? But I always felt like even though White has a very pleasant position, more space, really easy piece development, I kind of struggle to get more than a slight advantage out of it. I feel like it's a really nice grip on the center, you have more space and you're comfy, but most of my games I was struggling to get more out of my position, I think. Like it can get simplified. No,
I mean this, of course, Black has sort of nice places for the pieces. We're going to see Knight D7 and A5 and the Knight coming around C5. We haven't quite. Oh yeah, we've got on the left. We can see where we are. So yeah, Black will play A5 and Knight D7.
Standard approach. Black would want to trade the dark squared bishops. Usually White will want to prevent that. So we are looking at a pawn push, for instance, F3 or F4 is more aggressive, and then drop the bishop back.
To E3, yeah. And of course, it's absolutely standard. And Black is okay. It's my pure prejudice. I just really enjoy the space advantage that White has.
Oh, me too. I love it. And I never feel like White gets into any trouble unless you go too ambitious.
But anyway, let's move on from there. So that's very early days, very theoretical.
Sure.
Board 4, the other players with 7 points. So we have Nasuta against Rasmus Svane. Gregor's Nasuta from Poland and Rasmus Svane, who beat Gukesh in the previous round.
Question by Dragon B70 in the chat. If Garyev can see 48 games blindfolded, why is he keeping his eyes open on one board? Good point.
Yeah.
And he also, Versingator asking if it's live. Of course we are live. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, depending on where you are from. This is the final show. The round is now from 9:30 Spanish time, is when we started, but there will be playoffs at 4:30 in the afternoon for any of the shared places among the top eight ranked players.
Yeah, it must be early if you're in the States watching.
Or late. It could be what is it, 1 a.m.
Yeah, and about 5 a.m. on the East Coast. Yeah, so welcome to those in the States. The sun can't be up yet at that time.
Vercingetorix is saying it's 4 a.m. for him. Good night, morning. Not sure what to wish, but thanks everyone for joining us for the final day here at Sunway Sitges.
That's very unusual with the queen on d2. How did we get there, Anna?
Let's take a look.
It's
E4.
a Scotch.
And queen f6. Knight f6 is somewhat more popular among top players, I feel like, but queen f6 is of course a very valid line. Knight f3, bishop b4 check, c3, bishop c5. So black gives the check first to force the pawn to c3, meaning that the knight cannot jump to c3 after. Bishop e2, h6, preventing bishop g5. Castle kingside, knight g7, queen to d2. Interesting.
Yeah.
Meaning that this bishop will be developed toward the b2 square.
Maybe, or is he simply intending queen f4? I mean, this is.
Too.
I mean, I don't know.
Good point.
This is kind of. This is slightly wacky stuff.
b4 was played, and the question in the chat:
can you take it?
Was possible to take it?
Yeah, that's my question. I doubt it.
Timmy is asking whether it was possible.
Well, if it's taken, then I'll take back, and so bishop takes, pawn takes, and the queen goes in the corner, and I imagine knight c3 will just trap the queen.
Next move, bishop b2. Not starting with bishop b2 because then the pawn can still be captured, and it seems that the queen is getting out.
Yeah.
So knight c3 first, patience. Oops, I'm sorry, I'm clicking here and there. Bishop b2 next move.
So is he? Yeah. So I imagine he's not going to go queen f4. I guess yeah, he's going to do bishop b2 as you said, Anna. And
well, I just had this extra information that I saw that he already pushed b4.
Right. Okay.
I was guessing bishop.
But anyway,
b2.
bishop b2 looks normal anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then possibly opening up the long diagonal with c4.
Absolutely.
Questioning where this queen will go.
Yeah. I guess to g6, but well, I would say that that sort of is a position that probably suits both players. You know, if they're going for a win in this last round, they will both want an unbalanced position. Looks very interesting.
It does. Mr. Dodgy Chess in the chat is saying, FIDE still haven't banned chess before noon. Very disappointing. Good point. No, but it's necessary with open tournaments. I completely understand the organizers. So even if, as a player, I really didn't like morning rounds, but I think everybody understands that for a closing ceremony to start at a decent time, it's needed to move the round earlier.
Yeah, and I used to play morning rounds in the German Bundesliga, which was
in many leagues the round is in the morning.
Absolutely normal. So you'd play on Saturday, you know, starting at 2 o'clock or whenever it was, and then on the Sunday, I think it might even have been 9 o'clock. I mean, it was absolutely brutal. So, you know, I played that for many, many years, and that I found really hard because, you know, you would finish your Saturday game, could be very long. You're waiting for
team dinner Saturday night.
You're waiting for your teammates to finish.
Yeah.
So it's not just your game. You wait for your teammates to finish, then you all go out to eat, and suddenly it's midnight, and you know you've just had a couple of beers and your Wiener Schnitzel and your stomach is kind of feeling a bit heavy.
Also, if you don't live in Germany, you may fly in Saturday morning and fly out Sunday afternoon.
Exactly.
So yeah, I remember
it was brutal.
Leagues.
It was brutal. I kind of enjoyed it actually.
It has its it's a special atmosphere.
Yeah.
Not very well stress relieved weekend, so to say. It's not the most relaxing weekend of chess players' lives.
No.
But the team spirit and just having those events. I like the Bundesliga. I also had a German team for years.
Team spirit was really good, but also there were lots of spectators at these rounds. You know, chess is really thriving in Germany. Now, I know when I speak to some of my German friends, they kind of go, yeah, really? No, I mean, it must be so much better in other countries. In terms of the interest in chess in Germany, and I think I'm right in saying that on the international rating list, I think are there more German players than any other country? Or it could be, you know, one of the top ones anyway. I might have got that wrong. Definitely one of the top ones.
Stats, yes.
They have, you know, there's a huge number of serious chess players. When I mean, you know, playing in clubs, in leagues.
Open tournaments and also round robins, of course, but especially a tournament like this when there are so many countries, so many players, so many young players fighting for their Grandmaster or International Master titles, norms. Meaning that yesterday we already had some players who clinched their norms in round 9, and today there are also players who can still accomplish a norm. Let's just take a look at our list of what's going on. That's by the arbiters, I believe.
That's a high-tech platform.
Okay, I think circle means, wait, what does it mean? Already accomplished. So those who are circled, including, well, 15-year-old Danish international master Pierre Bull actually already achieved his 3rd norm in Isle of Man, so he doesn't even need it, but he gets the rating points. That's good. Svane is also a grandmaster, so it's an extra
He's number
GM.
65.
Yeah, Sekar. I think, for Sekar, for instance, that's important because B. Sekar from India is one of the lowest rated players, doing so well in the event. So he can get an IM norm. No, he already accomplished, I'm sorry. So that's all accomplished. Harshit Raja has his GM norm. Mikhail Bryakin on an IM norm. Kuagir Krishnadar, can I read that out properly, on an IM norm as well, and Ravi Rakshita on an IM norm. Congratulations to her. And the rest of the names on the list, they still need to score in the final round.
Win or draw.
Yeah, we see on the right side, the far right column is whether they need a win or a draw. Dinara Sadvakasova for her GM norm needs a win against Krishnan Sasikiran.
Yeah, Sasikiran, that's a difficult pairing, of course, but an interesting one. Well, she's having a really good streak at the moment. She played so well in the Isle of Man tournament. So, yeah, good luck to all those players. We can still see there. That's Gregor's Nasuta. Rasmus Svane has disappeared.
Very elegant today, Nasuta. He usually wore more sporty outfits, but today is the final day.
Putting on a little bit of style.
Ivanchuk too is wearing a jacket and white shirt. I think that's what I saw. He was just strolling by. He is unfortunately not among the leaders. Mr. Ivanchuk is playing on board 5. He's got 6.5 points out of 9. With a win, he will be in the playoffs, and that would be amazing to see. Blitz playoffs with Ivanchuk, the sunset behind him on the beach.
Yeah, well, we know what a total star Chucky is, and actually a brilliant blitz player. But you know, anything can happen with our Chucky. He can sometimes just self-destruct. By the way, in the foreground there, we have on the right Gregor's Nasuta from Poland. In the background, you can see on the right Armin Tabatabai from Iran, and he's playing Spanish player
Jesus Martin from Madrid.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay, well, should we move on? Why don't we go to Chucky's board, actually? Board 5.
The Chucky. Let's go.
So he has black against Dennis Wagner from Germany. They've played once before in Batumi, and Ivanchuk with white won a brilliant game, sacrificing exchange and somehow fashioning a win from almost nothing.
Let's take a look at the game from move 1 on. d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, b6. The queen's Indian defense, and g3 was Wagner's choice. Bishop b7. Another option is bishop to a6 to put pressure on the c4 pawn. Bishop b7, bishop g2, bishop b4 check. the dark squared bishops were traded on d2, and then after castling d6, this is typical. So black gets rid of the dark squared bishop and then wants to place his pawns on the dark squares. That allows space for the light squared bishop. Queen f4, knight h5, queen e3. The knight did not go back to f6, but knight d7, knight c3, and now knight to f6.
Yeah, that was a funny little excursion with the queen to f4. By the way, that's not Chucky we're seeing there, of course. That's Rasmus Svane.
That could be a young Chucky, because the shirt is the same, but not the age.
Is that Chucky?
Really? Is that him? Oh, I don't recognize him without the jacket. He was... Oh, wait, no. Is it him?
Oh, there's Chucky strolling. He's strolling with the dark jacket on.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's him.
Not-
I was like,
not
this
the guy
is
with the
not,
blue shirt
yeah,
in the
indeed,
foreground,
that's what I was thinking.
We've
There
got a
he is.
strolling Chucky.
Yeah, and he is wearing the jacket. He has been very stylish in every round, meaning a shirt. Danny, a shirt.
He wears a shirt, putting on the style.
Well, I'm just saying that he really likes Real Madrid, so he often likes to wear the Madrid baseball cap as well. And the baseball cap doesn't really match a shirt and jacket if you want to show up being elegant. So I'm just saying that in this event, he hasn't worn the baseball cap in the playing hall. We saw him wearing it on the beach, but not in the playing hall.
Okay. I think we have a different definition of elegance, but anyway.
I think he's a class act.
He is on the chessboard.
And outside the ball.
Okay, nothing too much going on there. I mean, that queen going to f4 and back again is slightly odd. I mean, I'm not exactly sure what this queen is doing on e3.
Solid position.
It stops knight e4, but somehow one feels it might be hit at some moment. Queen e7 is kind of a normal move, you could say there. Well, okay, very early days there, nothing to write home about. So what about board 6, Kirill Shevchenko against Maxime Lagarde?
17-year-old Ukrainian grandmaster with the white pieces against the current French champion. Lagarde hasn't been having the best tournament. He is seeded number 6, but he struggled in a couple of games.
So these players that we've been mentioning, they're on 6.5. Oh, now that's a more interesting position.
Okay, from the top.
It looks Grand Prix-ish.
You like the Grand Prix, don't you?
I do. It's a hacking system, but it's a dangerous. Okay, so it's this closed line of the Sicilian, which has been, well, quite popular over the last 15 years, really. We saw Magnus win a very nice game with this line as black. G6 is a little bit unusual. We've seen bishop e7 there is, instead of g6 is more common to stop knight g5 before you play knight f6. G6 is taking liberties a little bit.
And then h6 to guard the g5
That's the thing, if you have to play h6, you know, it's slow, isn't it? But
well,
then again, you know, what is white doing in the meantime?
Yeah, because of this clump here in the center, it's not easy to open up the position. It would take quite some time to move the knight away from f3, then push f4, but there's no real good square at the moment for the knight e1, f4.
Okay, let's see how he did it.
Gives up the d4 square, so it happened here actually. I thought maybe he would go for it a bit later, but he went for knight e1 immediately. Knight f6, f4, d6, knight back to f3, black takes on f4, bishop takes, and knight h5.
Looks like a king's gambit, doesn't it?
Yeah.
A little bit. Ooh! Oh! Immediately my king's gambit antennae says, bishop takes f7. Boom!
Is it possible?
It's not very good.
Let's take a look.
It's rubbish.
King takes.
But listen, I've got an open F file. Surely.
You have an f file, I agree.
I've got an F file. Can I do something with it? Not profitably. No, it's a load of rubbish.
Sometimes happens. You give up a piece and there's nothing for it. Happens.
Okay, so where are we going to put the bish on F4?
Bishop to E3 would be natural.
I guess we've got to go bishop E3.
And there are problems here, so moves like this don't really make sense. Black would better castle.
I think so. Time to protect that f7 pawn. Now, queen d2. Gaining
Yeah.
a nice tempo.
Okay, well, black will defend it.
Let's tickle the h pawn. Now, who's better and why? I mean, you can just double on the f file here.
Yeah, makes perfect sense. I like white's position.
And then, oh, should.
You know, it feels a little bit like the Rossolimo,
Yes.
but without giving up the bishop.
Mm.
And the pawn structure, of course, that would be double pawns on c6, but everything else is very similar on the king side and center.
Okay. Well, yeah, we prefer white, but black is kind of solid off. I can imagine bishop e6 coming to try and block out white's pieces. But an interesting position. Okay, so moving on, we have Lee D, who's still hanging around the top, and he's playing Igor Kovalenko from Latvia.
20-year-old Chinese grandmaster facing the two-time Latvian champion. Kovalenko had his ups and downs too, and what's also very typical of Igor Kovalenko is the Kovalenko stare.
Oh yes, didn't work against Durarbayli yesterday, did it? And we can see Kovalenko in the background. That's Ahmed Adly in the foreground on the right, and then behind is Igor Kovalenko with black against Lee D.
So the opening was
Yes.
a queen's gambit accepted, it says, but it started out
No,
as a
it's a Slav.
Slav.
It's a Slav, of course.
So sometimes our system gets confused, I think, because it is telling me, well, it's telling me queen's gambit accepted because black took on c4 here and the bishop g4, but this is...
Well, all I know is when black plays c6,
It's a Slav.
they're all a Slav to me.
Must have been some kind of a transposition to a variation of the queen's gambit accepted. I'm guessing that's why the system detects it as queen's gambit accepted, but yeah. So the Slav, and both players have castled queen side. King b1 gets the king out of the c5 because black in the right moment will possibly go c5. This doesn't seem to be the right moment.
Well, yeah, rook c is going to play rook c1. And let's see. Bishops. I just love white's position already. Again, all my prejudices come out. I like a centre, I like the two bishops.
Me too, more space, pair of bishops.
What's not to like?
Absolutely. Slightly better for white, I would say.
I've seen Adly has played his queen to g4.
Do you want to take a look?
Yeah, let's have a look at that one. This is the board 2 game, and
It matters a lot. Durarbayli would have been, can possibly catch Korobov if Korobov doesn't win, but Durarbayli would need to win with the black pieces. We left it at the moment when they traded on d5, knight c3, bishop f6, queen g4. So it's a pawn up for black, but white has the initiative. Knight to d7.
now. Yes, knight e5 is going to send the queen away, which is a bit annoying. Yeah, what's Adly is kind of doesn't look absolutely content. Has he mixed up his lines? Who knows?
Good question.
How's knight d6 there, by the way?
Knight to d6. Octopus without the pawn supporting it.
Yes, it's a loose octopus.
Una pupa alla gallega.
Yeah.
That's a Spanish dish that Danny tasted a few days ago.
Very,
You've
very
been
nice.
having your Spanish meals every day.
Oh, I love the Spanish food. Yeah, absolutely wonderful cuisine. Last night I had paella
Oh,
con calamar.
Very good.
So 96, basically if knight e5, then I can take on b7. Well, actually, even that's not so clear, is it?
This one.
Yeah, and then the queen gets taken, and then you eat that one, and then black is okay. So knight d6 isn't working either. Yeah.
Extra pawn and then more activity.
Bishop is fantastic on f6, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, forget that one.
Process of elimination.
So let me see. Knight e4, then knight e5. Still not altogether satisfactory. Yeah, I don't know whether that's just the color contrast or what it is, but Adly seems to have gone a slightly funny color.
His ears.
Yeah, his ears. The ears give it away. That's a real tell. Anna, let's move on.
He's not enjoying his position.
Let's move on.
Yeah, we don't know what happened in terms of his preparation. He may have confused the move order, or it's just that it's still very early, but yes, something may not be quite right.
I want to leap down to board 10 because we have a battle of two 15-year-olds. We have a Spanish player, Pedro Antonio Gines Esteo.
Muy bien.
Gracias. Against Nihal Sarin. That's a lot easier to say.
Yeah, but you can just call him Pedro Gines, so you can say the first name and the first surname. Gines is one of the brightest prodigies of Spain. He's from Zaragoza. Actually, I know him very well because we have been, well, not very well. I can't say that we are close friends. I wish, but no, he's from the same team where I used to play in Zaragoza. So he is the rising star of Spain, only 15 years old and close to being a grandmaster.
And his opponent, of course, Nihal Sarin, who has made great progress over the past few years. I saw Nihal Sarin for the first time a couple of years ago in Sharjah in the 2017, in the Sharjah Open, where again there were absolutely loads of Indian players, and right in the first round Nihal defeated Matthias Blubaum, who's strong German grandmaster, and it was a great game, really complex, and Nihal won very nicely. And after the game I interviewed him, and he's I said this is a really theoretical line. It was a pawn sack in the Vienna variation of the Queen's Gambit. Anyway, very it's a really complicated line. He said, but I looked at a video online by Gustafsson, and it kind of explained it, so I just played that. and then you realize, okay, that's how these kids are getting their information these days. They're looking at stuff on YouTube,
on the various chess platforms where there are videos provided, courses,
but
DVDs, electric downloads.
Yeah, exactly. But it was to such an extraordinary depth, and it resulted in just an unclear position. But the way he handled this after that was extraordinary. If we look at their ratings, then Sarin 26-12, he's a step ahead of Gines, who's just on 24.83. But it's a test. It's a real test for him. So, nothing too much going on there. It's a Reti and this kind of London system, however you want to call it, that Sarin is playing with colours reversed. We'll catch up with that one later.
Sure. Let's head back to board one for updates on the leader of the tournament. He has been leading from the first round till now, and maybe even a draw could give him the first place. Depends on Durarbayli's game. Anton Korobov with the white pieces against Andreas Heimann. The position being this one after h3 on move 19. Solid but pleasant for white.
Heimann is hiding. come out, come on, wake up. I won't come out.
What happened earlier? Queen a4, check knight c6. We left it at this stage after the trade on c4. Queen e7, castle kingside, knight a5, bishop back to d3, and black took on c3. So knights the same pieces, but the better pawn structure for white. And queen b4 I think is a really smart move, because if you trade, that will open up the c file and make it easier for white to target the c7 pawn. Plus this knight doesn't really have a good square. If you come here, isn't that immediate? Well, no. Yeah, you should be losing material, don't you? Don't you lose material?
It looks pretty bad to me.
Okay, this would be 1-0. A pawn and better pieces. So that's not possible, and if the knight has to go to b7, that's also really looking terrible. Yeah, many ideas here for white, but definitely queen takes b4 is not recommendable. So queen d6 was played, bishop to e4. The bishops were traded on b7, meaning that the knight is clumsy on b7. Knight back to a5, and now rook a c8, h3.
And it looks like Heimann has just played his pawn c5. Well, it's a pretty regular kind of queen's pawn position, isn't it? White is slightly better. White has a nice pawn on d4, but black is so solid here. It doesn't look as though Korobov is intending to set the world on fire with this position. So if white takes on c5, queen c5, and nothing special, you could... Can you take and play rook d7?
As simple as that. So I would assume that black would try to get counterplay against the c3 pawn.
Yeah,
Takes.
Knight e5, yes please.
Ooh.
Okay, typical advantage in these kind of positions. I mean, white's dominating the 7th rank now. I mean, f6 will be necessary, and then the knight would dance around via g6 back to f4 and hit g7. I mean, that's a lot of fun for white. So, I mean, let's just go back with the rook on d7, because that's kind of forced. It looks ugly to split white's pawns on the queen side, but that rook on d7 is very strong. I mean, I can't imagine it's too much. White doesn't have to do this at all. No.
The thing is, he can't play rook d7 immediately because of the pin on the c file.
Exactly.
There's a quick draw actually on not one of the top boards, but still.
Sorry, just before we move on, Anna,
sure.
Just wanted to say that Korobov is actually, he hasn't taken on c5. I mean, I think black would probably be able to equalise. He's actually, instead of taking on c5, he's played queen b1.
So if this is taken, he would probably just take back with the c pawn to get rid of that weakness on c3, and still it's a slightly better position for white because of having more space and better piece placement. Just look at this knight on a5. This is still trying to get its way back from a5.
But actually nothing special.
Not a big deal. No. This actually looks like black could equalize shortly.
Yeah, it's okay for both colours.
I wasn't going to look up the game, by the way. I just wanted to see on what board was this draw. Trying to find it on my list. There's so many players. Let me take a brief look at the pairings. It's 3 pages on this paper.
Which one were you
Easy.
looking for? Song Narayanan.
Okay, board 24. That was a quick draw.
Okay.
Srinath Narayanan is the trainer of Nihal Sarin. He finishes the tournament on 6.5 out of 10, as well as Raymond Song from Chinese Taipei.
Oh, okay. So we've got the position with the queen on b1. I'm curious about that endgame after taking on c5. Actually, because white was a little bit better.
You think that would have been better than this?
Well, I mean, probably with exact play, black would make a draw, but there'd be no risk. I mean, there's no risk playing the queen back to b1. It's just, I mean, it's better not to exchange on. I mean, it's possible to exchange on d4, but black doesn't need to exchange on d4. If you just put the bishop back, the queen back.
Sorry, a little off topic, but I've just read the
Yep.
comment of Mr. Danger Mal in the chat. Is there a prize for best hair? And I was expecting the usual thing that it always goes to Danny. We keep being compared, and I know that it's a lost battle for me. Like, I can never have a better hair day. But Mr.
Anna,
Danger,
you're too modest. You're too modest.
Mr. Danger is saying, is there a prize for best hair? With due respect to Danny, I would give it to Korobov every time.
Listen, I hear what you're saying. I think Korobov has a wonderful barnet. Yeah, I think we need to focus in on the hair. We need to talk more about the hair.
It's all about the hair.
Yeah, it's all about the hair. Yeah, well, let's bear that in mind when we do a little tour of the players, because Korobov's got an impressive barnet, but there are others.
He has escaped from our camera just now when we are objectifying him. Well, the position slightly better for white, but doesn't seem to be a big deal. And it's still fine for his tournament situation. But I agree that it was interesting what you mentioned, that after, wait a second, where was this? Here he could have gone for this position. Maybe he thought it's not a big deal, but it looks nice.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not a big deal, but still, black would have to play precisely.
Do you remember yesterday's question about if chess is 90% tactics? Sparty Junior is saying chess is 90% tactics, 10% hair.
Yeah, that's right. Definitely. Good point.
And Piotr saying Korobov's hair is like a Spielman spin-off.
Yeah, Spielman certainly in the old days. John, my old mate John Spielman, he's kind of getting a little bit thin on top now. But yeah, in the old days, Spess, as we called him. Spess, yeah, specimen. There was an article written, I can't remember which paper, but instead of writing John Spielman, it had John Specimen.
On purpose?
No,
it must have been
it was
a typo.
It was a typo, and so I'm afraid the nickname stuck. So he became known as Spess, as in specimen. But yeah, there were three English. Well, no, actually, it was just a fashion at the time. Tony Miles, John Spielman, Jonathan Mestel, John Nunn, all had. There were, basically Korobov style hair. Basically.
The good old days.
Well, yeah, they were once playing in, I think, the European Team Championship in Moscow, and they took a trip to the zoo.
I'm laughing in advance.
Wandering around, and somehow they became the exhibits. And some Russian guy,
a different specimen.
Yeah, sort of pointed at Spielman and said, "You hippie." And so they were kind of the new feature in the Moscow Zoo. They kind of looked like a rock band. A 1970s prog rock band, basically.
That was Mr. Korobov with that beautiful crown on his head, fluffy, curly, thick hair. Yeah, he's got that best price hair game going. I agree with the chat.
Yeah. Okay, listen. Let's have a look at another game. Where are we going to go to next?
You can say that. Look at another hair.
Another game, another hairdo.
This is Durarbayli, the only player half a point behind Korobov. So the only player with a chance to catch Korobov if Korobov makes a draw.
Which I think he is going to make a draw, actually.
Yeah.
It does. It looks a little bit...
it's a very good
dull.
chance for him to win the tournament with a draw, because Durarbayli would need to win with the black pieces.
Well, he might do. Let's see. So that's what we've got on the board. Adly played rook d1 after knight d7. So just putting a bit more pressure on the knight on d5. So knight e5. Where's that queen going? Seems funny that it's gone to g4 and then it's just going to have to retreat. On e2, it'll get knocked by a rook e8. I am a bit confused by this, I've got to say.
It feels like Adly himself is confused. Explains his time management. Invested already almost half an hour in a position that he willingly went for. So he sacrificed the pawn with d5, knowing this variation, but then he must have forgotten something, confused something.
I mean, that looks okay. So let's think of other squares for the queen to go to instead of queen e2. So if we stick the queen back on g4. I don't want to go to h3. That looks miserable. I mean, we can do this by process of elimination. E4 again looks too much.
Because of the file and also the diagonal, so you don't really want to.
There is queen a4.
I would rather go to a4 too.
Because it might actually come back to b3.
Sure. That makes way more
Put
sense.
a bit more pressure on.
Princess is having a blast. I would love to know what's going on.
Okay.
He will show it to us soon.
Okay.
It's a good day for chess and for hairdos.
Yeah, I think we might be hitting a rich vein once we moved on to chess and hair.
I see Pluckrus commenting on what you mentioned about Mr. Spielman, and he's saying Spielman is still in touch with Nunn and Mestel. The hair gang lives strong.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely they are. Yeah, of course, they're still very much on the English scene. I bumped into John Nunn and John Spielman at the London Chess Classic, where they were both spectating.
I think we are having such a good time with the cameras on the hairdos that the camera refuses to show it to the viewers. But we have something else in the Christmas mood. The multi-phase chess set for chess lovers.
Fed up with the bishop hogging the limelight in your chess game? Time to join the 21st century with the multi-faith chess set made from 100% merchant ivory. This beautiful set comes with all the standard pieces, except it contains one bishop, one imam, one rabbi, and one Richard Dawkins. Price £378.42. Just send the lot. Checkmate. Now you can be a truly diverse, woke grandmaster of the ancient game. Colours, Cilla Black or Barry White.
Beautiful. Where is this from?
I saw this. This is in Private Eye, which is a satirical journal in Britain. It's a brilliant newspaper journal. It's a kind of it's a journal, and holds authority to account. We need more like that. Private Eye is an institution in Britain. Wagner Ivanchuk.
Let's move on to that game. The number one seed, Vasily Ivanchuk, hasn't been having his best tournament here. And he finished the tournament with a draw today against Denis Wagner.
They just repeated moves. Oh!
And we thought that knight d7 was a sign that he didn't want to, but after knight to c3, knight back to f6, now queen f4 and knight h5, they did repeat. 3 for repetition and draw. There's a Sophia rule, so there wouldn't be even an option of offering a draw if it wasn't for repeating moves.
Well, they looked into each other's eyes and came to an understanding. I mean, neither player really needs to repeat in that position, but somehow... Yeah, the queen looks a bit odd on f4, because it can be hit by a pawn coming to e5. No, like I said, neither player needs to go down that route, but listen, it's been a long tournament and they clearly feel I'm happy. It's a morning round. Draw is just fine.
What does that mean for the standings? I'm wondering, because both players were on 6.5. Will they get into the playoffs? But wait a second. 7 points. Yeah, they potentially are in for a playoff.
Maybe. I mean, the thing is, there are a stack of other players on 6.5 who could probably leapfrog them. So I'm not sure. It probably might not guarantee that they get into the top 8.
Yeah, we shall see.
Yeah.
So this is the end for Mr. Ivanchuk. As you can see, he's got 7 points out of 10. All the other players are still fighting in this final round.
The players, with stars against their names, that indicates that their games are still in progress. So very early days in this early morning here in Sitges.
So the top board is Anton Korobov with the white pieces. We think that could be leading toward an equal endgame. They didn't play this endgame. I liked your option there. Danny Queen B1, Rook F8, E4. Still better for white, so Korobov has a slight advantage, but it may not be much.
Yeah, I really don't think it's significant actually, but anyway.
Durarbayli is the only player that could catch Korobov. This is his current position after knight e5, queen a4. I think it was played just as we examined. So Durarbayli would need to win with the black pieces to catch Korobov in case it's a draw on board 1.
Should we check out?
Look at the zoom in, beautiful.
Oh, yeah, the queen did go to a4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's out of danger there, and if it's attacked, then it'll just nudge back to b3. Okay, so still very interesting position. I think Black's problem is sort of how to connect those rooks. The queen still on d8.
Yeah, so we're going to take a look at the rest of the games too from round 10, but these two boards are the crucial ones for the first place. A reminder that today, yes, the round is in the morning, but we will have playoffs in the afternoon, so don't go anywhere. It's a day where we're going to be here for quite some time, in the morning and in the afternoon as well. We'll go for a short break and then we are back with the rest of the action from round 10, the final day.
See the light of a new day dawning. Feel the love from a beating heart. And you know that we'll never say never if we ever get the chance. And it's good to be alive. It's good to be alive. This feeling's running high. To be alive, this feeling's running high. Oh, life is calling and the world is beautiful.
I've been joined in the studio by the player who's currently leading the tournament and who could very well end up as the winner of the tournament, Anton Korobov. Well, congratulations on finishing the tournament in first place. I mean,
the tournament is not finished.
It's not finished.
Okay, we will see at 4 o'clock.
Absolutely. I mean, it could be that if Durarbayli wins, then you'd have to play a tiebreak blitz match against him. But anyway, you're the first in the clubhouse, as they say, in the golf tournament. So anyway, I'm going to congratulate you in any way, because basically you've led the tournament from start to finish. How are you feeling at the moment?
Okay, I was awarded by Durarbayli in direct game. So my position was very dubious, at least from the human point of view.
Yeah.
I completely lost control, and his draw offer was like a gift for me.
Yeah. I thought you were a little bit worse at some.
Yeah, and I have to play very precisely just to keep this slight worse position.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I can be killed any moment.
But this is really the only game where you had any difficulty. I mean, all your other games, they looked, well, very impressive to me.
Maybe.
Maybe, there you go, very modest. I thought it might be nice to look at your game from yesterday against the Wonder Liang, which was extremely complex and you were under massive pressure, but negotiated very well. So do you want to take us through that?
Okay, let's go.
So
we are starting from the very beginning, yeah?
Yeah, from the very beginning, as it got dramatic quite early. And were you expecting this?
No, I expected knight f3, of course. But knight c3, d6, bishop b5. That is more flexible, I think, more flexible for white, because, okay, you can push f4, and the position is much more complicated than the main line after knight f3, d6 and bishop b5. But okay, I was more or less confident until some moment. a4, knight f6, f4, a6, return.
Is this kind of system very popular in Ukraine? I mean, have you encountered this very often?
I had some experience in this structure. For example, 6 years ago I played a very similar position against Jabava in the World Cup. I lost the game, but I liked my position, and at least I know what to do and how to complete the development. That is very important for me.
But I should tell you, if you go to England, you'll find this on half the boards on England weekend tournaments.
That is the English
It's called the Grand Prix attack.
It's called the Grand Prix Cockney chess.
Not Cockney chess. No. It's called the Grand Prix attack, and it was incredibly popular in weekend tournaments. So when I looked at this system, I thought, this is already great fun for white, because your knight is misplaced on d7.
But on the other hand, I have this point clear b6, bishop b7 and d5.
I'm being provocative.
And then to introduce here to get some good version of a French defense. So, okay, I was not scared at this moment.
No worries at all. Okay.
Okay, castling b6, bishop e1, queen e1, bishop b7, bishop b3, kind of prophylaxis against d5. Rook c8. Okay, the point behind rook c8 is after queen g3. It seems to me that I have this trick. And after taking on c4, I'm taking on e4. Everything is hanging, but what's going on? Okay. Oh, the position is complicated, but I think black is okay. No kinside attack for white. And after taking on e6, we can continue. I'm taking on f3, taking on d7. I can simply take on d7, for example, and then to eat this pawn on c2. And a very good position for black.
But it's not possible, with the bishop on e4, it's not possible to, taking on a6. Take on a6.
Oh, taking on a6, that is what I missed. So, and after this, I'm
take the rook,
and rook is hanging. No, my plan was very dubious. That is the problem with a6. Okay.
But you don't have to play c4. So.
I don't have to play c4, But okay. e5, okay, e5.
Yeah.
Queen g3, I don't know what to do. Okay. Knight e8. And this position is
Yeah,
very
you
interesting.
weren't concerned. You weren't concerned
No,
because
I
you know
wasn't.
you're being pushed back and White has an initiative.
Oh, my goal is to close the position. Yeah, just very good, very solid position for a veteran. Yeah. Just to omit complications.
Yeah, but it's not so clear when you get this kind of French structure because you know White can switch the knight to the king side and
Yeah, after bishop d2, for example, like in the game g6, I'm trying to give some squares to my knight. Knight e4. Yeah, that was the possibility. And after d5, I think nothing better.
Maybe-
Okay, that was my plan at least.
so maybe d5 knight f2.
Yeah, d5 and knight f2. Yeah.
Yeah. But
So-
you think it's just unclear, or you're happy with Black's position?
I am happy with okay. I'm not checkmated on move 15. Okay, why not against against talented youngster? So
Yeah. No, you're with the knight
okay.
on with the knight on g7. It's solid, I guess.
yeah, at least solid. Yeah, I have some moves or c4, some counterplay, maybe knight c5. Then
Okay. But he sacrificed.
oh, at this moment I remember he was thinking for a long time, and I understood that he's willing to play f5.
Yeah.
So that was what what I expected. Oh, okay, this sacrifice is not correct, I think. And after g5, black is better, maybe simply winning.
Really, you think that's strong?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Why not? Okay, what to do? Yeah, after, for example, yeah, I can simply sacrifice. I can simply sacrifice the exchange. Take on f8 and take in with bishop, for example. And then these pieces are very bad, no attack. My plan just, for example, take with something. With bishop, for example, yeah, and then to introduce all my pieces into play. Queen to f6, knight somewhere, rook to g8, very strong initiative, and no clear plan for white.
Yes.
What to do, and every move is improving black's position.
But you play this very quickly, very confidently.
I had at least, I think, 15 minutes to calculate f5.
Yeah.
While
he was thinking.
yeah.
Yes.
I understood what was his intention, so I was prepared.
Okay. Excellent.
Okay, take, knight e2. Okay, you sacrifice a pawn on f5, not in order to play knight e2. So that's obvious that something went wrong for white, sorry. Taken on f3, okay, that is very, very solid, but not the best move.
Yeah.
Okay, I can play nearly everything here, and king h8, for example, and rook g8 and knight f6. But okay, I decided to exchange this and then to play knight e5 and knight g6. Rook h3, c4. Okay, it's time for me to create some additional weaknesses in white's camp. After taking on c4, e4 is very, knight e4 is very dangerous. Then knight g4, bishop c5, and this attack can be decisive. So c4, retreat, take, bishop f6, bishop c3. Okay, my initial plan was to play knight g4.
Yeah.
Knight g4.
It looks nice.
But later on, I cooled my temper and decided to.
So why didn't you like knight g4 in the end?
Oh, that is quite complicated. After rook g3, I have to protect against h3, and to calculate some stuff I didn't want to. So knight g6. Knight g6
So
is
you
quite
just
an
thought
idea.
you just thought knight g6 rock solid.
Yeah,
Yeah.
rock solid here. Quite
Okay.
here. Not only knight g6. The second stage is knight e8 and knight g7, and then very, very nice stability. I like it.
Okay.
No threats. Bishop d5, bishop d2, bishop g5, retreat, and knight e8. So I can place it either on f6 or on g7, knight d4, okay, knight g7, very solid, knight f3, bishop f6, queen d2. Okay, black is sound pawn up, no attack, and what to do? To exchange on c3 or to play f4 and knight f5. I didn't like f4 because it can promise some career for white square bishop after d4 and bishop b1.
Yes.
Okay, maybe black is anyway better. For example, knight f5, bishop b1, queen d5, control of the center, pawn up, stability. But okay, I decided to play h5. So I'm trying to eat up as much space as I can, and then simply to maybe to eat the rook on h3 at certain point. Rook f1.
But sorry, instead of rook f1, okay, you're a clear pawn up. I understand. Black should be better here. But I thought white's best chance would be to prevent the exchange of bishops, just to keep it complicated. And play d4, exactly. Yeah. Just, I know this diagonal is not open for the bishop, but still, it means that, for example, your queen doesn't come to the king side to defend.
Yeah.
So at least it keeps it complex.
Very nice, but queen c7, maybe that is a blunder, I don't know.
Oh.
Because now knight f4 is very strong threat.
Okay.
This pressure, yeah. And after queen c7, my threat is to play knight f4 and h4 just to eat some material.
Okay.
And how g3, I don't like this move.
No.
Yeah.
So is there nothing here?
Yeah. So my threat knight f4 and h4, or maybe first h4 and then knight f4.
Right. Okay. I didn't see queen c7. Fair enough. Good.
So I consider during the game, I considered this d4 queen c7, you know, as a kind of I don't know, surprise. Okay.
Yeah.
Kind of trap, so to say.
Right. No, I didn't see queen c7.
So rook f1, rook e8. What was the point? I don't remember. Oh, rook e8. Yeah. I need some additional control.
But also.
For example, after queen h6, I can take on c3, and take, and after knight g5, no threats at all. Yeah, checkmate is not threatening. Take on a6 here is not hanging, so I can simply play something like queen d4, rook a3, rook a1. So okay, the situation is under control. Bishop c4, take b5.
But bishop c4 looks like a mistake. No?
Yeah. My plan is to play b5 here anyway. So, okay, I'm awarded with a couple of tempo.
So you're happy.
So after bishop b5, queen b6, so retreat, queen a5 attacking, or bishop b1, or the desperate move. After rook c1, I was scared again, because I have to play b4, obviously, in order to close his bishop and to create very promising passing pawn. But after c4, I have to play e5. So my plan is to place the queen to c5 and to get absolute control. But here the situation is not that clear. Maybe some c5. Okay, that is not correct, obviously, but I have to calculate. That is stuff I don't like.
So would you say, I mean, there's a couple of occasions in this game when you said, yeah, I've got to calculate, I do prefer to play something more solid. Would you say you're more a strategic player than a sort of wild tactical player? Is this more your style? or what's the?
To tell the truth, I'm an old player.
Just an old player.
Yeah,
you just don't want to calculate.
Yeah. So before c4, okay, that was the option, and after rook f1, bishop b1 taken on c3, queen h6. Very many options for black here, I think. The first rank is very vulnerable, or all the threats are not serious. But okay, rook c7, rook g3. He's trying to mess up the things. For example, his threat is to take on g6. That is nothing, but okay, maybe some threats with perpetual, or okay, he's trying to scare me. Queen f6, d4 preparing rook knight e5, and rook c3. Simple prophylaxis. Rook g5. That was very, very tempting to take on f3 and then take on d4 and to gain full control over the situation.
Yeah.
But again, it's not difficult it's not easy to win, because after retreat on h1, for example, b4, rook g2, then queen d2, and a long way, to win the game. So I decided to move it immediately. So okay, at this very moment I calculated until the very end. I think that was correct. b3, taken, rook d1, rook d1, b2, take, and rook c1. And white queen is overloaded. Yeah, you cannot control c1 and to get some meat here. Okay, taken on f6. Taken on b1. Okay, that was the option with rook g6, for example. And after rook e7, that is a blunder, I think. White can take this and queen e6. And that is very, very close to draw. Maybe that is simply draw. Maybe white is winning somehow to take on f5 and then on b1. So that is why I have to make this Zwischenschach. And after this move,
rook e1 check.
rook e1.
Oh, to cover e6.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
and to cover e6.
Yeah.
That was
Nice.
That was the original plan.
And if the king goes to g3?
Oh yeah, let's see. And so rook f1. Sorry, rook f1. Then I play rook e7, and after this I have this check.
It's check.
Yeah.
Ah, sweet.
So my rooks have enough energy, despite being old, enough energy to protect everything.
Oh, it seems you can calculate.
Yeah, and after, okay, if it were ICC game or some internet game, bullet game, okay, I could play b1 rook, and then to play with 3 rooks. But okay, maybe I promote queen.
Okay.
Okay, and after king g3, okay, rook c1, and after rook g6, rook c7, and the game is over.
Yeah. Well, absolutely beautiful. Yeah, you calculated superbly, if you don't mind me saying so. Well capable. What do you think your best game was from the tournament?
I think that was a game against Narayan.
I
liked it, yeah.
Right, with the control over the d file.
Yeah,
yes.
with the control of the d file.
Yeah. Yeah, very
nice
nice.
tactic at the very end, and some good strategical decisions in the middle game. So,
and against Pragyanananda, this very nice Najdorf, I enjoyed that one as well. It was quite a hard fight.
A very hard fight. You have to suffer in defense for 30 moves in order to get some chances to win the game.
Yeah.
So.
But you did, so anyway. So, well, it goes without saying you've had a great tournament, so you must have enjoyed your time here, but have you enjoyed the place itself, Sitges?
Oh, that was very physical tournament. As far as you know, I'm not living in the official hotel, so quite far away from here. That is about even more than 2 kilometers one way.
Really?
So a day I have to cover at least 4 kilometers. That is very stressful for me.
Walking.
Well, it's very exhausting for a fat guy. So this tournament was very challenging for me from this point of view.
Okay, but that must have given you good physical condition. It's Botvinnik used to do this every day before his games. So there we go.
But I'm not Botvinnik. Yeah.
You could turn into a Botvinnik. There you are. Be careful. Okay, listen. Well, we have to wait to see how your rival Vasif Durarbayli gets on in his game, but for the time being, congratulations on leading the tournament. Let's put it like this. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll take a short break there, and we'll be back really soon with the rest of the games.
When we were young, the higher places made us strong together. Every day we told each other to be friends forever. Mistakes and troubles didn't bring us down. Friends and lovers just fooling around. We got the passion, we got the love. The night is young and we
Well, we've just had Anton Korobov in the studio. He drew his game and he is now leading the tournament. Well, it could be that he'll win the tournament if Durarbayli fails to win. So we need to go to board 2 straight away. Ahmed Adly with the white pieces against Vasif Durarbayli. Can Durarbayli win this one? Well, I would say he's got his work cut out looking at this position.
Yes, let's take a look at the last few moves. Queen a4 was where we left it. Queen d7, knight takes, c takes. Trading queens on d7. It's still an extra pawn for black, but after knight e3, it seems that it will be taken. 3 pieces attacking the pawn, knight c5, and the position's gonna gets really simplified if there's a trade on d5. Well, white can take with the knight or bishop, but I just wanted to show, for instance, if bishop takes, we have a really balanced position. If knight takes first...
Well, this is the big question. Do you capture with the knight or bishop? What do you think?
Well, I feel like if white takes with the knight, that's more ambitious. You're threatening the bishop, so allowing knight takes f6 would be quite a concession here.
I wonder, actually, even after knight takes, whether black can play bishop takes knight and give up the bishop. Because, yes...
Opposite colored bishop. A pair of bishops, but opposite colored in terms of these, the more active.
But the key thing is that bishop is pointing at b2. So it's actually difficult for white to develop. So now we play rook d8. Yeah, the other one. Let's get it off, please.
Sorry, it's hanging. I was on break. I need to switch my brain back on.
And actually, it's rather difficult for white to develop the queen side when that bishop is so beautifully placed on f6.
That is true, and this is a pin. So it could well be the case that in case of knight takes, black will capture the knight on d5.
Well, let's just continue. So rook b1 for white in that position, threatening to bring the bishop out. Now, does black have a useful move in this position? If not, then I won't take on d5. I'll do something else. There's knight a4 is possible. Rook, hang on. I'm thinking out loud, folks. There's rook e8 or knight a4. I still think it's okay for black. Well, okay, I'll go rook e8. Let's just see.
So, shall we place the bishop on e3 or f4?
So let me show my idea. And now in this position, no, my idea is nonsense. I can't go knight a4 because the bishop's e6. Okay.
Also, I don't know which one is better. This is also really active.
Yeah. Okay, it's not working. Do you see what I mean? I want to play knight a4, but bishop c6 is a problem.
Yeah.
So okay, rook e8 is just a bad move.
Danny's idea is that once the bishop moves, unfortunately it doesn't work, but you wanted to put pressure on the b2 pawn because white cannot push the pawn. But yes, bishop c6.
Yeah, but rook e8 was just a poor move. So if we just go back, then...
anything that doesn't stab into bishop c6.
Yeah, so the other thing I was thinking of was knight to a4 here.
Immediately. So there's no b3 because of, sorry, not that square. Knight to c3, fork.
And then bishop b3.
Bishop b3 or bishop c6?
d1's hanging.
So where's the button? I think it's back on, I hope. I can't even paint the... you see, I'm trying to point at the a4 square and I'm clicking on the b4 square. This Korobov...
So knight c5?
Mr. Korobov has taken my seat and I need to get back into broadcasting mode.
So now I'll play knight c5. I'm not claiming that black is better. I'm just trying to basically equalize. So that would be bishop d5, knight a4 is a repetition. And if bishop c2, then, well, choppity, knight d3 should be equal.
Well, then we are heading for the opposite colored bishops.
Yeah, then that's a draw. So only thing
For
is,
instance, moving the pawn.
yeah. But if the bishop moves instead, knight b2. So can white sack a pawn instead of that with bishop e3? We take here. It's fine for black.
Should be fine.
Yeah. So
Solid position.
yeah, after knight d5, I mean, I think black would have a couple of options, but that's a kind of a simple ways. But he has played knight d5, so it is possible for black to play bishop takes d5 here, and then just rook d8. I think black's bishop on f6 is strong enough that black can just equalize.
We have a result that is not a draw, so a quick game, but did not finish in a draw. That's board 11, Murali Kartikyan, 20-year-old Indian Grandmaster, two-time Indian champion with the white pieces against Levan Aroshidze, Georgian Spanish Grandmaster, and it's a win for white. So let's take a quick look.
Is it actually over yet?
I think so.
Okay, let's have a quick look. We can see, yeah, Durarbayli has played exactly that. He has taken on d5.
Oh wait, they're still playing. Why
Yeah.
did I?
So
About to. Sorry, I
Yeah.
misread the cue.
sorry, we're kind of we're darting between boards at the moment. I just wanted to say it's exactly as we were looking at, and I think basically that position is equal. So which means for the standings that probably
Korobov will be the sole leader and therefore the winner of the tournament.
and Durarbayli will be just a half point behind him.
So we are looking at this board
Yes,
11
sorry.
game. Kartikyan with the white pieces. Yes, the game is still on. I'm sorry, I misread the cue. So Aroshidze with the black pieces, but bishop h7 check. Boom!
It is game over. Yeah, totally over.
So if it's taken, takes, and mate.
And if king f8, then, well, worst case, we can take on h6 and exchange queens. That's good enough. Is there anything better?
This is how I exchange queens. Yeah, black has to take on h6.
Yeah, if there's nothing better, I mean, that will do, won't it?
Unless there's mate that we are not seeing here. Is there mate, queen h8,
Well,
king e7?
what are black's checks? The only check black has is e1. That might be serious.
Yeah, so you don't want to make a silent move like rook d7 in case there's something. I guess the most pragmatic is to go for the queen trade. White is a piece up. Black will resign immediately.
Will black resign immediately?
You think he won't?
Well,
because of the queenside pawns?
Well, let's just have a look at the queenside pawn. So
Is there enough?
choppity choppity, king g7. Let's put that offside. Rook h5.
Okay, I need to play this.
And then a5. Is that?
I want to take this, so I need to move the bishop. Doesn't have so many squares because bishop d3, c4, but maybe even that is not that big of a deal because I'm threatening these ones. You need to play rook b8 if you want to protect the pawn, but then, well, the a pawn can still advance. Is there any practical chance here to make a draw?
A little. Takes a long time for the rook to swing round. So maybe white will calculate. So king f8. Let's see if there's. Let's try rook d7 and see what happens there. Oh, there's.
Rook d7 or rook?
Sorry, there's
d8?
another. Yeah, can you stick the rook back on
Sure.
just for a moment? Let me have a think.
Question from Zolidernas. Why not rook h8? In which moment rook h8?
Well, there's queen. Oh, I see. Right. Yeah. After the queens are exchanged, king g7, rook h5, rook h8.
Oh, that makes perfect sense. Thank you,
Yeah.
guys. So we are showing an incorrect line for white because black can win the piece back. Now that is a game changer. Thank you, everyone.
Well, we need to wake up a bit.
Yeah.
Or are we just on our unusual form? I don't know. Okay, so king f8.
Let's hope it's
a-
not our usual form, even if it is.
So king f8, we still need to put this one away. That's actually a bit annoying.
Well, maybe then
Could play bishop d3.
bishop to d3 makes sense, because now that bishop that was hanging in all these lines is not going to be hanging, and it also protects important squares around the king. So if check
Yeah,
here,
maybe queen d2 actually. I think I'm trying to step into a checkmate.
okay, this is serious.
Then we have to go up the board.
But it's not mate, is it? Queen e3, I want to go back queen f2, so I was thinking here I need to play this.
Queen e3.
Queen e3, queen f2.
Okay, that's a better ending. I mean, maybe bishop d3. We need a consolidating move that just kind of kills all this off. I mean, bishop d3 might be okay.
Could be. Could be the case. We're gonna... Oh, bishop to e4!
Bishop e4.
Whoa, that cuts the e file.
Ah, now that's a much better
Smart.
move.
Very smart. So if it's taken, let's calculate a little bit. This, game
Yeah.
over.
It was actually,
Game over.
yeah,
Beautiful bishop e4.
yeah, or instead of rook d8,
Is there another
yes,
better move?
mating to queen h8.
Ooh. That's faster.
Yep.
Very nice.
So bishop e4, that is an elegant solution,
Very
cutting
nice.
the connection between the rook and the queen. Ah, yeah, with
Back to board two.
back to board two. That
Current position, we are a bit far from that moment. They traded on c5. Let me try to figure this out. Well,
Durarbayli is actually a pawn up, but with these opposite colour bishops, it is equal.
what was... Oh wait, I guess it was this, and they did reach the opposite colored bishops because of this move. So it is an extra pawn for black, and he would need to win, but with an opposite colored bishop endgame, that's basically impossible. Korobov about to win the tournament. If this game is over, Anton Korobov will be the winner of the 6th edition of Sunway Sitges.
And he was already looking forward to cracking open a bottle of wine, actually. When he left the studio, that was his parting words.
Every player has received a gift bag from the organizer, so there was a bag on every seat in the playing hall. And the players who are staying at this hotel, they have another gift bag in their rooms. I think it's a very nice detail. Spanish wine in the bag, apparently.
Yeah, fantastic. Oh, there's still just playing out these moves, but I think they're just going through the motions basically. Shouldn't make any difference. Yeah, the thing is, how does black's king get round to support that c-pawn? It's a long journey, and in the meantime, well, white can blockade with the king, so we're waiting for the handshake, which will guarantee that Korobov wins the tournament and that juicy first prize of €5,000. Well, Durarbayli could well be in for €3,000, so...
Depends if there will be a tie for the second place, but there, in any case, there will be playoffs in the afternoon, because that's for the top 8 places. So there has to be shared second, third, fourth, or one of those spots will be shared for sure. There will be a tie.
Yeah, there's no real enthusiasm from either player for this position. But let's see how far they push it. Magnus will be trying to win this with black still.
That is for sure.
If you remember the World Championship match.
Oh.
And, well, actually, which game was it? It was game 11? Yeah, I think it was game 11, wasn't it? Where the Petrov, which went into an opposite colour bishop endgame. And actually, there was one little trick which Fabiano negotiated and found his way through with actually a very important drawing technique.
Yeah.
So Yeah, others would have failed to find the defense. Oh, I just wonder what it just feels like this one is going to conclude very soon. Oh, look at Kovalenko. Kovalenko's, yeah, they've
That's a handshake. And Anton Korobov wins the tournament. He is the official winner. It's over. There's so many games still in progress, but the three-time Ukrainian champion claims the title here in Sitges. Congratulations to Mr. Korobov, who can now officially open that bottle of Spanish wine.
Now there could be quite a few players. A few players. I can see Puranik, Goreev, Nasuta, and Svane, who could, if one of those wins, leap up to join Durarbayli in second place. So that might well go to a playoff for second place.
Quite possibly.
But we'll see about that. Maybe we should have a look at board 3.
Yeah, so the players that can catch Durarbayli are playing on board 3 and 4. All those 4 players with a win will be in shared second place. Board 3 is Garia versus Puranik. And the position is not this one. Let me get the paint off of the board. Current position being this one.
Well, started out as a Marozzi, and we can see that Puranik has managed to get in f5. It looks like he's got in f5 to break White's central control. I do love that bishop on c6, and Black's rook's extremely active. Shall we see how we got here, Anna?
Sure. So we left it a while ago, but the Marozzi setup, White's position is pleasant. He allowed the trade on d4, interesting. Normally in other lines White tries to keep the bishop. Maybe here he didn't have the time to get that set up. And f5, rook takes, it's all very typical.
Yeah, but I think Puranik could be very happy with the outcome of the opening, actually, because he's very actively placed on the queen side, and I think Goreev has played it just a bit too well, I was going to say casually is maybe too strong a word, but these exchanges are really what Black wants here, to sort of relieve the pressure in his position, and yeah, Black is so active. So if rook takes pawn on e7, then rook takes pawn on b3, and then the c-pawn is weak. I mean, White has the rook on the 7th, so maybe it's still a bit tricky. Well, first of all, the knight is attacked on c3, so what are we going to do with this? I imagine it's okay for Black, but it's... I mean, the knight, it doesn't have a great square. Maybe you just have to give up a pawn. I mean, you don't really want to put the knight back on d1.
Yeah, that looks
but maybe you have
ugly.
to. Maybe you have to. I don't know. It's not beautiful.
Yeah, it cannot go to e4 because it cuts the connection between the rooks. Doesn't really have other squares. Yeah, if knight d1 is forced.
Yeah. Okay. What about knight b5? Here's my latest offering. I'm going to try and create some mess here.
Okay, you want me to take twice, and then the b7 pawn will be hanging as well as the h7 pawn, and the e square is unprotected if I give up the bishop. Well, don't know which rook actually. Maybe I need this one on the c file. And then you will give a check, take probably one of my pawns.
Let's just take on h7. Okay, so now we've managed to fashion an interesting position where Black's pawns are all isolated, and White's got a nice mass, kingside pawn mass. There we go, having just been very hard on Goreev for his handling of this position, now I think, oh, I quite like his position. Oh golly, as ever, first impressions
Yeah.
don't always match what's really going on in the position. So let's just look at that again. Rook, so he's to move. Well, rook e7. Why not rook e7?
Very good question. So we're gonna see whether he will go for rook takes e7 and then this idea with knight b5. Puranik still needs to get his morning tea or coffee as well. It's early for most players. It's a struggle to play morning rounds, but
Yeah.
it's not new. This is how most tournaments work.
And we should check out board 4.
Sure.
Nasuta against Svane.
So they are also on 7 points. Any of these 4 players, if they win their game, they will share second place. The current position is not the one of the bishop b2, but queen g6, queen f4, castle, knight to d2, f5, logical,
Wow.
e5, and knight d5.
Okay, that's
That's a wild one.
a wild one, and they've both consumed an enormous amount of time to get to this position after just 14 moves. Very messy position. Nasuta has just 28 minutes remaining. Svane has more time, 47 minutes. Nasuta, well, if the time is an indication, then Nasuta is probably less happy. Where's that queen going? And e5 is hanging. So if queen h4, then black, I guess, can just take.
Yes, why not? Knight takes or pawn takes. Also, time management-wise, Svane is doing excellently.
I don't know whether we need to take with the knight, because in that position there's b5 and then we take on e5.
You're
so,
right.
So I think
It's not that simple, but in this case, the pawn will remain on the board. c4 will give up the b4 pawn, and also there's knight. No, probably knight f4 is better. This isn't looking good for white.
Okay, so let's think of an alternative to queen h4. Do we need to pin? Do we need to play bishop c4?
I would guess so. If white does not want to lose the pawn, you need to play this.
Then bishop e6. Well, once again, let's take on d5. And now, do we take on d6?
How do you want to take back? C takes, queen takes. Which one do you like more, Danny?
Yeah, you're putting me on the spot, as ever.
I am. And also,
Queen.
also Tagbon mentioned in the chat, let me read it. I'm not saying that Danny is quintessentially English, but he's drinking tea with a saucer and a spoon. So you're being put on the spot.
That's
On the chessboard and outside the chessboard too.
absolutely fine. I don't mind being
I like it. It's
accused of being very English. With
and
my
you like your
cup
tea
of tea.
time.
I do love my tea, yeah. Okay, I'll play queen takes.
Queen takes, C takes.
I want to play c4, but then black will take on f3 and take on b4.
Yep.
So maybe a3 first. I know it looks very slow, but if I can get in c4, then
Yes.
it's probably about equal.
I wish I could just go knight e5, but then you will win my pawn, I'm guessing. So I would only be able to get this if that's not hanging, which leads me to...
Well, that's a long variation. He's played bishop c4, actually.
Has he?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Well, that's probably the only way to keep the pawn.
so I guess he's going to take on d5 and then take on d6. time edge for Svane. I think Nasuta is probably disappointed because he can see that it's very difficult for White to claim any advantage here at all.
Yeah, and he's also running really low on time. So this isn't a good start for the Polish Grandmaster.
But it should be equal. It should be equal.
Yeah, he's not worse, but definitely he cannot be very happy with his opening. A question from James: if there would have been a playoff, if Durarbayli had won his game, absolutely. That would have meant a shared first place and playoffs, but there will be playoffs regardless because it's for the top 8 places. So not for the first place. Korobov is our tournament winner, but Durarbayli may need to play a playoff for the second place, and also the rest of the top spots will be decided by playoffs.
Could be. By the way, we haven't talked about our question of the day yet. I wonder
Very good, let's bring it up.
whether we can bring that up to kick off a little discussion.
Of all the open tournaments you played, which one did you like the most? And you can use the hashtag Sunway Sitges to let us know. Then he will read out his favorite tweets.
Okay. And what's your favorite open tournament, Anna?
That I have played.
Yeah.
I was thinking of this also a couple of days ago when this topic came up over dinner. And I think, well, Sitges would have been part of it if I had played here, but I didn't play here. The first time I came here was last year as a commentator. But now that I see how the venue is, the hotel, the place, the amazing weather, everything, there's so many factors about this tournament that I like that I know I would have enjoyed it as a player, because these are the type of tournaments I like the most. For instance, there are those summer open tournaments in Greece that I felt like was part holiday, part chess. So even when I still competed, and it was with serious preparation and also as a training tournament for the Olympiads, I still enjoyed that. If you're in a nice atmosphere, a good food, the beach, you don't have much time to go swimming, but simply the sea view from the room, which we have here as well.
Yeah. No,
What about you?
well, I tend to agree with you that I have really happy memories of those tournaments that are set in wonderful locations. So, I mean, this is great here. It's kind of a leading question, you know, what's the most pleasant open tournament? Well, we're in a great location here.
But I think they really want to know, that organizers too are curious what other open tournaments are there.
Well, you know, if I'm thinking back, then the tournament I loved to go to was the Lugano Open, which went, golly, I can't remember the last time it happened. Maybe in the early 90s was the last, you know, really big Lugano Open. They still have smaller open tournaments there, but it was a huge event, attracting, well, the world's top players actually. You know, Spassky played there, Korchnoi played there really in his heyday when he was absolutely at his peak. But Lugano is just a wonderful location. Lake Lugano, and it was always kind of early March, and you could feel the spring coming. So it was the days were really fresh and bright. Still not absolutely warm, but in the sunshine, it was absolutely beautiful and just the most wonderful location. Of course, Lugano is in Ticino, which is the Italian-speaking part of Switzerland. I used to enjoy my pasta and my red wine there. It was just great. So I found it really inspirational. I don't think I ever played a bad Lugano tournament, basically. And I can think of other locations. Well, Biel I have really enjoyed as well.
Me too, I played there. You actually, funnily enough, the first time I was sitting next to Danny in a studio during a broadcast was because Danny was hosting the Biel Chess Festival a couple of years ago. You've been covering Biel for years, and I was there as a player, which was one of my best tournaments. I made an IM norm there, which was my final norm. So I was invited to the studio because you were asking me about my game against your friend Joe Gallagher. Yeah,
well, so I've always enjoyed visiting Biel because, again, it's a beautiful location. There's a lake there, and you can walk in the hills, which I loved. So it's always location, which for me has been really inspirational.
For me too.
The ones which, I don't know, it depends. In the middle of a city, sometimes these tournaments kind of get lost because players disperse after the games. Whereas here, for example, everything is centered on this hotel.
Yeah.
So there are lots of activities during the evening and during the day. So there's an excellent spirit here. I think that's
a
really
community
important.
building place too.
Exactly. So Lugano is always my top favourite one, actually.
I like the Pula Open as well. I don't know if they still organize it,
Pula.
but it's a
Yeah, I never
wonderful
went there.
location
In
in
Croatia.
Yeah, I
Right.
played
That's
when
on
I
the
was
coast.
a kid. Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's the only place where I saw dolphins jumping out of the sea
Wow.
in nature. So it's not
Really?
it's not a wild park or a zoo. It was just me walking on the beach and I saw a dolphin, like very far. But it was for a moment. I was like, wow.
Very nice. I think, we've been talking about what a wonderful location it is here, and I think we've got a short clip from early this morning right next to the beach. Let's have a look at that.
Oh, that's the view from right outside the hotel here this morning. I guess that means that Peter was up very early too for the sunrise. Lovely. That's the inspiring location where we are hosting this tournament. So you may not be too impressed with our location, but we are actually just outside one of the playing halls. There are several playing halls. The top playing hall, the first 48 boards, are on the 5th floor with a panorama view on the Mediterranean Sea. That's what you mainly see on the camera. And we are just next to the other playing hall, which is on the ground floor.
Yeah, there we are. So we should let's continue our little tour of the boards. How about Wagner and Ivanchuk? It was a draw. How about Shevchenko and Lagarde?
Sure.
What's happening there?
And let me congratulate the radio program Kultura Eskax. I'm seeing in the chat that they are celebrating their first birthday. So congratulations on your first anniversary. It's great to see programs that are dedicated to chess.
Great. And where are they based?
They are based, I believe, in Barcelona. Yeah, it says in the message they are based in Barcelona.
Well done to them.
Now, you were requesting...
I wanted to have a look at Shevchenko against Lagarde.
Sure. 17-year-old Ukrainian Grandmaster Shevchenko against the current French champion. Lagarde hasn't been having a good tournament here, but a good last round can change everything on how you remember your event.
Absolutely. So, right, he's got in d4. Now it looks more like a traditional Sicilian, now that White has played d4. Let's just see how we got there.
So, from around here, the trade on f4, knight h5, bishop to e3, castle kingside, d4, c takes, knight takes, and knight e5. Isolated pawns for both players. Which one will be weaker is the question here. Knight back to f6, h3 to cover the g4 square and not allow knight jumps, a6, knight to f3, and bishop e6, queen d2 is the current position, I believe.
So who do you prefer to play, white or black? Or with which colour would you prefer to play, rather?
I played against Lagarde, if you're asking me. I lost badly. Kevin Winter has tweeted, hashtag Sunway Sitges, that is our hashtag. I love the Gibraltar Masters, but have affection for Erice in Sicily and Vienna Open. I have been to all three of those mentioned, and I fully agree with Kevin.
Yeah, I played in the Vienna Open a very long time ago, and I visited a couple of years ago. I wasn't playing, but I visited when I was doing some work for the Austrian Federation. And, well, Vienna, of course, is a very attractive city to visit. And what's amazing about the Vienna Open is the number of players. It's in the town hall, this absolutely stunning town hall right in the centre of Vienna. Well, that's great that it's a wonderful location. You know, you're absolutely in the middle of town. And it's this enormous hall in the town hall, which is
Rathaus.
in the Rathaus, Rathaus Wien. And yeah, I completely agree with that one, Kevin, that it's a great tournament to play so that, you know, when you finish your games, you can step outside to the square straight outside the Rathaus. I mean, there are lots of beautiful squares there with restaurants and cafes. And actually, in the Rathaus, in the summer, they show films every night, outdoor films, and they put out this, they set up this enormous screen, and there are benches there. So you can sit out, it's completely free, you can sit out and watch a film, and there are hundreds and hundreds of people sitting out in the summer.
That sounds lovely. I haven't seen that one.
There are food stalls, and of course you can have a nice mug of beer. Yeah, I really enjoyed. I think that's a great one. Yeah, I forgot to mention it, but
good choice.
Yeah, very good choice.
And Erice is lovely. I played in Sicily.
I've never been there.
It's a very nice place. Yeah, lots of cool places, but I agree with you that the location is so crucial.
I think it's inspirational. If you feel good about yourself, feel good being there, enjoying the place, you play better chess.
I agree, yes, absolutely. Even with the Hungarian Championship, so that's always in Hungary, obviously, a national championship, but I know the difference for me, how it was when I competed in a nice town, and sometimes, well, I shouldn't say they are not so nice towns, but when it's in the middle, when it's in the smaller place, in the middle of the winter, nothing to do, nowhere to go, I wasn't really inspired and I played bad. Like, of course it shouldn't reflect it always, there will always be a tournament winner, but I feel you, that the inspiring places can inspire better chess, and you feel great about your day in general, and that's what matters, you enjoy your life.
Yeah, spot on. Yeah, that's how I feel about it as well. So rook c8 played. That means if the pawn on h6 is taken, then actually black has a cheeky little queen b6 check, and then you take on b2, and then we see the point of the rook coming to c8, that the knight on c3 is hanging, and through that also the pawn on c2. So bishop h6 for white, not possible, and of course the rook stands very well on the semi-open file, as ever. In the Sicilian, I did ask which colour you prefer to play here, Anna.
I still
You flannelled.
I think I still prefer white.
Really?
For having so much more space, but I also think that black has no real issues, so I would call it dynamic balance.
I prefer black.
You prefer black?
Because to me it's like a normal Sicilian position where black has no real difficulties, but basically pressure on the c file, and the e4 pawn later on could be weak.
A tweet from Anders Sandström, thank you so much for tweeting at us. Suns Open in Barcelona in August, played it 13 straight years. A great tournament in a great city. I definitely agree with Anders too, and I forgot to mention Suns. We are just outside Barcelona, so we are, I think, 40 kilometers away from Camp Nou, and also to get into the city itself, to Barcelona, it's about, I think, 15 or 20 minute car ride. Even by train it's about half an hour. So definitely, Suns is a great tournament.
And I mean, I've been to Barcelona, but what is this? Is Sants a part of Barcelona? Is that an area?
Yeah, that's an area.
Barcelona?
That's where the train station is. So it's not it's not downtown Barcelona, but it's not too far from from La Rambla, for instance.
La Rambla. Okay.
Yeah, but
that
very popular tournament. Matthew Sadler played it and won it a couple of years ago, and I competed there too. And he chose that tournament as one of the few that he played as a holiday. So he had to take holidays to compete there. And won the tournament as part of his holidays. But I guess even for him, being one of the top seeds, he must have taken into account the location too, if you consider that your holidays at the same time.
I'm just looking up to see if we've got any more tweets there.
Yeah, keep tweeting at us, #Sunway Sitges. This is your last day to tweet at us, and you may get a shout out from Danny.
Or you might not. Depending on how good your tweet is. But yeah, do let us know about your favourite tournaments. Okay, Anna, where are we going to go next?
Well, since board 1 and board 2 finished, we know the tournament winner, but our question is whether there will be anyone catching up with Durarbayli.
Okay, so we looked at board 3 and 4. Anna, I'm going to insist that we go to the battle of the 15-year-olds.
Okay, well, I just wanted an update on this one because it's after bishop c4, it was pretty critical. Only one move has been played, so we can now move on.
Thank you. Pedro Ginés against...
Ginés, very good.
Ginés or Ginés?
Ginés.
Ginés.
Is just a normal S.
Okay.
And his nickname is Ginesillo, which is like little Ginés.
And what is a Ginés?
Ginés is his name.
Yeah,
So
I know
Ginés-
it's his name, but does it have a meaning?
I don't think it has a meaning, at least not that I know of.
Okay.
But Ginesillo, that would be like little Ginés, because he was there a few years back. He was still not just very young, but also small, so it made sense to call him Ginesillo. I don't
Ginesillo.
think it's fitting anymore because he has grown a lot.
Okay, so Ginesillo against Sarino. That didn't work, did it? I tried.
Nijalito.
Nijalito, sí, Nijalito. That's pretty tight at the moment. I assume that it is white to play, yeah, because b4 is hanging. Ginesillo with white. We could, oh no, we can't play, sorry, I'm just tuning into this position. If bishop c3, then there's a pin. Black would take on c4. So,
That's Ginesillo on the left side of the camera.
that's a bit annoying. So, do we have to play probably queen b3 to hold the pawn on b4?
Queen b3.
Or queen c3? One of those, I don't know which is better. Let's go queen c3, because we could at least pretend that we might be threatening to take on a5.
Queen bishop battery on the long diagonal never hurts.
I think it's pretty equal, isn't it? No great drama there. Okay, we can move on from that one. All right, you've satisfied me on that one. What else we got?
We're getting answers to what his name means. Lede is saying it means from the island. It means, but then he also says it means well born. So I'm not quite sure, but I'm not aware of a direct meaning
Okay.
of the name. Which other board do you want to visit?
Oh, now you're actually giving me a choice.
Wait, I would like to see. Can I also have a
You
choice?
have a request. Go on.
The ladies.
The ladies.
We have Natalia Paganina facing Avonder Liang and Dinara Sadvakasova against Krishna Sasikiran. Dinara, with a win today, would get another Grandmaster norm.
Okay, well let's go to Natalia Paganina first, board 12 against Awanda Liang. I don't know whether we can see that on camera.
Natalia is a two-time Russian champion, and she was the runner-up at the 2015 World Championship. Today he's facing the Wonder Kid from the United States, who beat Vasily Ivanchuk 2 rounds ago.
Well, at the moment, Awanda Liang, this is my general assessment of the position. I'm going to say that black is 2 pawns up. I can confidently state that, which colours how I feel about this position.
Where have the pawns gone? Let's see the moment, because even if white takes one of those, it still will be an extra pawn. So in the opening, this is still equal material. b5, and Natalia went for e4, giving up the c4 pawn. It seems that she should have compensation for it because of the better control of the center, and these are doubled pawns. So maybe she wasn't much too much worried about the c4 pawn itself. But then c5, d5, e takes, knight b6, and the d5 pawn too has disappeared from the board. Now that's more problematic.
Now she has, I can see from the camera there, she did just recapture on c4. So she has these fianchetto bishops that slice across the board, which is a little bit uncomfortable for black because g7 is a little bit vulnerable. White's piece is very active, but still it's an extra pawn. So for example, if black wanted to play a very kind of tidy move, we could consider bishop f8. But before, just to take the bishop away from the rook, protect g7, and then we hope the bishop e5 isn't an issue. Bishop e5 is, it's no big deal, queen c8. But okay, if we put the bishop back on e7, can we play a little bit more actively instead of bishop e7?
Yes.
Could we try knight b4? No, knight c4, knight b4.
So not bishop f8, but knight to b4, more active. Claiming that the queen doesn't have too many options because it has to be protecting the knight. Queen e4, queen b3, queen c3, then bishop f6.
Yeah, so if queen e4, then I'll pop back to f8 anyway. It looks like just an extra pawn to me. I think Wonder is doing okay. He does have a time advantage as well, 38 minutes against Polonina's 23 minutes.
Yes, looking troublesome for Natalia. We're gonna come back to this game later, and also we will take a look at Dinara's game because she's playing for a Grandmaster norm against Krishna Sasekirian. So that will be our first game to check after the break, and we will keep you updated on the top boards. We have a tournament winner, Anton Korobov, but we may have shared second place, and the playoffs will be coming anyway in the afternoon. So stay tuned. We'll be back in a few minutes. Welcome back around. This is the final round of the Sunway Sitges Chess Festival. We have a tournament winner, Grandmaster Anton Korobov, leading from start to finish. Congratulations to Grandmaster Korobov. But every other spot on the podium and in the top 10 is still wide open. Durarbayli is on 8 points, but some of the players can still catch him. And then we will see playoffs for the second place too. Playoffs will be in the afternoon at about 4:30 local time. The top 8 places will have playoffs, so there will be playoffs no matter what happens.
Yeah, there we go. Still plenty of games going. But we wanted to catch up with Dinara Saduakasova. Before we took a break, we were just looking at Natalia Poganina's game, and now Dinara Saduakasova, sorry, I was going to say Kazasad.
From Kazakhstan?
Yeah, Saduakasova. She needs to win for a Grandmaster norm, is that correct, I think?
Yes, that's correct. She played excellent chess in the Isle of Man tournament. She made a Grandmaster norm there, and she also shared first place among the ladies with Harika Dronavalli, and here too she is one of the top female players. 6 points, 6.5 for Poganina, but Poganina is likely to be in a worse or lost position, and Saduakasova may have a chance to catch her.
Well, it's quite tense with near symmetrical pawn structure, but black supporting this wonderful knight on e4 on the outpost. But white has counter chances. The rooks are doubled on the c file, which provides counterplay. I mean, I prefer black, but it's not easy to see how black actually makes progress from this position. And clock time's very even. And how many moves still to play? 13 still to play? I mean, that's quite a tense situation.
It is for all the factors that you have mentioned, Dinara having the pressure that only a win would give her a Grandmaster norm, and for Sasi Kiran it hasn't been the best of his tournament, so he needs to win if he wants to make it to some of the top prizes.
Knight f5 looks like a natural move, but you know, white can take a bit of pressure off the position just by playing rook c8 if necessary. So I don't quite see what black's threat is actually. I suspect it's probably about equal.
Dynamic balance. We're gonna keep an eye on this for the Grandmaster norm, for Dinara, potential Grandmaster norm. So many other players are fighting for norms or have already accomplished their norms. Let's just take a look at that list we have of all the players who have clinched a norm already or could get a norm if they make a draw or win their games today. If we could bring up our list of players, I'm wondering. It's a very nice image that we got from the arbiters, the handwritten note. There we go. So the circles mean that those players have already gained their norms out of 10 rounds, even with a loss. There are some players on the list that for instance, Ronak Sadwani and Jonas Bierre, they are Grandmasters already, but the GM, those two letters is not written next to their names yet, so they don't need more norms. They have accomplished their norms and title already.
And a couple of players who just need a draw, so we have Marcin Kristanovsky and Jesus Martin, who just need a draw for a GM norm.
Oh, so for Jesus Martin Duque, that will also be a GM norm if he draws today against Amin Tabatabai with the black pieces. We're gonna keep an eye on that one as well. Actually, I'm gonna start marking our potential norm players. Jesus Martin.
So we might check in on his game actually. He was playing
and
against
Marcin
Tabatabai.
Krzyzanowski. He needs wait a second, he needs a draw against Hrant Melkomian. Alright, lots of norm opportunities, and for Dinara it has to be a win for the Grandmaster norm.
Well, perhaps we can turn to one of those games. So, how about we look at...
Shall we just quickly take
okay.
a look at board 3 and 4 since we already
Yes.
promised, and then we take
Yeah.
a look at the rest of the players. Board 3, Timur Gariev against Abimanyu Puranik. Both players on 7 points. In case one of them wins, the player will catch Durarbayli, shared second place.
So let's get an update. There we have the players, and is this one fizzling?
Well,
A little bit.
the pieces are disappearing from the board, but there are pawns on both flanks, which usually favors the bishop over a knight.
Let's see how we got there.
F5, this is where we left it. And A4 was the final move we saw, I believe.
Ah, knight e2.
Oh no, we saw it up until here because we were looking at the option of
Yeah, we were looking at rook
taking
takes
the
e7.
pawn to then go for this position. Instead, he chose knight e2 to protect the b3 pawn. Rook to a5, knight d4, e5, takes on c6, f4, rook a1, captures on e1 first to then take on e5 with the rook.
That's how they got there. Feels as though because so many pawns have been exchanged, then I think we're probably drifting towards draw. I mean, you say, yeah, bishop is better because there's play on both flanks, but actually
Too few pawns.
I would say so, but also black's king can enter the game quite quickly. If rooks are exchanged, then there's a couple of things. Black would like to play c5 to put a pawn on dark square and cripple the queenside pawns.
Absolutely. Yes, some of the flags or nationalities unfortunately were not correctly listed. We are aware that Jonas Bjerre is from Denmark. He is the youngest ever grandmaster from Denmark, so that's of course a huge achievement for Jonas, who is here, I believe, with his mother. I saw them cycling into the town a few days ago in the morning. Many of the players like to come to this event with either their parents, spouses, brothers, sisters, friends. It's definitely an event where it's nice to have someone around.
Yeah, and it's nice to have company. It's a fun place to be. I'm thinking here that if Gariev wants something from this position, then rook a1 feels like the move. Threatening to play rook a6 to get in on those pawns. And the knight, black's knight for a moment on b6 is just a little bit out of sorts. It's not easy for it to get to a decent square. So rook a1 would be my punt in this position.
I agree, Gariev can still keep the pressure by not trading rooks, or have you spotted something?
Yeah, sorry, rook a1, rook e3.
Okay, that's annoying because of the c4 pawn too, so this is hanging in case you push.
Exactly.
And the problem too is that the rook a6 attacking the knight, black can take on b3 to defend the knight. We have a tweet from Stefan saying, definitely the London Chess Classic. Love the atmosphere and usually have rather good results. So this is an answer to the question of the day, which is which open tournaments do you like to play? And he has chosen the London Chess Classic and also the A1 Open in France in late July. Is however also worth mentioning. I really want to come to Sitges though in 2020. Yeah, that I think is a good idea, Stefan. From what I hear, it's really worth it. We can absolutely recommend the tournament, not just because we are here hosting the event, but because it's a lovely place. From all the tournaments I hosted last year, I knew that the one I wanted to repeat was Sitges. Like that I had super clear. And that's for a reason.
Yeah. No, certainly agree with that. Well, we've been promoting the tournament all week, and I don't have any qualms about that whatsoever. It's just a beautiful spot here. As for the London Chess Classic, now that's an interesting one. I think, Stefan mentioned their wonderful atmosphere. I think what's great about the London Chess Classic is that there's the open tournament with I don't know how many hundred people playing in that, and then of course you have the elite tournament Usually, well, the last few years, part of the Grand Chess Tour. So this year, well, Carlsen was in town, and you know, top players in the world, and that, of course, lends a particular atmosphere to the event when you can play your game and then watch the stars and see them analyze as well. You know, that's fascinating. With the London Chess Classic, it is one of those tournaments. Once you're outside, then it's just part of, you know, a massive city. So people kind of disperse and do their own thing. So that would be my only thing against that. But the atmosphere in the place is great fun, and I agree with that. You know, well, you know, I'm usually there. This year I wasn't actually working there, but I dropped in because, you know, it's a good social event basically, and people turn up that you perhaps haven't seen recently, and you know, it's a good social event basically. So yeah, good call. But it's a very different atmosphere from the kind of tournaments we've been mentioning.
Yes.
Where it's about the location, and the beautiful location, whether it's here by the sea or in the mountains or by the lake. In London, the attraction for me is the tournament, and of course, well, you're part of a great metropolis as well.
A good point there, that some open tournaments, their main appeal is that you can see the top players in the world competing in the same hall.
Yeah.
There are only a few open tournaments that can say this, but Bill, for instance, then has it all because the location is nice, and they also have, of course, the main group there. Magnus competed there a couple of times himself. So yes, that's another factor that I guess players like to take into account if you have a favorite chess player and you're playing in the same hall as he does.
Yeah, no, it just adds something more to the event. So yes, rook a1, rook e3 is a bit annoying. So that's why Goreev has actually played rook to d1 by the look of it.
Attacking the pawn directly, so in case of rook e3, he will take first, and then different story now. White is protecting and attacking at the same time.
Okay, so instead, of course, after rook d1, we can either play king e7 or just d5 rush it. I mean, I really want to play d5, but then we'd have to contend with c5. Then the knight would have to go back to a8. Depends how quickly we can recycle it. If it comes back to b5 quickly, then we're okay. But in the meantime, what has white got there? Rook a1 suggests itself. Knight c7. Rook a7. No, in this position there's bishop d7. Bishop d7, that's the problem. And curiously, there is no way for black to defend the c-pawn.
Nice, and that will mean the end of the game because that pawn is really important. Okay, so we have some conclusions here.
Okay, so maybe king e7. Now, how does that change things?
King e7 also suggested by Timmy in the chat.
So rook d1, king e7. I wonder, in that case, does rook a1 work then? Rook e3, check.
So rook d1, king e7.
And then rook a1, because
This check.
the check might be annoying after.
So you're saying that you'll get this check and...
I'm not saying anything.
yeah,
I don't
because
know.
picking up this pawn...
I'm just trying to find
isn't
some
that
way to
much.
upset black, but that's an important move. No, maybe rook a1's nothing.
Well,
King e7, yeah, after king e7 he just played king f2 to stop king e3. Stop rook e3,
yes,
I beg your pardon.
with the king.
Yeah, exactly. And that restricts black a little, but it's time to recycle that knight. The knight is poorly placed on b6.
Yeah, and the gentleman standing there looking at the other board is Jonas Pierre, I believe, sporting a long sleeve black t-shirt. He is the youngest grandmaster ever from Denmark, and today he's facing Donchenko, the number 2 player of Germany.
Yeah, the problem with recycling the knight via d7 is that, again, there's this move rook a1, which is actually very annoying.
Because now there's no more rook e3 counter-attack. Yeah, still quite some pressure on Puranik, so if anyone has winning chances, that's Timur Gariev.
I would say so, actually. I mean, we saw this incredible game from Gariev yesterday, where he had these pawns that just marched down the board from a really messy Slav. But actually, most of his games here, where he's been successful, are playing quite dry technical positions and endgames where he's managed to exploit some slight advantage, as he's trying to do here. Now, he's still got his work cut out, but it seems it's not untypical for Gariev to play in this, quite technical way, actually. Shall we have a look at the other board?
Sure, that's Nasuta with the white pieces against Svane. Once again, same situation, both players on 7 points. With a win, they will share second place with Durarbayli. So the position is the following. We last looked at it with bishop c4, pinning the knight, bishop e6, queen to g3 was the choice of Nasuta, trading queens on g3, then black took back to pawn on e5 and b5, chases the knight away, so bishop takes, and knight takes e5.
So he wants to play c4 to drive the bishop away, and that way the bishop on b2 will protect the knight on e5 if, for example, it's attacked by rook e8.
Equal material, pair of bishops for black. But if white can get c4 in, then that should be a nice position.
Still looks roughly level to me, I have to say.
Yeah, I'm not claiming there's anything here, but I was already trying to see if black has something.
Yeah,
but
maybe
you can't stop
f4,
c4,
maybe
can you?
f4.
F4.
That's perhaps a way to do it, because...
Oh, now you would stop c4, and you're about to double rooks on the f file, pressure on f2.
Exactamente.
Muy bien.
Gracias. Esta posición me gusta.
¿Te gusta la posición?
Sí.
Muy bien. ¿Por qué te gusta?
Because, ¿para qué? No.
¿Por qué? So ¿por qué is why, and you also say ¿por qué? Because.
Yeah, because, yeah. ¿Por qué? Like in Italian, yeah. Porque las dos filios,
Los dos alfiles. The two bishops.
Las dos alfiles.
Yeah, los dos alfiles.
Muy fuerte.
Muy fuertes, muy bien. You're very strong. The two bishops are very strong. I agree. F4, that's a strong move. Will we see that happening? Knight takes e5. It is black to move. No, I see a rook on d8. So Svane has chosen rook d8, but that allows c4. That's the problem. This is the move we wanted to prevent. Well, maybe after f4, would white have the same push first and then take? This is still annoying. Or okay, bishop e6. And black is threatening to take, win the pawn in the game.
Chop it. I mean, if it's chopped, then the rook's just great on f4. Choppity, g3 and king g2.
Bit out of the pin.
Yeah, but still rook f5.
Double?
Hang on, f4 might come.
Well,
before we double trouble, maybe we should just have a think after king g2.
Sure.
I don't know whether we need to play g5 first. Hard to say. Feels like black has, there's some potential there. I'd love to get the bishop on the long diagonal.
Yeah.
But I don't know how.
So instead of this Svane went for rook 8 d8, now c4.
Oh, he didn't. He played rook d8, not
Yeah,
f4.
c4
Ah, also nice because he's hitting the knight on d2.
after the bishop moves. Let's
Black
see.
is better.
That's his idea, and the knight cannot move away because then we'll take the pawn. If white has to protect the knight, well. Sipping time.
Sippy time. Yeah. Nasuta doesn't look like a happy bunny, does he? 9 minutes remaining for quite a lot of moves, and Svane also getting close to the edge.
10 minutes. This is gonna be a time scramble game. Both players still need to make 19 more moves.
We'll definitely keep an eye on that one. But in the
We will.
meantime, let's do a switcho. Is it my turn? It's my turn to call a game.
Okay.
And I would like to go back to Lee D against Igor Kovalyenko on board 7,
Sure. Good call.
because that looked like an interesting Slav. Oh, it is actually a really tense position. Wow.
I'm gonna bring it up in a moment, and I see that the chat is very knowledgeable also linguistically. I'm impressed that you guys know that alfil comes from Arabic and it means elephant. I knew that the roots are Arabic. There are a couple of Spanish words that start with al, and they are usually from Arabic language. Now,
Like in Russian, the Russian word for is slon, slon de chest.
Slon.
Well, this is an exciting
bishop
one.
Move. G takes. Slon f3.
Слон f3, конечно.
Slon f3.
Я думаю, что
Что думаешь?
лучше белых.
Лучше?
Да, лучше белых.
I think I agree with you.
Yeah.
White seems to be better.
Well, I mean, the bishops look great. What's the knight doing on b8? There's great pressure on the c file. I mean, black, of course, because white has tripled on the c file, then black can't actually take on d5. So all the pressure is there. And it looks like a lot of fun to me. Oh dear, Kovalyenko has just 2 minutes remaining for 11 moves.
That is serious time pressure.
Now, is he going to push b5?
B5. That is one of the critical moves here. Look at this queen side. Getting a little crowded there in the corner. It feels like Kovalenko can get into trouble in this game. 2 minutes left only, and he has to be defending.
But there are lots of fun options for white here. Well, what about we could... I mean, I don't know how much b5 achieves, but we could try for a5 and bring the knight round to a4 to b6 or something. I don't know. What's that?
Couple of options here for Lidi, and he has the time to consider them.
Yeah, or a5 and...
I love this mini dialogue between Vila and Ahmad in the chat. Vila saying, Sup Ahmed, why are you awake at 6 a.m. on Sunday? And Ahmad likes chess answers, 'cause chess, bro. Yeah, that's the good reason to not sleep ever. See, you need to be here with us. This is the final day. We have a tournament winner, Anton Korobov, but the second place is wide open, and Durarbayli may be caught by Garayev, Puranik, Nasuta or Svane.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to think, why not b5? Maybe at the moment there's no big threat to take on c6. But b5 is still a tempting move.
Suggestion by Atef Yersin in the chat, Queen A2.
Queen A2.
Interesting.
And then followed by potentially A5 and B5. Now that's interesting. So yeah, supporting and
I like this placement actually on the
Yeah.
A5. Makes sense. Good
yeah,
suggestion.
definitely. Yep. Looks promising. But Lidi has time. Okay, what you got for me, Anna? Where are you going to go next?
Well, we said
Your turn.
we were gonna keep an eye on the ladies too. So Natalia
yes.
Pogonina may be in trouble against Awander Liang. This was the moment we tuned in. Pawn up for Awander. Current position being still a pawn up for Awander, and this queen on f3 is nicely placed.
Okay, let's see how we got there. That's move 34.
You want to go through the moves?
Just very quickly. No, from
I don't know why it surprises me on day 10.
yeah, but where we left it from.
Sure, yeah.
Rook E1.
Here.
Yeah, we left it here. Not so far back
B6,
actually. Yeah, it's
knight
just a clear
B5.
extra pawn.
Bishop b7, trade on b7, then the queen comes in. H6, knight trade on d5, and rook back to d8.
Well, a very clear and pleasant pawn advantage for black because it's very difficult to drive away the queen from f3. Rook e3 will be met by rook d1. So that really does give black some freedom. And if I were black, I would be thinking about pushing that h-pawn. If h5 straight away, maybe that can be blocked by h4, but I would even start thinking about g5 and then h5 and h4 because black's queen is so well placed.
g5.
Let's give g5 a try.
Okay. And you want to go h5 immediately?
I certainly do. I just want to play h5.
h4, h3, mate on g2.
Am I in time for this? Then white has bishop a1, which is yeah, maybe bishop a1 there, followed by queen b2. As usual, I'm selecting the absolute most direct and blunt way of playing. But yeah, probably it's a little bit loosening.
Maybe
but it's
black
close.
doesn't need to go that bold, but yeah, I agree, it's an option.
Black is very, very close to getting in. If black gets in h4, then we're there. Maybe we just need to be a little bit calmer.
So what do you suggest instead of g5?
What is calmer?
In any case, this is a pleasant situation for Awander. So an extra pawn, more time.
Well, okay, after g5, bishop e5, of course, there's rook e8.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. To pin the bishop on e5.
Well, it's a very clear advantage, and white is really struggling here.
The other game we were looking at is Dinara Sadvakasova against Krishnan Sasikiran. With a win in this round, Dinara would achieve a Grandmaster norm.
It's going to be a draw.
Difficult to win this position when, she'll get the pawn back on d5, but...
I mean, we're going to see exchanges there. It's too flat a position. Should be a draw.
Yeah. I wonder how many Grandmaster norms she has. Because she got one in the Isle of Man tournament and she possibly had one earlier. If not more. Maybe she doesn't need the norm. We'll need to figure that out.
Okay, is it my call?
Your call, but you wanted to... Just to remind you that we were going to show the players who are about to or could make a norm. That was your request to go to some of those youngsters.
Okay,
if you
so
want to stick to that.
let's have a look at Tabatabai against Jesus Martin.
A reminder that Jesus Martin, with a draw, will achieve a Grandmaster norm. He's got the black pieces against the 18-year-old Grandmaster from India, Amin Tabatabai. There they are. The background of this image.
From Iran, from Tabatabai is from Iran, of course.
Didn't I say Iran? What did I
I
say?
thought you said India, but
Really? Sorry, I was thinking Iran.
yeah.
I'm sorry if I didn't.
Now, that's a curious situation because Black's rook is sort of walled in at the moment. Can White play? I was wondering about bishop to f3 to c6.
Aiming for the b5 weakness. What an active king on d4. So that has been a progress that Tabatabai made over the last couple of moves. We left it before that, but I think that they just made so many moves. I wanted to show how the king got to d4. So first he traded on f4, and then some maneuvering here and there. But the black king, this is the thing about the black king. It's boxed in. Cannot be activated. It's really a sad story.
Ah, well, that gives me another idea, which is perhaps to play a4.
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 Here.
Yes.
So
Choppity
if I
choppity.
take-
Bishop takes. And then maybe we need to prep it, but playing the rook over to a2, and then bishop c2, and then the check in that case doesn't do too much. Okay, forget a4. Bishop. I'm going to stick with bishop f3 to c6.
Sorry, you're saying instead of this?
Yeah, bishop f3.
Makes sense not to trade the pawn that you want to win for free.
Well, my other method was to try to bring the rook in to
It's a mating
attack Black's
pattern.
king. Yeah, but it's not, probably not good enough.
Yeah, it's looking dangerous for Jesus Martin, so he needs a draw for the Grandmaster norm. And so far it's looking great for Tabatabai. Lots of pressure on Black's position, but time-wise, oh wait, but they have completed move 4.
But also,
they will now.
yeah,
they will now.
but it is still very complicated actually with the rook buzzing around at the back there. Okay, what you got for me, Anna? Where you want to go next?
The other player that needs a draw for a Grandmaster norm is Marcin Kryzanovsky on board 13 against Frant Malcolmian. Let me bring that up. Malcolmian is our number 4 seeded player, but he also hasn't had the best tournament of his life here in Sitges. So he's got 6 points out of 9, facing Kryzanovsky with the black pieces. So I just need a moment to find them on my list. Board 13.
Yeah, it was just there,
you seen
just above. Yeah.
Oh, there. Oh.
Draw.
Well, that seems to be a Grandmaster norm on the board.
Yeah, that one isn't going to last too long.
It's a funny thing about norms. I mean, you must have had the same situation sometimes. You need either a draw or a win. Like, very few players achieve it with a round to spare.
Yes.
So then you end up in a situation when there's a way more pressure on you than usual. And in Biel, the tournament you were broadcasting, when I got my final norm, but I needed a win for the IM norm. And I got a winning position against a stronger opponent. I was playing really well in that tournament, so I was confident about my chess. But when I got the winning position, I became more nervous than ever in my life because I was this close to becoming an IM. So it was my final norm, and I have the winning position on the board. But knowing this, that you're about to get the title with this one game, I was really nervous. I had an extra pawn and pair of bishops in an endgame and everything was winning and I was almost shaking. I don't know if you had a similar situation when, like, it's objectively, you don't need to worry this much because, like, you're in a good form, you have the winning position, but because of knowing how much that game is worth for your career.
Yeah, of course.
Or like if it's a tournament win, you're just a win away from becoming the national champion or winning an important tournament.
Yeah, I mean, nerves play a very important role in chess, but it's everyone is nervous. They're lying if they say they're not nervous. But it's how you control and channel that emotion.
Yeah.
So let's just flip it slightly. Maybe nervous it's rather similar to being excited.
Very true.
And
very true.
Excited and ambitious, and let's say keen.
Yeah.
You know, they're all kind of similar things. So maybe, you know, I'm trying to reframe this feeling and this emotion in a kind of positive way.
Yeah, that's a good trick in every situation about job interviews, stage performances, when you know that I'm feeling nervous, but it's basically the same emotion as being excited.
Yeah.
You're looking forward to it.
Yeah, exactly. So, well, listen, it's still very, very difficult when we're under pressure, but that's sport. It's any competitive pursuit, and it's normal, and actually that's the exciting part of it.
That's true, yeah. And that gives you this extra adrenaline, and then it's so rewarding when you achieve that half a point or point. Here, Krzyzanowski doesn't need to worry too much about making a draw because this is already...
Yeah. But I think one needs to learn to relish this moment.
True.
And not to fear it, actually. Yeah. And this is a normal part of any competitive pursuit.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Krzyzanowski about to score a Grandmaster norm with this draw against Malcolmian. They haven't finished the game yet, but it's very close to be over. So I think we can move on because that will...
Okay, how are the kids doing? The battle of the 15-year-olds.
Battle of the 15-year-olds. Hinesillo versus Nichalito.
Yeah.
Board 10.
Nichalito.
That's Pedro Gines against Nihal Sarin. Both of them are 15 years old.
B7 dropping. Well, I suppose if anyone is better, then it's going to be Nihal with black, just because of that pawn on B4. Then again, that bishop on D4 is doing such a splendid job that I find it very hard to imagine that black somehow has a significant advantage here. So why can't we just play queen takes B7? Let's make the obvious move.
So obvious move cannot be made because black to move.
Oh, it's black to move. I apologise.
It's alright.
I thought black had just played queen D3. Anyway, okay, if it's black to move, then...
Queen takes D5, so queen takes D3,
right.
And then white took a pawn on D5.
I see, okay, now it's black's move, right. Then black is better. That's handy, because I would like to preserve my extra pawn, even though it's doubled. It could actually be useful with B5. That's the move I want to make, and he's just made it. Very good.
He has.
So Nihal has got somewhere in the position. Still not easy because of the bishop on D4. However, it could be the pawn on B5 is actually very useful because we can use it as a jumping off post. We can put a rook on C4 under the right circumstances. But in any case, we want to push with pawn to B3. So yeah, looking good for Sarin. Clock times 4 minutes for how many moves? 11 moves still to make, so that one's a pretty tense one.
And both are down to 4 minutes, so time trouble. Mutual time trouble, a lot of more moves till move 40. After move 40, the players receive an additional half an hour. There's a 30-second increment per move, so that's what they will be living off of in this situation. Any other board you wanted to look at? Or shall we head back to the top board?
Let's go to the top two, yeah. Because they were...
Oh, we have a result! Timur Gueyev made a draw! against Abimanyu Puranik. We thought he may have
What were the
had
final moves? What are the
chances.
final? Now that's big because that could mean Durarbayli is closer to being sole second place.
After rook a2 check, Puranik offered the draw and Garayev accepted it.
Yeah, now Black has got out of difficulties before White had a chance to switch to the A file himself. So yeah, he solved that problem. So now we need to go to the game on board 4 to see if either Nasuta or Svane can possibly catch Durarbayli in second. If this game is a draw, then it'll mean Korobov first, Durarbayli second, and then the rest.
Yeah, we will have a massive playoff for the third place in that case.
Yeah,
not the
we'll
first
see the
two.
standings in a second. Let's concentrate on this game though.
So,
We have big developments. Wow,
yeah,
wow,
let's
wow.
just take a look after c4. Bishop takes g2 because this is hanging. So this is an extra pawn for Black. A second pawn.
Yeah, but watch what happens.
C5.
Something weird happens now.
Knight b3. Oh, wait, just a moment. So White could take on c1 and have two minor pieces for the rook, but then his pawn will be taken on b6. Instead he goes knight g6, and this is the current position. Crazy.
Yeah, completely. So, do we play rook e8? Let's go rook e8.
Rook e8, yeah, let's move the rook away. Oh, the other option is moving the knight away.
Oh,
Yeah, but actually what happens if I move my knight? Attacking your bishop. I'm an exchange up at the moment.
Yeah, but then I take
Okay, you
I take on
here
take the
and
rook
I
and
don't
take on
have time to
c7.
take because this would be a funny position. But I cannot start the c-pass pawn because of his own
Well,
piece.
Svane did go rook e8, but there is a problem with that because after rook e8, he's taken on c7.
He takes.
Yeah, and now there's a threat to play knight e7 or c8.
Yeah.
Well, has this game flipped? This is unbelievable. And Nasuta is under a minute, but what can Svane do about this? Well, what about king f7? Ah, king f7.
We are being told by James in the chat that knight g6 was not accurate and Rasmus had a winning line, but he didn't play it.
Wow.
Rook c2 was the move. After knight g6, you mean? Rook c2 protects the knight and wants to take the bishop, and then there's no promoting pawn.
Yeah, but wait a second,
This
I take
one?
on a7.
This is not clear at all.
Then rook a3. Okay, well that's not winning.
This is not a winning line. Maybe something else.
Okay, let's concentrate on the game position because
sorry.
this is complicated enough, and the players have so little time.
Also, just to mention, so little time that even if there was a winning line according to the engine, it's insane to see everything here with no time on the clock.
Okay, so let's have a think. Rook c2 played. Protecting the knight, hitting the bishop.
So in case of knight e7 check,
King f7.
and I promote.
Choppity choppity, and rook c3. And then
I can take your pawn
which one?
and pray. Oh yeah, I could take another one too, you're right. Why not go for a healthier pawn?
Well, black is a pawn up. Is there anything better than this from white's viewpoint? And do you want to just stick the position back to where it is?
Sure. So the current position being rook c2,
Yeah.
white to play. Down to 44 seconds. He goes rook e1 because in case of a trade there's c8, promoting the pawn.
And now knight e2 played. This is interesting stuff.
Exchange up for black, but it feels like White will win it back.
Wow, it's a really interesting position. I want to play bishop b5, but then I think king f7 is a good move.
So many quick moves. Wait a second. Knight e2, knight e7 check. Was that the move there?
Knight e7, yeah.
Makes sense.
So king f7.
He hasn't made a move yet, but king does. In case of king f7, white has to go for c8. And play that pawn down endgame. I don't think he has anything better. He's an exchange down with the bishop hanging. I think Svane is getting there, even if he didn't play the most precise line.
So king f7. You think the endgame?
King h7.
Oh,
the king safer.
Yeah, he did, because there was a knight d6 check at the end of it,
Yeah, you are right.
which is a little bit problematic.
So just to show that, wait, how do we get there?
Well, there are a couple of things you could possibly even take on f5. Anyway, let's concentrate on the game, because they have seconds left. If he goes for a queen.
Yeah, and he does promote with c8.
Okay, rook takes.
Rook takes, knight takes. And so both players down to their final seconds. This is move 32 at the moment. 8 more moves to be played, and of course they need to keep annotating. They need to keep a score on the game. You are obliged to write down the moves.
Knight takes played.
C3.
Now, if I play knight takes a7, at the moment black is 2 pawns up, so we need to get something back. Knight a7. Then there's knight e4. All right.
D6.
So it's gone knight d6 to 7, which prevents knight e4.
Yeah.
And protects the b pawn.
This has been a really complex line. Now it's fizzling out to an endgame where black is a pawn up, so only Svane has winning chances. Earlier it was just madness in no time.
The difficulty here is choosing which endgame you go for, because they're all better for black, but how much better?
Yeah.
Rook d2 is possible here. But then knight f5 and the rook comes to e7. And now Svane things are ticking down. Our producer Peter is saying rook e2 might be the cleanest.
The knight endgame.
After the rooks are exchanged, then knight takes b7. Is there a danger that the queenside pawns will be liquidated?
If I come back to attack your pawn and then I try to attack your knight.
That is true, and that looks like it's very good. Yup, very good for black, that is. So rook e2, also an interesting move. And now Svane is under a minute for quite a few moves.
Yep, still a lot of moves
8
to
moves.
be played. We are in this position and he has still not made a decision.
Yeah, he's taken on c3.
Sorry, in this position, he still has not made a decision. Reminder to all of you just joining us that we do have a tournament winner. His name is Anton Korobov. He has led the tournament from beginning to finish.
Rook d2 played.
Ooh.
Now, if knight b7, then he goes. Well, he could.
94.
Yeah, 94, rook f1. I mean, it's good for black. But how is knight f5 here, threatening to come down with a rook to e7?
Just show this real quick.
Yeah, rook f1. Well, okay, still not so
Knight
clear, but
f5.
anyway, knight f5 feels more natural, so that we can threaten rook e7.
This game is for the second place. If Svane manages to win, he will share second place with Durarbayli, and we will have a blitz playoff
Rook
between
d7.
them.
Rook d7 in this case.
Rook to d7
Yeah,
to prevent rook e7.
and then knight takes b5.
We may be just seeing this exact line. No time for either. They're down to 40 seconds.
And then here rook e5, rook d5. Okay, black is better. Again. Yeah, he's gone back to d7. And if rook e5, what did you do? You put all the pieces back.
Oh, I clicked on refresh, but it didn't show the current
okay.
position. Sorry.
Now, if rook e5, it's possible for black to simplify again with rook e5 played. Black can now play rook d5 to go into a knight endgame. Is he going to do it, or is there something else? Doesn't have to. He could perhaps just chug the king over. Yeah, exactly. King to f6.
King g6.
Yeah, king g6 to f6.
And then the threat is king f6 indeed. Oh, that's the wrong arrow.
Yeah, because now the threat is to, well, king g6, king f6 rather, rook c5, and then knight e4, and then the knight is hanging. Well, I think Svane is doing a good job here, because black still has the option actually to go rook d5 sometimes, and he's actually gained a tempo.
And we do have a result on board 20-year-old Chinese Grandmaster Li Di has managed to win his game against Igor Kovalenko.
Oh, we'll have to see that.
After this
Yeah,
game
after this
is
one.
clear.
Rook c5 played. Now, do we hit with knight e4 first?
I see in the chat that lots of these moves have been inaccurate, but it's because of the time factor. They have no time to find the best moves.
So knight e4 or knight d5? Oh, knight d5 not good because of rook takes knight. Yeah, knight e4 looks certainly better. So knight e4, rook e5, I guess.
Knight h4 check is also a possibility mentioned by Rainer in the chat. Dirnara has made a draw against Krishna Sasikiran, so she's not achieving a Grandmaster norm here, unfortunately, but still a good tournament for Dirnara, gaining lots of rating points.
And now Svane under a minute.
Knight h4 check indeed. And we are also getting a confirmation on Dirnara's Grandmaster norms. She has won the norm that she achieved in Isle of Man. King to f6 and rook coming to c4.
Yeah, that white knight's being pushed to an unfortunate position at the edge of the board. One does feel that Svane is making good progress here. I wonder about just knight d6 here, because to keep tabs on the b pawn.
Yeah, Nasuta hasn't lost on time. Our clock will be updated now, so it's a minute for both players.
Still a few moves to play. Yeah, knight d6 indeed played. Now, I would slightly favour rook c5 here, just to press black's king. Because I think if rook d4, then the king will come across. Or even king e5, but one of those. After king e6, then white will have to deal with the threat to the b pawn. So I think probably rook c5. But not easy when you've just got a matter of seconds on your clock.
So after knight d6, Nasuta is still considering where to place the rook. Luckily for them, they are now on move 38, so 2 more moves to be played.
Rook b4 played.
Oh, feels a bit too passive.
My thought too.
They're about to reach the time control, move 40.
But yeah, about to, but still a couple of moves to make. And now Svane has seconds left to make a move. And he's played king e6, which was
immediately
swiftly answered by the tricky... you could put
I'm
another arrow.
I'm going to draw both. Nasuta has just completed move 40, and of course that's why he stands
He's going to play king d5, exactly.
Active king.
And then the king comes to c5. Wait a second. Knight f4 check.
Ooh, because then king c5, you have another check that protects the rook, so there is no progress here.
Well, it can go to b6.
Because then king a5 is an idea, and just
taking the pawn. Yeah, exactly.
Well, it seems that after they have completed move 40 and now they both have time again, so an additional half an hour is added to the clocks. This is a pawn up for Svane. He's trying to get the b pawn as well. If he manages to take the pawn, he should be winning.
Well, it has to.
Or already winning, actually.
It looks like it, doesn't it?
Active king and the extra pawn. Now no more time pressure. And with a victory, Rasmus Svane will catch Durarbayli, and we will have a playoff for the 2nd place this afternoon.
Okay.
And more playoffs for the other top spots. So there will be playoffs for the top 8 places.
Where should we go to? Oh, can we have a look at the end game of
the Lidi game? You know, it's
exactly. Lidi against Kovalenko. Let's just see how he did it.
So Queen A2 was our suggestion after Bishop d6. No, it was from the chat. I'm not going to take credit for something I've stolen from the chat. It was a really good suggestion, I think, Queen A2. He played d takes, b takes, rook b2. Also makes sense.
Oh, well,
Bishop d1.
I forgot that he could actually isolate the pawn, of course. So that's very good news.
Just strengthening his structure before he goes for a queenside initiative. Bishop c5, b takes to open up the b file. Then queen c8, took the pawn on e5, free stuff. And this nice knight maneuver to create an octopus. Was this the final position? I don't receive more moves, and the game is over according to our computer. So I wonder if rook g1, was there any more moves? Or you normally don't make a move and then resign. Unless you have blundered hugely and you realize after you made the move and then you resign.
Yeah, I don't see an immediate kill, but white's a pawn up.
Pawn up, and the activity of white's pieces is superior.
If I play knight takes pawn on f7, that's... Oh no, then queen c5. Because d1 is hanging, and the knight on. Yes, so
this is bad.
That one's not too clever.
This is how to lose the game for white.
So I'm not quite sure why he resigned.
Well, maybe we just haven't received the last few moves, but in any case, this should be a winning position for Lidi. He has won the game since. He moves on to 7.5 points, so he will be shared third or fourth, depending on what happens now on the top boards. A great result, and he will be one of the players in the playoff.
Okay, here we have the standings. In first position on his own, tournament winner Anton Korobov from Ukraine, who really led from start to finish. Then in second place, Vasif Durarbayli from Azerbaijan. But he can possibly be caught, we're thinking, by Rasmus Svane, who's on 7 points there. Looks like he has a winning position against Nasuta. And then we have a pile-up of players on 7.5. They will also contest a blitz tiebreak.
Absolutely. That seems to mean that Vasily Ivanchuk may not be in the tiebreaks after all.
Probably not, no, because it's only going to be the top 8, basically.
Indeed. So that is the standings as it is for now. We're going to go for a short break and then we'll be back with the game of Rasmus Svane. That is the one that will decide if there's a playoff for the second place.
When we were young, the higher places made us strong together. Every day, we told each other to be friends forever. Mistakes and troubles didn't bring us down. Whoa. Friends and lovers just fooling around. Whoa. We got the passion, we got the love. The night is young and we
We're into the final round of the Sunway Sitges Chess Festival. We already have a winner, Anton Korobov from Ukraine. We have one player in second place, and that's Vasif Durarbayli from Azerbaijan. And we're waiting to see whether Rasmus Svane can win his game to come equal second. So let's go to that game straight away and see how things are progressing.
Absolutely. We left it at move 40. Both players were in time trouble, but after move 40, a reminder that players have received an additional half an hour, which helps a lot when you want to think longer than 30 seconds per move. Extra pawn for Svane, so good winning chances, and he has just pushed a5, which is a passed pawn, and he's hoping to win the b6 pawn later.
And now the rook has gone back to b1, which I think is necessary to try and hassle the king. I think it's a winning position, but it's, you know, this knight is a bit tricky, buzzing around with knight f4, hassling the king, and there are potential checks from the rook on the back rank as well. But it looks to me as though really black needs just a couple of accurate moves and it'll be game over. I mean, the first move that strikes me is knight c4. Let's see if it's actually legal. You know, you play this with great trepidation because, you know, a potential check on f4 or rook d1. We can play king c6.
Protecting the rook, and also now about to capture on b6. So this should be good because the trade of rooks will mean an endgame that is winning already because this pawn drops, and also who will stop the a-pass pawn?
Yep. So rook d1 doesn't seem to be a problem, but knight f4 check.
Knight c4, knight f4. Where shall we place the king? King to c6. Was your idea to pin on the c5? Rook c1, attacking the knight.
Well, king b5.
You can go king b5, yes. And if I give a check?
King c5.
That's progress.
And
now if I play
but
this
then,
move, it's not hanging.
but instead knight e6 check instead of rook b1. Knight e6.
Sure.
Then king
back, c6,
and then rook.
Rook c1. There's still some tricks. The knight is a tricky piece, so we should not step into any forks. Also, after rook b1 check, I know it's not like the move of the century, but the king on a6 is not too bad if I can take the pawn next move.
No, absolutely. Yeah.
I just want the free stuff.
No, absolutely. How do we get there? How did we do that?
It was your move, king b5. I just followed up. So knight c4, knight check here, king to c6, rook c1, king b5, rook b1, and I want to hide the king on a6 and take the pawn.
Okay, so I play knight e6. Tricky.
Very tricky.
Is that going to be checkmate? It's going to be checkmate! Oh my word!
Oh no, I found the only way to lose the game for black, because now knight c5 is a huge threat to win the rook. And if you move the rook away, it's knight c7 mates. Boom!
Okay, I think all we've proved with that, Anna, is that this is still has some technical difficulties in order for black to win this game. I mean, maybe we shouldn't be playing knight c4.
Maybe,
but it's,
and definitely not blunder mate.
But it's it's not easy to control it, actually. I mean, it is so close. You feel like one accurate move and black is winning, but just for the moment.
So close. Svane is about to...
How about king c5? Should we start with king c5?
That could be a trickier move, whether you step out of the check.
Yeah.
And also now a rook move doesn't make sense because you take the pawn. So
okay.
Actually this is way smarter.
Well, I don't know yet. I'm not sure.
What can I do here?
So either knight e5 or knight f4.
one of the knight jumps. Let's just head over to Nihal Sarin's game for a moment, because apparently he has made a really nice queen move. The position is the following. So this is the battle between two 15-year-olds, the rising star of Spain, Pedro Gines, against the Indian prodigy Nihal Sarin. Rook b8 and queen to c4.
I see.
Beautiful.
So if bishop c5, then we have check on f1 and rook d3.
Winning the queen and the game. And I'm afraid for Gines or Ginesillo that he doesn't really have a move here, because the bishop is hanging and queen f1, so it's a double attack, double threat.
Looks like...
That's Gines on the left side, and this could be... Was this a blunder then, because he played rook b8? Oh, move 41, move 41. There's so many games that have a mistake, a big mistake on move 41.
But I wonder, is white in trouble anyway? Because...
of this pass pawn and the rook on the back rank, queen coming in.
Yeah, so instead of rook b8, queen c4 is a threat anyway, and perhaps it's difficult to stop that, because if rook c7, queen a6.
Rook to c7, queen a6, the same idea. The bishop is not hanging on d4, but the queen is coming to f1 regardless.
It looks difficult, so maybe just things... I'm not sure rook b8 was in itself a mistake. It just looked like trouble, basically, for white. Should we go to Parham Maghsoodloo? We haven't checked out his game at all, actually.
Sure.
He was the second seed in the tournament, but things haven't worked out that well for him. He's currently on, I'll tell you how many he's got. He's on 6 points, and he's playing against Arjun Erigaisi from India, the 16-year-old from India.
That's not a pleasant pairing. You're not having a really good tournament, and you're facing a 16-year-old who has been having the opposite. He's having a good tournament. He even has half a point more than Maghsoodloo.
Wow, and that is a very strange position.
Let me open it. I think I didn't manage to locate the game just yet.
That is a mad position.
Maghsoodloo, what board is it on my list?
It's board 13.
Maybe while I find the game, you could remind the viewers of the question of the day.
Ah, yes.
I mean, some time for myself.
Question of the day was, what's your favourite open tournament you've played? Of all the open tournaments you played, which one did you like the most? We've had some nice answers. The Vienna Open, for example. We've had Avwan mentioned. You mentioned Pula. I really liked in the past.
And Greek Open tournaments.
Yeah, Greek Open tournaments. Lugano was also a favourite of mine. But then we had the London Chess Classic mentioned, just because of the atmosphere in the venue, where it has an elite tournament, but also lots of side events like simultaneous displays and talks and that kind of thing as well.
For that, Norway Chess too is nice, and they have parallel tournaments, so you have the top players in the world and you can compete at the same time.
I didn't realise actually. I only thought that Norway Chess was just
they have tournaments.
The elite tournament.
I don't think they have had a strong tournament just yet, but maybe that's also an idea. I think perhaps it was a rating category open tournament they had there. I'm not sure. It was for amateur players mainly, and children's tournaments.
So this is a very strange position, with black's queen and bishops just gone to the other end of the board, and there is severe pressure on Maghsoodloo's position actually.
The second rank, this king on h2, taking on g3.
This is a tough one.
It's really tough, and they have reached the time control, so this is the overall time, but you see 15 minutes left for Maghsoodloo.
So the knight is threatened on e2. It can't move because f2 is on. So therefore, I think we're just going to have to defend it. I guess with Queen F3.
Oh, we get some additional information on Maxulu's tournament from our producer. He could have broken the 2700 rating barrier, which is usually a big deal for super grandmasters to reach 2700. He was just 10 rating points away from it, but with this tournament he is actually losing 14 rating points. And that was without this game. He may lose more.
Right.
Painful.
After Queen F3, it does leave the B3 pawn hanging, but then there's going to be a check on G4. I just wonder whether black has something even better here. But really there's one player who's in the driving seat, and that is black. But it is tricky because black's king is a little bit exposed. So we could take on G3, and if queen takes,
Check.
I'll play king H7, so the king is guarded along the diagonal.
Makes sense. Now these knights are really clumsy. The G1 knight is extremely passive, but it cannot be activated because the E2 knight, well, it's already hanging, but the two knights are depending on one another. Where shall we place the E2 knight? Coming this way. What's this dark square strategy here? Also feels like draughts on the king's side.
Well, yeah, there's bishop E5. Do we have time in this case? We might actually have time just to play queen takes B3.
Queen takes B3. If white has no threat, that is a perfectly fine move to take the free stuff.
I think we can do it.
I think so too, and that means that Maxulu, the number 2 seed of the field, is in trouble, and he may lose another game and more rating points than 14.
That's tough.
It is tough.
Let's just flip back to board 1, and then board 1. I say board 1. The highest board that's still in progress.
Board 4, Rasmus Svane trying to win a pawn up endgame, and if he wins, he will share second place, and we're gonna have a blitz playoff for the second place. Playoffs we will have for sure because it's for the top 8 places in total, but the question is, will the second spot too will be decided by a blitz match?
Now Svane hasn't actually moved, and I think it is quite a tricky position. He needs to win this to tie for second with Durarbayli. So while we're waiting for him to move, let's have a little look at the standings.
We have our tournament winner. Anton Korobov from Ukraine has been leading the event from start to finish. Much deserved victory for Korobov, 8.5 points, half a point ahead of Durarbayli, who is now on sole second place, but he may be caught by Svane. If Svane wins his endgame, there will be a playoff for that spot.
And the playoffs are going to start at 4 o'clock. Now, it's a little bit unusual that actually in these tie breaks, so they're going to split the players. In many tournaments, when there's a tie break, it's because they just want, say, a clear winner of the tournament. But actually, the prizes will be decided by these playoffs. So it's not like the money is split. You know, if you're playing for, let's say, 4th and 5th place, you're actually playing for those whole prizes. So there is a big incentive for the players to do well. They are going to take place at 4 p.m.
Approximately. That's the provisional schedule.
Yeah.
We hope we can start at 4. It also will depend on the rest of the games because they need to wait for the round to finish. So depending on how long this final round goes, it may start later, but roughly at 4 p.m. we will have playoffs. We will be here to cover it. And in the meantime, you will have the pleasure to attend a virtual lecture by the likes of Vasily Ivanchuk and Anton Korobov. So you will have about 2 hours here on Twitch where you can be watching those lectures that they gave here in Sitges. We recorded them for you, and we will be back with the broadcast, the commentary, in about 2 hours.
So just before we see those lectures, there'll be a few ads, but they will follow after those. So we'll see you later.
See you in 2 hours.
When we were young, the higher places made us strong together. Every day, we told each other to be friends forever. Mistakes and troubles didn't bring us down. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Friends and lovers just fooling around. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We got the passion, we got the love. The night is young and we will not fall. You better follow us and spread the word. We got the passion, yeah, we got the love.
Today I'm in good mood, so I want to do something a little bit unusual. So we will start to speak about chess composition. Okay, I'm not a chess composer. Okay, I know that some of chess players has successes in chess composition. For example, like Paul Keres, like Jan Timman, like Vladimir Akopian, and some else too. But okay, I'm not chess composer, at least not yet. But okay, I like to solve composition. Okay, frankly speaking, I prepare to solve mating problem, like mate in 3, mate in 4. Okay, mate in 2, in general, too simple. Okay, there are some interesting positions, but in general too simple. Okay, but mate in 3 or mate in 4, it's something like my preference to do, to solve, I mean. But okay, so from what I want to start. This position was quite famous. It was studied by Henryk Kasparian, a famous chess composer and also quite good chess grandmaster. So it was study which I tried to solve when I was quite young. Okay, I don't remember. Probably I was 16 years old in this moment. And white to move and wins according to Kasparian. And I was child. I tried to solve this. And okay, I'm thinking. Didn't see any idea how to win this. Okay, so I decide, okay, what to do. I will open the book and we'll see a solution. And a solution by Kasparian was how to, I need probably to move pieces.
Yeah, you can use the mouse.
So what was solution of Kasparian? Solution of Kasparian was nice. Bishop a5 check, king e3. It's a very interesting detail. So in solution, no annotation. So king e3, exclamation mark to king e3, and not considering other moves. Okay, so king e3, bishop d5. So, and now if rook a6, king b7, rook takes a5, g7, okay, it's at least theoretically winning, but okay, practically black has drawish chances, even without pawn f6, as we know. But okay, so main line is rook e8, king b7, rook e7 check, king c6, rook g7, bishop f7, and now black tries attack the pawn, king e4, bishop d2, important move, queen f5, king d5, rook takes g6, okay, bishop e6 mate. So, okay, quite nice. I didn't see this, but okay, I had a very important reason for apologies, because my problem, okay, it's not problem, probably it was my luck that I didn't, when I solved this position, I didn't even consider first move on king e3, because by intuition, king must go to d3 to avoid check again with bishop from a5 in some variation. So when I solved this position, after bishop a5 check, I considered only king d3. So, and after king d3, okay, white has no win in this position, because now idea of Kasparyan is not work. Because why? Because after bishop d5, black has very important trick which cannot be used with king on e3. Idea is rook e5, and now there are two bishops on fifth rank, and there are no bishop b6 check. This is important difference. And white cannot win, because if g7, black has rook e8 check. I will demonstrate. Rook e8 check, king b7, rook e7 check, and take pawn and draw. And other moves also cannot bring win for white. For example, if bishop f1, king e4, bishop c4, now it's a little, it looks like same to study, but there are one tempo difference which is decisive for result. And in this position, white cannot to play two moves in a row, bishop d2 and king d5. So this is draw. Next move, rook take g6. And many years ago, I was in Yerevan, and I had opportunity to ask Kasparyan himself about this. Okay, he was already quite old, but okay, I had some friends, and they called him by phone, and I asked him, "Do you remember this position?" "Yes." "Okay, I have a question. So, in my opinion, there are no solution after king d3." And okay, he told me, "Okay, I will check." Okay, and after approximately 1 hour, he called back, admit his mistake. So he missed a trick, rook e5 after king d3. So all of this he have seen, but rook e5, this trick he missed.
How many years between him composing and you calling him?
Okay, so okay, I solved this when I was more or less 16 years old, and I called him, I was more or less 21, so 5 years.
But when did he compose it? Which year?
When composed many, okay, probably in 1975. Okay, it's quite old. Okay, it's easy to check because it's quite famous position, but unfortunately without solution. Also, okay, once I read a quite interesting book about Karl Schlechter, about his life, about his games too. And he was also a chess composer, and okay, I tried to solve some of his composition, and okay, I need to put the position. So, empty board. So it was position, queen was on g6. No, queen, king firstly. Okay, king on f2. Queen g6. Rook f6. Bishop b7. Knight c7. On b5. Knight d2, knight d4, see. Sorry, press OK. Okay, so it was composition by Karl Schlechter, and mate, white to move mate in 2. I tried to solve. Okay, it doesn't look like difficult, and okay, so I find solution by myself. So my solution was rook f4, and not so difficult to see that next move will be mate. So, okay, I was happy, I solved it. But then, I don't know why, I decided to check solution. And I was a little bit surprised. So, my solution was rook f, how to, I need move back. Okay, so rook f4 is my solution. It's totally enough for mate in 2, but I checked solution in the book, and I was surprised because in book was totally different solution. So in book solution was queen g7. Okay. Okay, I didn't consider queen g7. This is also correct, but okay, I have seen rook f4, which is enough. I check again, everything works. So for me, it's question: is it error of Schlechter who didn't see rook f4? Okay, or probably it's mistake by author of book. Probably he forgot to put some pawn. Okay, for example, I realized that if add pawn on g5, I mean black pawn on g5, rook f4 doesn't work because black can take rook with pawn. So solution of Schlechter will be alone in this position with pawn on g5. Maybe author of book just forget to put this pawn. Okay, maybe error of Schlechter, I don't know. So if to have idea that rook f4 need to be only solution, my proposition is to add black pawns, one on h6 and another one on h4. So queen g7 doesn't work because c5 takes d4, and there are no mate queen g7, queen g5, and So rook f4 will be only solution, and also some kind of improvement that after king takes f4, white will not have choice queen f5 or queen g3 mate, so queen f5 will be only way to mate. So okay, it's my small successes in composition, but strangely enough, I have some compositions in opening, and I want to show you. So now from initial position, I will try to explain what I mean. So I will put completely natural position on the board after not so many moves. So, okay, we will play e4, d6, d4, knight f6, nothing wired, knight c3, e5, knight f3, knight d7, okay, Heimann system of Philidor defense, bishop c4, bishop e7, castle, castle. Okay, and now, okay, according to theory, a4 is main move, but okay, queen e2, okay, maybe not the most popular, but normal move, okay. E takes d4, okay. Knight takes d4, okay, for example, a6. Okay, maybe not the best, but it looks like nothing special. Rook e1, rook e8. So this position. So it looks like totally normal position just after opening. And okay, so it's question how spectator can assess this position. So white is better or equal, or there are something concrete in this position. White is okay. White is slightly better. So white play many moves like bishop f4, bishop g5, h3. Okay, but okay, I agree more or less with such assessment. But if imagine that white play h3, totally natural move, and for example, black cannot allow, black doesn't want allow bishop f8, bishop g5, and decide to play h6. What do you think about this position? Is it same assessment or not? Or different? Also white is slightly better, or there are some difference? Somebody has ideas about it or not?
The white knight square bishop has a good square on e3, but the black light square bishop doesn't have a very good square.
Okay, okay, but firstly I told that it's some kind of composition. So there are positional points, of course, but probably there are something special, tactical in this position.
It depends if you can take on f7, king takes f7 and knight e6.
Yes, yes, it's very important. So, what can I say now? So, in this position, okay, your assessment is correct. So, white is just slightly better. If white wants, white can force draw immediately. But with h3, h6, assessment is completely different. White is winning by force here. Now I will explain what is different. So, after h3, a6, white has very clear way to win. Bishop f7 check, king f7, knight e6, not queen c4 because d5. So knight e6, king e6, queen c4 check. So d5 is forced because king e5, f4 mate, it's easy. So d5, e takes d5, king f7 only move, king d6, rook e6 mate, king f5, queen d3 mate, so king f7, d6 check, king f8 or g6, d takes c7, and white wins the queen and totally winning. But this is with h3, h6. Without h3, h6, it's very big and important difference, because if here white realize same motif, bishop f7, king f7, knight e6, king e6, queen c4, d5, so till this moment the same. Okay, here it's one important moment. White can also take with knight, with very strong attack, but black has two pieces up. According to computer, only move for black, bishop c5. After knight takes d5, bishop c5 is the best and only move, and assessment of computer about equal. Okay, but variation is extremely complicated. Okay, but what is wrong with our plan? So e takes d5, king f7, okay, king f5, queen d3, it's losing, so d6. So if king f8, d takes c7, white wins, but now king g6 suddenly. Of course, white has draw, queen d3 check, king f7, queen c4, but if d takes c6, black has, d takes c7, black has queen takes c7. Queen takes c7 and bishop d6. This is big difference. With pawn on h3, white can simply take on d6 and go to h2. But now, only what white can do it, take rook, black of course take queen and go with rook somewhere to rook e1 or rook a2. Okay, and this position is complicated. Endgame, in my opinion, its position is about equal, because black has many pieces. Black has planned b5, bishop b7. Okay, of course, without bishop c1 and bishop c7, white is much better here. But in this position, okay, it's about equal, and according to computer also it's about equal. So this is what I wanted to see. It's my composition from the opening. So difference between h3 and h6 and without. And okay, so this was about composition. I can finish to speak today about composition. Okay, so I am living in Lviv, in West Ukraine, and I have a chess school for children. And sometimes I'm organizing competition for solving composition. So usually I'm giving, okay, last time it was 11 position mate in 2, 11 position mate in 3, and 11 position mate in 4. And okay, so of course I choose myself position. Okay, I wanted position must be interesting, but what to do? Okay, how to organize it? And I decide. Okay, so not depends mate in 2, mate in 3, or mate in 4. I will put the rules. So just please tell me first correct move. It will be enough, even if mate in 4. So first move is correct. So okay, for mate in 2 you have 1 point, each correct solve it. Mate in 3 2 points, mate in 4 3 points. So just please put correct first move and nothing else. So this is my rules. Okay, this is competition for children. So this is my choice. Okay, and now Okay, this is composition, but of course, mainly I am practical player, and for most of spectators are practical player too. And for today, I choose one game which I want to show you with my annotation. So, from initial position, please. So, or maybe, okay, I will show the game, then I will show you another interesting moment from game Kasparov Short, Linares, 1990. But okay, we'll start with game. So I was black in Turkish Liga 2016. My opponent was Russian Grandmaster Boris Savchenko, very creative player. Okay, I was black, he played e4. Okay, I know he's very aggressive player. Okay, so I decide before the game, I decide to play it as solid as possible. So e5 was my choice, knight f3, knight c6. Okay, usually he preferred to play Scotch, but okay, against me he decided to play Spanish. Bishop b5, okay, a6, bishop a4, knight f6, castle, bishop e7. He played d3. Of course, another option is rook e1, but okay, he played d3, I played d6, he played c3. Okay, I play castle. Okay, nothing special. Okay, usually white player here not thinking during the long time, so usually white plays here rook e1 or h3 or knight bd2, something like this. Okay, approximately. All of these moves are natural and of course possible, but suddenly my opponent start to think very long time in this position, at least more than 20 minutes. I was really surprised at what he is thinking about. It's nothing concrete yet. Okay, so after such a deep thinking, he chose a little bit strange move for me, bishop c2. Okay, bishop c2. Okay, it's also possible. Okay, probably he wants to play d4. Next move, or if I play rook e8 or h6. Okay, it's not so clear that it's so strong, because black has some contraplay. For example, even h6, d4, bishop g4, d5, knight b8. So it's not so clear. Okay, so black has white choice. So many moves are possible here, of course. Okay, but I decide if it's allowed already. So I played d5. Because before was not possible, when bishop was on a4, was possible bishop takes c6 and knight takes c5, but now it's possible. Okay, I decide it must be not a bad move at all. So he played knight bd2. Natural move. Okay, I played rook e8 now, also natural. Okay, sometimes in this kind of position, it's important to check opportunity d3, d4 from white side. And for example, for this goal, rook e8 is quite important move, because now d4 it's not strong. Because I am just taking e takes d4, and after e5, this is idea. If knight goes somewhere from f6, he takes d4 with advantage in the center, but now d3 black has. And after bishop d3, knight g4, white pawn on e5 is weak, and after e takes f6, d takes c2, f takes e7, c takes d1. Okay, so black is just winning. So this motif doesn't work. So rook e8. I avoid in some variation e7 takes f8 with check. So he plays here a4. Okay, so I understand some activity on queen's side. Of course, I could consider move like a5 or b6 even. If b6, that's also important that d4 doesn't work because same reason. C takes d4, e5, d3. So no difference because sometimes after d4 there is motif bishop g4, but a little bit not in this position because, for example, h3, bishop h5, e takes d5, knight d5. Now diagonal is weak and black has a very strong move bishop e4 with idea e takes d4, queen b3. So. But okay, e takes d4, e5, d3 is correct and very good for black. So b6 was completely possible. Okay, black has normal position. White need to play something natural like rook e1, for example, and probably e takes d5 and knight e4 also possible plan. So b6 was possible, a5 was possible, but okay, I decide to play bishop f8, also totally normal move. He played a5. Okay, surely white has no special threat. Okay, bishop a4, it's not big threat because black has bishop d7. So, okay, normal move in this position was h6, for example, to prepare bishop e6. If bishop a4, bishop d7. Okay, so normal move. But, okay, I decided that my opponent play a little bit passive, so I will try to have initiative. So I decide to play b5, he takes, I take. So, okay, my plan is simple, to put bishop on b7, queen on d7 or c7, rook a d8, and have all the pieces in good position. But, okay, in the game it wasn't so simple for me. White took on d5. Okay, maybe more flexible was rook e1 because d5, d4 from black side hardly considered like positional threat for white. But, okay, but anyway, after rook e1, b5 is the best move for black. It's very important that d4 now doesn't work because e takes d5, e5, d takes c3. After e takes f6, rook takes e1, and c takes d4. So black has material advantage. So if you are playing such type of position and pawns e5, d5, you need always follow d3, d4. Sometimes it's really unpleasant. For example, like in game Dominguez-Kamsky. Okay, so I tried to be more or less accurate with this, but anyway was not so easy. So he took my pawn, I took with knight, with queen not so natural. So he played rook e1. Okay, and now I played bishop b7. Okay, it looks like suit for my plan, but in fact it's a serious inaccuracy. So in Spanish, quite often bishop on c8 is better than bishop on b7 for black if white has pawn on d3. So, and even sometimes in anti-martial, black has bishop on b7, and they plan bishop b7 c8, or if white bishop on b3 or on a2, and then bishop e6 to exchange dangerous bishops. So here was no reason to play bishop b7. So much more precise was b5 immediately, and then decide where to put bishop. Probably on f5, probably on g4, probably on b7. Okay, it depends of white moves, of course. So, but I played bishop b7. So what I expected? Okay, so what I was thinking about? I was thinking this, I am totally okay. Knight c4, it's not threat because queen c7 and rook a8. So I expected he will play something like knight e4, and I will play queen d7, and then rook a8 probably, and normal position. But he played move which, after long think again, so he played bishop b3. The first time it looked me strange. Okay, what is this? Knight f4. Okay, but okay, it's maybe not so simple. So I started to calculate, and quite quickly understood that knight f4 it's not a good move because knight e4 is strong, and white has positional threat to take my knight, and also I cannot take d3 pawn, because if I take with knight fg5 and then queen h5, it's winning for white. If I play queen takes d3, bishop f4, queen takes d1, rook takes d1, e takes f4, also it looks very unpleasant. White has many possibilities, even knight eg5. So knight f4 doesn't work. So what to do? Okay, my first idea was to play b5, but suddenly I have seen that he has threat, and his threat is d4 now. And if I will play b5, he will play d4, and suddenly I'm in real danger, because he has some tactical threats, and not easy to find a way to block them. Okay, now I understand that I'm already in big trouble in this position. What to do? So I played rook e7. Okay, this move looks ugly a little bit. Of course, it's not natural, but I didn't see another good way for black, because d4 is very serious threat. Okay, maybe reasonable if queen d7, knight c4 is extremely unpleasant. If queen c7, knight e3 idea. Knight takes e3, bishop takes e3, and then knight g5. So it's not easy for me. Okay, so reasonable choice was h6 here, and after d4, knight a5. So, and after d takes e5, knight takes b3, knight takes b3. Okay, I'm pawn down, but I have some compensation. Okay, queen c7 is possible. Maybe even knight c7 is possible with idea to put knight on e6. Okay, I have some compensation, but okay, objectively, black is fighting for draw here. Okay, anyway, my position is worse after bishop b3, but okay, I decide to play rook e7, although I didn't like my position, and I have seen many good moves from white. Okay, he played knight c4. Of course, there are some alternatives, but okay, knight c4, it's natural move and good. So he's attacking the pawn. Of course, f6 I cannot play because knight takes b6. Positionally f6 is good, but tactically doesn't work. So queen c7. And now, very natural from white was which I expected. It was bishop g5. So f6 doesn't work because knight takes b6. So rook must go back to e8. And knight e3, quite strong move. So black has no choice, need to take. Bishop e3. Now knight g5, unpleasant threat. If h6, okay, now, for example, knight d2 is good move. This idea, queen g4 or knight c4 after rook d8. So unpleasant position for me. Okay, maybe it's possible to defend, but okay. After rook e7, he played knight c4, queen c7, but now he played knight e3 immediately. So more or less with same idea, but it's can be considered like inaccuracy because now I have no obligation to take on e3. So and I used my opportunity to avoid exchange of knight and played knight f6. With bishop on g5, I could not allow this pleasure for myself. Okay, of course, white has quite good position here too, and he played knight g5. Okay, not sure that this is best move for white at all. Okay, white has choice. For example, very normal way was knight f5, rook d7, bishop g5, knight d5, and now, okay, d4, for example. After e takes d4, white has choice. It's possible to take with sum of knight. Also possible c takes d4 with idea rook c1. For example, rook c8, rook c1, queen b8. Okay, white is more active here, but okay, black can try to defend. So objectively, in this moment, I'm in trouble. But fortunately for me, before my opponent had a lot of thinking, and I had a big time advantage here. So it was good for me. So and now he started to. So bishop g5, it's normal move. But he didn't play. Bishop g5 was strong. He played knight e3. So knight e3 is also normal, but knight f5 was strong. Knight d5 not so strong because after knight takes and rook d8, white need to lost tempi for defend bishop, and black has good piece coordination. But okay, he played knight g5. Looks logical. Okay, white has strong threat knight e4, but okay, I have time. So I played rook d8. So natural and good move. I'm just not allowed to play knight e4. So he played queen e2. He wants knight e4 again, but okay, I played knight a5. So I am fighting. So not so easy for white. And now it's hard choice. So bishop a2 or bishop c2. So bishop c2, it's logical because white has a square e4 for his knight. But of course, bishop on a2, much more active for some tactical reason, for some threat to f7. So again, he thought a lot in this position and played bishop a2, more aggressive move. Okay, my move is very natural, h6. So, of course, knight f3, it's very passive, and black has excellent play because white just lost many tempi. Okay, knight e4, it's possible, but compensation for the pawn is not enough. I am just taking twice, and white cannot take back to a6 because bishop d3, only move will be c4, and it's obvious that position of white is ugly here. And if queen g4, it's important I have queen c6. I cannot go with bishop, because if bishop b7, knight f5, or bishop h7, knight d5, but queen c6 exists, this move, and white cannot create anything special. And for example, if knight f5, I take, and white hardly has enough compensation for pawn, because rook takes e5 not threat because of mate, so I have time for b5 to prepare knight c4, because after bishop b1, g6, and knight c4 is coming. So, okay, white has chances for draw, of course, but objectively black is better in this position. Okay, but he chose very sharp line, b4. After h6. Okay, my pieces looks better than his, so during the game, okay, I understood that position is tactical, but I was almost sure that it must be better for me, because of better coordination of pieces. But according to computer, surprisingly, position is about equal. But okay, it's computer have different vision. Okay, so I took knight. Of course, not knight c6, because knight e4, so he took my knight. Okay, now also not so obvious choice. So by intuition, I decide that weak pawn on e5 not so important, like control c4 square, so I decide to play b5. Also, b takes e5 also was reasonable choice. So I played b5. And he played knight f5, rook d7, bishop g5. So he wins the pawn, but okay. I played queen c6. Unfortunately, I cannot realize same idea with different move order. I mean, rook takes d3, if bishop f6, queen c6, because white has knight h6. And I cannot take queen g4, if king h7, queen g4 again, and white's threats, it's more strong than black's one. But okay, I played natural move queen c6, and I was very happy with my position. So I have threat of mate, so queen f1 very passive, f3 on f4, okay, diagonal g1, a7 will be weak, so all my pieces looks excellent, so I was sure I am better here. Strangely enough, according to computer, position is equal, but proposition of computer here, it's not like human. Knight h4, and after rook takes d3, knight f3. This is proposition of computer with assessment position about equal. But okay, it's not human chess. So he played f3. Okay, I took pawn. So queen takes e5, and looks like white has many weaknesses, and probably black maybe has some winning way, because f3 is weak, diagonal weak, pawns weak, pieces not so well coordinated. Okay, I'm I had much more time than my opponent in this position. So here already is very strong time trouble. So all perspectives for win the game, but not so clear. So of course, very tempting to calculate idea with rook takes f3, g takes f3, queen takes f3 with some mating threats. Okay, it's one opportunity. Okay, what else? Okay, white also has some threats. Okay, knight h6 can be threat, or bishop f6, or knight e7 check in some variation. So it's not so easy. Of course, I considered nice trick, rook d5. It's not so difficult. Oh, cool to see. Bishop takes d5, rook takes d5. So, okay, I have seen this during the game. Okay, if white moving with queen, queen c5 check and take pieces, and it must be winning for me. Okay, according to computer, it was really best choice for me. But it's not so. It was quite difficult to estimate this during the game. Of course, white forced to play bishop f6, rook takes e5, bishop takes e5. Okay, so materially white has even some advantage, but okay, rook on a1 not in play yet, and pieces a little bit hanging. So queen c5, I have seen this. So white has no choice because king h1 f6 losing pieces. So just a moment. What I mean here? I need to remember variation. Just just a moment. So bishop f6 surely was only move. How it was this variation? So queen c5. So knight d4. Yes, knight d4 correct move. Yes. So king h1 f6 is losing. So knight d4 correct move. I have seen this during the game, and queen takes c3, and knight e6. And I thought it must be okay for white, but according to computer, black is better. Bishop c5, important check here, because king h1 not possible. Queen takes f3. Such tactic. So knight takes c5, queen takes c5, king h5, 1. It's forced, and now it's very important that black has time to push pawn till b3. So b4, and for example rook e2, b3, and then put bishop d5, and black has winning chances here. Although white has quite good chances to create something like fortress. So. But okay, surely that black is better and white is fighting for draw. But okay, it was opportunity, so it wasn't easy. So okay, I had time, so I had all, and I started to calculate. No, sorry. So queen c6. So of course, rook takes f3. I started to calculate, and I was happy with result and took on f3. So what was my calculation? Okay. My calculation was rook takes f3. Okay, obviously he need to take. Queen takes f3. So queen g2 mate is threat. So okay, what So there is knight h4 or queen g3. Okay, queen g3, queen takes f5. Okay, I have pawn against exchange. White king is weak, so okay, I have assessment. So black is at least better. So knight h4 I consider it, and I find. Which it seemed me during the game very beautiful way to win. So queen h1 check, king f2, bishop c5 check, queen takes c5, queen h2. He cannot go to e3 because queen d2 mate. So king f1. Of course, black has already perpetual check, but okay, I wanted to win, and it seemed me that I had to find something. So queen h3 check, I was happy. King e2, it's not possible because queen d3 check and knight g4. King f2, knight g4. So king g1 only move and knight g4. Okay, so mate from h1. Okay, so bishop f7 only way for white. I cannot take because too many checks, but king h8, and it seems that I'm winning here. Okay, knight g6 check, king h7, knight f8, rook takes f8. Okay, white is losing. So it was my conclusion. I am winning, and I was very happy to. Yes, queen f8, that's correct, but we will come back to it. Yes, queen f8, I miss it. So I took on f3, and end of game was extremely emotion for both. So he took my rook, queen takes f3, and he took on f7. It was shock for me. I was sure, okay, I'm losing now. So, how I could not consider this move? Check, we stake it. It was shock for me. Okay, king f7, queen e6 check, king g6, knight h4. Oh, what is? Okay, king h7, bishop g6. Okay, king h8, he has queen g3, and okay, without bishop f7, I planned queen takes f5, but now, okay, I'm losing. Okay, but what to do? Okay. I played king h8. What can I do? Okay, so I'm losing already. But here is very short time. Okay, during the game I was sure, okay, he will play now queen g3 and I'm losing. But suddenly he is thinking, and in last few seconds he played knight h4. What is this? Okay, but in fact, probably hard to believe for me that he didn't see queen g3, because queen g3 is very natural defensive resource. Probably after bishop f7, he was sure that he is winning here. And probably he was unlucky to find that after queen g3, I can make draw. After queen h1 check, king f2, knight g4, it's only way for draw. Now white need to take, because king e2, queen e4, white is losing. So, and queen take h2, white cannot go to e3 because queen d2 mate, so king f1, queen h1, and perpetual check, which white cannot avoid. King f2, queen h2. Probably in last few seconds he have seen this, and but he wanted to win, and he played knight. I don't know. I was in big shock, so I'm not sure if I would find drawish way after queen g3. Okay, I had enough time. Probably I would be able to find this. It's objectively not so difficult. But he played knight h4, and now, okay, I see. So now I can realize my idea. So I start to check and play bishop c5. And it was real shock for him already. I played bishop c5, he's 20 seconds on the clock, his hands are shaking now, and okay, probably he calculate this line, didn't see queen c8, queen f8 resource. Okay, so it was draw. Queen c5 was correct move, and in this variation, white has draw. Black has nothing more. Okay, I have perpetual check. If I try knight g4, he has queen f8 or even rook e8 firstly and then queen f8. Such way for draw. But okay, if you have 20 seconds on the board to calculate this in a head, it's almost impossible. So with shaking hands after bishop c5, he played bishop e3, but queen h1 now, rook d2 now, king g3, queen takes h2 mate, so bishop on f7, sorry. So bishop f7 was king h8, so it was this position. So he played knight h4 here. So bishop c5, it was shock. Queen takes c5 was draw. So, but he played bishop e3 in very strong time trouble, and this is losing because rook d2, rook e4, knight e4. And now he resigned because after queen takes e4, rook takes e2, king takes e2, queen takes e4. I am winning because my bishop controlled f8 square. So this was very tensionable game. And so this game which I wanted to show you today, and at the end I want to tell you about one story. It was Linares 1990. Okay, I played there, but okay, I analyzed it during the tournament games from another players, especially games of Garry Kasparov, of course. And one of very interesting game was Kasparov with white against short. But I need to put position. Yep. Please empty. I remember position. So it was pawn, 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 it was interesting story. Tick, 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 tick. Knight on e3, sorry, it's rook on f1, knight on e3, bishop c1, queen on d1, knight on f3, black knight on e7, queen on d7, king c8, king on g2.
White or black?
I will must see again this position to check if everything is correct. Yes, I think everything is correct. So here white to move. Kasparov playing with white. Yes, and last move of black was f7, f6. Short played f6. Okay, what I understood. Okay, it looks like both kings are not so safe, so black wants to play knight g4. With pawn on f7, knight g4 was not so good because knight takes g4, queen takes g4, knight g5. Queen takes d1, rook takes d1, and not so easy to defend pawn f7. So if rook h f8, rook f3. So f6 quite logical. Okay, maybe not only move, but quite logical. So black prepared knight f7 or knight g4, depends. So okay, I don't know how to assess this position. It's quite complicated position. Okay, how to play, also big question, big choice for white. Okay, rook d3, it's positional move to create some pressure to d6. Also possible plot b4 and then b5 probably. Okay, black has contraplay with knight g4. So, okay, maybe if avoid knight g4, knight d4 can be considered. So, okay, very rich position, big choice, but Kasparov played in very original way, but in his style. He played c5 here. He gave pawn. Okay, I will put in the board, so it will be better. So. Totally.
Yeah.
So c5, okay. C5 was not only move, but Kasparov played this.
Make sure that you like stand on that now.
Okay.
Side or
Yeah, yeah.
Just like next to the board.
Yes,
So
okay.
everybody can see it.
So, and queen b3. Was idea of pawn sacrifice. And when you are analyzing game, it's very important try to find what is critical moment. When I analyzed this game, okay, this position seemed to me something like critical. So white gave pawn, okay, create threat rook d1, okay, somewhere knight c4, knight takes b6. Okay, so it's sure that initiative in this position, it's very important. And short played here king b8. Okay, by intuition I didn't like this move, although computer telling that this is good move, and according to computer black is even slightly better after king b8, but okay, it's very complicated. Okay, I'm not computer, and in this time computer was not so popular like now, and I wanted to understand this position with my own head. And okay, so what is main threat? Rook d1. Okay, understand. So, okay, black has some possibilities on h line. So it was obvious what is the most natural move for black now. What do you think? Yes, knight g4. Obviously, the most natural move, because rook d1 now it's not possible, take and take. So I want to change knight. Okay, knight c4, I have knight h2, knight h2, queen h3. If queen f3, even intermediate check, queen h5 queen h5, knight g4, f5, and it looks like black's attack is stronger than white one. Okay, so at least looks promising. But okay, maybe there is some problem. So they are strong grandmaster, probably they could see something. And of course, okay, this square is weak. So I started to think, okay, maybe white can utilize it somehow. Okay, takes, and queen f7. And question what to do now. Double attack. Okay, it was also a question for myself, but I found the solution. Can you found what is the best for black now?
Rook HG8.
Sorry?
Rook HG8.
Rook hg8? Maybe. Strangely enough, I didn't even consider this move, but maybe possible. Maybe possible too, but
Take an h3 maybe.
Queen takes f3.
yes, but maybe something like e5, okay, because we can check at least.
White and queen takes 9.
Sorry?
Queen takes 9.
No, queen takes knight, rook d7, and queen is trapped. But e5, if you take, I can take and go to g5. So, okay, rook g8, I didn't consider. Maybe it's possible, but okay, maybe e5 is dangerous. Okay, but black has something else. Can you try to find better way? But you understand correct idea that to trap queen, but it's possible to realize same idea with better way. Can you try? Knight d5? No, knight cannot move.
Queen h3.
Queen h3, king g1. And
Queen H6.
queen?
Chose e4.
What?
There's a bishop on C1.
Oh, okay.
So, what is the best move for black now? Sorry?
e4.
E4? No, queen takes e4 you mean? Okay, rook e3 probably it's out. Or maybe just take bishop. Okay.
Rook d7.
Rook d7 I can just take.
Queen h3 check,
Yes.
then discover with the knight and the queen.
Okay, sorry, what you mean? Takes? What is your idea? I
Queen
can.
h3 check,
Okay, king.
and then move the 9. Then rook h7, then rook d8.
Rook h7, check. Take. Okay, you are very close, but yes, rook h7, yes. In this position, rook h7 works. And white cannot take knight because queen h3 check to protect rook, and then bishop h8. And in very beautiful way, queen is trapped on e7. But it's not all. That important that start with queen h3 not so precise because after rook h7, white has knight h4 opportunity. If queen d7, knight g6. So the most precise way, rook h7, and okay, black has threat queen h3, bishop h8. Anyway, so the best for white here is to play h4. Now queen d7, bishop f4, and queen e8, queen e6, queen d7. Draw. It's the most logical result in this position. Also interesting that just yesterday I checked this position with computer, and computer gave another excellent line. He gave bishop h6. And the best way for black, rook dh8. This is computer, this is not me. Bishop takes g7, rook h2, knight h2, queen e2 check, rook f2, rook takes h2, king takes, and perpetual check. So knight g4 was correct move, and king b8 choice of short also was, according to computer, good. And position is totally playable for black and for white too, but knight g4 it's more or less like forcing way to draw in this position. And okay, so I analyze it. This and next day I am asked short in the restaurant. So you remember position after queen b3? Yes, okay. So why you didn't play knight g4? Okay, he answered, okay, because it's dangerous. After takes, and queen f7, okay, rook h7, okay, he answered. Queen takes c7, okay, check on h3 and bishop h8. He was really surprised. And first was reaction. He asked me, but Kasparov knows about this. Okay, I don't know, I didn't tell him. And he immediately came to Kasparov to explain him this, and then he came back to me that they discussed it with Kasparov, and Kasparov proposed idea that h4, bishop f4 with perpetual. So it was just a story. Okay, thanks for your attention. Well.
So, today we are going to replay one of my games played last year. So, we are going to discuss some interesting items in the game of chess like plan, exchange, domination, and of course a couple of stupid jokes. So, let's start from the very beginning. That is a training mode. The procedure will be as follows. I am asking some questions, waiting for your answers. Okay? That is not a direct encounter, just maybe we will be voting at a certain point and the decisions will be taken by vast majority. So, okay, let's start. We need to reach move 10 first. That is a game was played in Abu Dhabi last year, very important from sport kind of view. E3. So we reach the position, I don't know, what is the name of the opening in English? Probably no name. Maybe Kaido knows? Semislav, yeah? In my times, in the times of Soviet Union, Orthodox, yeah? That was the fashion, yeah? Makogonov. You know this? Is it a correct name?
Yes, similar.
Yeah. But the pawn is on c6 now. That is a different story. So try to guess what is the first line of the computer here? Oh, e4. You're young and ambitious. Okay, and after d4. Yeah, okay, let's. No, I am not going to push it. Let's discuss it because you will see the right move then. So after e4, d4. I think nothing special. Another, yeah, another. Maybe some other opinions. Oh, somebody suggested taking on d5. Am I right? Oh, don't be afraid. Okay, I played cd5. What is the point behind? Okay. Every transformation of a pawn structure is worsening black's position, in my opinion. For example, after ed5, we are reaching some position from Carlsbad structure. So the plan for white here, I think, to play queen c2, then to prepare knight e5, f4, like in old shining days of Pillsbury. Remember that guy here? Then knight e5, f4, rook f3, rook g3, and yeah, no name is checkmated. Yeah. So, okay. After cd5, that is a kind of exchange version of Slav defense. But okay, the knight is stupid on d7. Yeah, the position is very awkward. For example, white can start with queen b3, then a4, rook f c1 with a huge initiative on the king side. So opponent decided to play knight d5. Knight d5. So that was very tempting to play bishop g3 or something like that, but I decided to follow the main line, take on d5. Okay, very boring position, yeah? Later on, that will be much more fun here. Knight f3. So, white is better. Let's compare, I don't know, much better bishop first. Here, the game of chess is a battle of bishops. So, opportunity to start some pressure on the king side, and white will be the first to take control over c-file. So let me have a look. What is the next stop? So knight f3, castle, queen a4. Why to place the queen on a4, by the way? Why not to place it on e2? What is the purpose? Mr. Leonard? Yeah, please.
You want to put queen on a3 to save dark squares because there are no dark square bishops.
One of the ideas is to play. Later on I will place it on a3. And maybe other motivation? Yeah, Mr. Leonard?
Maybe to play bishop b5 to chase away the knight and then to take over e5 square with your knight.
Bishop b5 here, and then get access to e5. Nice. But here, an old guy decided to place on e4. Okay, that is a battle. Queen a4, that is a battle for c file. For example, queen e7. Queen e7, for example. Rook fc1, rook fc8, taken on c8, and now here, bishop c8 is bet, simply bet. Okay, queen c6 or something like that. And after rook c8, I can hit the pawn. And then my plan to return and to convert. Okay, so I need this control over a7. So my opponent play a6. Rook fc1, rook c8, queen a3. Oh, exactly, queen a3. So the main problem for black here is a big number of awkward pieces. The bishop on b7 is dubious, the knight on d7 here is too passive. So what to play? My opponent played rook e8. What is the point behind? Difficult to say. So let's solve. That is a kind of a strategic of a strategic exercise. What can you suggest? What is the first line of? Oh, screen is not working.
It's back, it's back.
Oh, it's back, finally, yeah. So I can control the screen. So the position is the same, here and here, okay. That's important. Now, let's solve. So taken on a6 is not working, rook a8 here, and I'm pinned. So what to do? Now we have absolute silence.
Can you try like b4?
What?
b4. Is it too?
Before, that is quite an idea. Before, okay,
Just
before.
Maybe I can take now on e6.
Queen d6. Yes. Okay, let's start with b4. Okay. How can I perform the move and for you not to see the right move? Okay, let's discuss it, yeah, in blind mode. Okay, after b4, for example, I have queen e7. Sorry?
Disconnect the screen.
Oh, disconnect the screen.
You can move the screen so it's outside of it, and then you just push enter to make a move.
But how?
You just take the screen on the upper side and you move it a little bit. And you don't see the other screen.
You think this way? But anyway, you will see, yeah? In the very, very corner, yeah? So, how to hide the wisdom? Okay. And okay, after b4, for example, queen e7. Taken on a6 is still impossible because of rook a8. So maybe white is simply worse in his position. Queen d6, knight f6. What? Oh, maybe I can go to the endgame, securing some pressure, but I think not more, definitely not more. B3. Nice. That is the third line according to Lila Chess0. And what is the first line? That is nearly the same. So H3, G3, and B3. Three first lines. So, okay, let's start with H3. That is the first line here. So, it's very difficult for black to find a move here. It's better here to set aside the ambitions sometimes in chess when you have a position very close to domination, but no direct threats and no direct plan of winning material or checkmating your opponent. So it's better just to wait. Yeah. look at the position. Here, nearly every move is spoiling the position for black. For example, here. So let me have a textbook, maybe something interesting. No, nothing interesting. So, for example, b5 here is weakening squares. Taking on c1 is not that good. For example, take on c1. Take on c1. For example, or now a6 is hanging, yeah, and after queen a8, I can invade rook c7. So maybe the game is immediately over. So nothing better for black, very strange. By the way, g3 and b3 and even king h1, first lines. So nothing better than knight b8. So what to do next? Right. Rook c7. So black is trying to prepare something like queen e7 to exchange some heavy pieces and then maybe to drive with f6. After the exchange of queens, maybe f6 is quite an idea for black, because with queens on the board, that is weakening very the king's position. So rook c7. So okay, black is very passive, but still, what is the plan? Yeah. Here, during the game, I had the feeling that the attack can penetrate the defense. But how? What can you offer, guys? Queen b4, quite an idea, yeah. Queen b4, one of the options. Just to ask some question about b6. Nice. Maybe that was even stronger. But I wanted here to create two threats. Here I managed to create two threats, one direct one and one hidden. And the hidden threat is much more dangerous than the obvious one. You see, I'm performing like Alfred Hitchcock, yeah? So we need a killing scene in the shower at the very end here.
Something like bishop c2?
Oh, bishop c2, yeah? Oh, you want to set the batteries and queen d3 and yeah, but okay. Maybe that is a direct threat. What else? Okay, yeah, please.
F4 to fortify to fortify the knight, and g4 and g5 to attack.
F4. And okay, F4. And after queen e7, for example, what we do? We need to save queens somehow, yeah? But then black will play rook ec8, and white maybe some direct attack, but I think it's too early to start direct attack. Maybe just to improve the position, like the fashion of Rubinstein. You know, here, give me just a couple of minutes. Some summary of strategic items there. I think three years ago, I followed the discussion on ribka.net. That is a website dedicated to computer chess. And there was big discussion, the longest way to checkmate in Lomonosov's table basis. And there was some position, white has a queen and knight versus rook, bishop, and knight. And distance to checkmate is 523 or 24 moves. So I loaded this big, huge file and looked through first 300 moves. And I didn't understand even a single move. And it's very difficult to get to grips how the position changed, starting from move 1 till move 301. Yeah? So in my opinion, white's position even got worse. So, and there was a discussion how to get to logic in chess. And some guy involved in computer chess said, okay, the task is to eat up as much space as you can. And eating every square takes, for example, 50 moves. So at the very beginning of the position, you are controlling 36 for example, 36 squares. And every 50 moves, you are gaining 1. So in 500 moves, you are gaining 10 more. And okay, so here is the same. Here is the same. You need to eat up the space. Let's eat up the space.
Queen a4 stops queen e7.
Sorry, I'm deaf.
Queen a4 would stop queen.
Okay, but after queen a4, for example, rook e8, e7, did we reach much progress? Okay, guys, let's go ahead here. I played b4. What is this threat? One direct and one hidden. Black played rook e8, e7. Very weak reply. He's only protecting himself only against obvious threat. Rook c7 and rook c1. Yeah, probably. The best reply was knight d7. Let me show you. Knight d7. Take an opportunity. Meanwhile, this diagonal is blocked. Black is trying to exchange as much pieces as he can. So my plan was to take here, play rook c1, queen d6, and queen c3. That is a critical position, very difficult to assess it, especially at the over the board play. So after knight e5, for example, knight e5, I'm taking on e5, queen e7, queen d4. So very strong pressure. After b5, queen b6, an idea. So control over c-file and very bad bishop and very weak pawns. So maybe, okay, in my hands that is nearly draw, but in the hands of Magnus Carlsen, so it's high time to resign. You should have resigned even prior to this position. So, and the second option was rook c8. Okay, another topic for us. The task is to calculate what to do. Of course, white should start with queen c8, but what is next? Let's calculate it together as far as we can.
Bishop c8, rook c8, knight f8, the only move.
Knight f8 is the only move, so what to do next? Okay, we can reach this position.
A3 and rook c6.
A3?
A3 with the idea of rook c6.
Okay, but A3, black is not threatening to take on b4 now, because knight d7 is a threat.
It's not clear what's just take on a6.
Just take on x6, perfect here. g5, trying to unpin. I can warn you, white is not winning directly here. Simply better, much better, but not winning. But we need to set the construction, otherwise black's queen can become very active. Please.
Maybe a4 with idea to get a free pawn.
A4 and a5, yeah? Passing pawn. Okay, but can we perform it a4, for example, king g7?
Or maybe b5 first.
b5, but okay, we are cutting the bishop. With the bishop on a6, maybe b5, I am told, for this stuff. Just to cut my bishop. I don't like. Okay, bishop b5, that is the point. Bishop b5. Strange, yeah? So, no, not bishop b8, or knight c6 is the idea. Right, knight c6, bishop b5. After taking on b4, a6, a4 is very strong, yeah? Then rook c7 and knight d7. And after this move, so that was analyzed with the computer more or less, knight c6. This construction is very solid. So, this guy protecting the knight, so enough mobility for the rook, and the plan is to play a4, a5, a6. But it's not winning position because black can start something on the king side just to organize some threats with perpetual or even with checkmate. But okay, that was better version for black. And he played rook e7. Am I right? Yeah. So, and what is the hidden threat? Rook c7 and rook c1 was obvious. And what is the hidden one?
Bishop c2 maybe?
Oh, bishop c2. Again, we are going to checkmate. And after, for example, after knight d7, somebody pronounced aloud right move as far as I
Queen
heard.
d3 after bishop c2 and then if you play knight f6.
Yeah, that is an idea, but not the strongest one. Here, b5. Here, nice. So the idea after a b5 and taken on b5, bishop b5. Let's consider this position. Kind of a domination. Yeah, knight on e5 and bishop on b5 dominate bishop b7 and knight b8. So they will never come into play. For example, rook c1 is not working anymore. I'm taking on c1, here, and bishop e8. So very nice. And look here at this position. Okay, c1 is under control meanwhile, but okay, hc is quite an idea for the future. Okay, b5. After b5, objectively, maybe black's position is lost, nearly lost. But okay, we have to convert anyhow. a5. So, let's have a look. Let's compare. Comparison according to Mark Dvoretsky. Have you heard about this guy? Yeah? So, let's compare this position and this one, yeah? So, white made big progress, especially with the pawn on b5 is very strong, and c6 now is vulnerable. So, okay, we have move 20 now. Let me have a look at my textbook. So, what to play? We need some clear plan. What do we know from those ancient times, from the games of Rubinstein, Alekhine? One weakness is not enough to win the game. Am I right? This motto was first introduced, I think, by Rubinstein in 1914 in St. Petersburg Super Tournament, I remember. So?
The one he couldn't qualify to the finals in Petersburg.
He
Preliminary rounds, he got eliminated by big.
By whom?
It was Ali who qualified to the first final. Some sensation back then.
Yeah?
He couldn't qualify.
But okay, he's a strong guy anyway, yeah? So. Something on the king side, but what exactly?
Rook c6.
Oh, rook c6? That is too brave, I think. I can take on c6 many times, so we are sacrificing exchange and a pawn. What for? Okay, let's Now it's very difficult. Sorry, give me 30 seconds. I will ask you then here. So it's very difficult to imagine how we can improve our position on the queen side. So let's have a look at the king side, please.
Maybe at the same time f4, g4.
Okay, I started with g4. So the plan is to raise the king, and then to push the pawns, and then to convert. g4. So let's discuss. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, for example, black played g5, and what after take, and rook c7? Let's discuss this position. What do we need? To save one pair of rooks, or to exchange everything? Here, only one version is right. Save. And why save?
Because we need to attack, we need more pieces.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Another?
But white has a better bishop. He could go into an endgame, like pieces endgame.
Okay.
You can save the rook to use it on the g file, and the black rook cannot do anything right now.
C5 is not very important.
No, rook f1, and then push the f pawn.
Rook f1, yeah? Okay, for example, rook f1, queen e7. I can take on rook c8, c1 probably, yeah? But okay, the first line is to take on c7. With every exchange, the importance of these bad pieces is growing. So after take, and for example, simply h4. It's impossible to defend for black. For example, knight d7 is impossible due to queen e7 simply, yeah, check is of no importance, king g2, and then black is checkmated. So this version is not working anyway. For example, simply h5 first, and after knight d7, queen d6. And queen f8 is impossible because of what? Bishop h7, correct. Okay, so it's right, we are more clear advantage, at least after rook takes c7. So, boom, g5. g5, king g2, winning step by step, and f6. Once upon a time, some strong grandmasters, as far as I remember, Lajos Portis, are there any Hungarian guys? Nobody from Hungary? Yeah. He said that in modern chess it's impossible to win here positionally. No matter how bad your opponent plays now, anyway you have to calculate. So, what shall we do here? To place the knight on g6 or to retreat to f3? Time to calculate. Of course, knight g6 is much more ambitious, but okay, after, for example, rook eg7, it can be simply eaten. Yeah. Great outpost, okay, but h4, h5, that is very good. For example, knight g6, rook g7, h4 and h5, yeah, in order to hold it, yeah. But okay, we need to open files. So what's your opinion, guys?
After rook c7, maybe take on c7. You must take with the rook, because with the queen it's not possible, queen f8.
Yeah?
After he takes with the rook, h4, and after take on g5, open the h5.
You followed this game online probably, yeah, last year. Huh? Okay, so let's start here. Knight g6. So let's discuss this strategic item. Why to play rook c7? What is the motivation?
You gain time.
You gain time, yeah. Otherwise, for example, h4, after h4, this move. And queen e8, e8 is a threat. So somehow white will be made to play h5, and then is not what I was looking for. Start the attack. So knight g6, take on c7, h4, rook g7. Good position, I like it, yeah. Oh. What can you suggest? Okay, let's try. That is going to be the last task for this game, I think, but the most difficult one. Let's calculate from here until the very end.
If you take on g5 and play rook h1, amazing threat. You have to recapture it. What?
Okay, let's hear. Take on g5, rook h1, king f7.
Yeah.
Then?
Knight f8. Check.
Knight f8, that does not check.
Oh, you said f7.
F7. We are discussing the line. Take on g5, hg5, rook h1, king f7. Rook h8, rook g8. Any ideas? Rook c1. And what is the point behind?
Just in this position, because the king cannot go to f7 and the rook might help in the attack.
Interesting. Unusual, creative. So I prefer to play rook c1 here. Oh. Here, why not to open up h file, yeah? Okay. Sorry?
If immediate rook c1, maybe queen e8 was possible.
And then queen d6, for example? Okay, here, very difficult for black again, yeah? Setting up some practical problem. Very difficult for black to find a move here. For example, rook c7 is impossible taken, and then check on f8. There's only a move according to computer, rook f7. Rook f7. Black is bad, okay, maybe hopeless, but okay, here the task for black is not to resign immediately. Black played king f7, bad luck. And the game was immediately over after rook c7, yeah. But okay, after rook f7, for example. Let's continue, anyway.
Now rook h1.
Okay, rook h1. And rook h8 here. That is the danger. By the way, here in this position, rook h1 is also a possibility, but you have to play very precisely. You have to this one and rook h6, also very strong. But okay, then you have to play some stuff like f4, messy stuff. Better, yeah, for an old guy to play rook c1 and to wait here until he will be gifted, rewarded. So that is all. That's all for this game. Maybe you have some questions, not about only the game, maybe some general about chess, life, philosophy. No questions?
Yes, I heard you saying that you didn't have a human player database.
Oh, okay, let me show. That is my database. Oh.
No.
Look, that is my database. Look. Only computer games, you see?
No, but the question
Yes, you cannot, that is my personal database here, the analysis. Can you find any? Okay, try the number of games. We have all there, 14,000. Try the number of games. Is it a human or a computer?
No,
You can guess here. I think there are some about 20 games played by human beings, and half of them are mine. So they are of no use.
No, but I mean, the point was that.
No, I don't have a database, to tell the truth. Here, I'm not following. Here.
I'm showing that you know a lot about history of chess and what players.
Yeah.
you get that from books.
I'm open my opening, for example, I open my opening preparation to the book written in 1969. That is their encyclopedia of the opening encyclopedia. That is cooperation of the Soviet Union and the Yugoslavs, 1969. And during their last tournament, the recent tournament in Bucharest, I was preparing by the book written by Mark Taimanov, the Nimzo defense in 1959. That is the best. So, old generation, old technology. Look at modern chess. Only back contractors here and nothing more. No fun and no heart here, you know. Just electrical brain. So that's all for meanwhile?
Do you carry the encyclopedia books with you?
No, not to this tournament. Usually I have from 3 to 4 books. Maybe some old chess informants. I like it.
So what do you know about your opponent from today?
Nothing, to tell the truth. Oh, I know he's from China. Yeah. So we can finish.
Yeah, I'm not your boss. So
Huh?
I'm not the boss. But, yeah.
Oh yeah, good luck to anyone. Thank you.
So I want to do something a little bit unusual. So we will start to speak about chess composition. Okay, I'm not a chess composer. Okay, I know that some of chess players has successes, composition, for example, like Paul Keres, like Jan Heimann, like Puranik, and some else. But okay, I am not chess composer, at least not yet, but okay, I like to solve composition. Okay, frankly speaking, I prefer making problem, like making in 3, making 4, okay, make in 2 general, too simple, okay, there are some interesting positions, but in general too simple, okay, but make in 3 or make in 4, it's something like my preference to solve. But okay, so from what I want to start, this position was quite famous. Started by Henry Kasparyan, the chess composer and also quite good chess grandmaster. So it was started, I tried to solve when I was quite young, okay, I don't remember, probably I was 16 years old this moment, and quite to move and this according to Kasparyan. I was child, I tried to solve this, and okay, thinking, didn't see any idea how to do this, okay, so I decided, okay, what to do, I will open the book and we'll see solution. And the solution by Kasparyan was, I need probably 2 pieces. So, what was solution Kasparyan? Solution of Kasparyan was nice. Bishop a5 check. King e3. It's a very interesting detail. So in solution, no annotation. So king e3, exclamation mark to king e3, and not considering other moves. Okay, so king e3, bishop. And now if rook a6, king b7, rook takes a5, g7, okay, it's at least theoretically winning, but okay, practically black has drawish chances, even without pawn f6, as we know. But okay, so main line is rook e8, king b7, rook e7 check, king c6, rook g7, bishop f7, and now black tries attack the pawn, king e4, bishop d2, queen f5, king e5, rook takes g6. Quite nice. I didn't see this, but okay. I had a very important reason for apologies, because my problem probably was my luck that I didn't, when I solved this position, I didn't even consider first move on king e3, because by intuition, king must go to d3 to avoid check again with bishop from variation. So when I solved this position, after bishop a5 check, I considered only king d3. So, and after king d3, white has no win in this position, because now of Kasparyan is not work. Because why? Because after bishop d5, black has very important trick, which not be used with king on e3. Idea is rook e5, and now there are two bishops on fifth rank, and there are no bishop b6 check. This is important difference. And white cannot win, because if g7, black has rook e8 check. I will demonstrate. Rook e8 check, king b7, rook e7 check, and take pawn, draw. And other moves cannot bring win for white. For example, if bishop f1, king e4, bishop c4, now it's a little, it looks like same to study, but tempo difference which is decisive for result. And in this position, white cannot to play two moves in a row, bishop b2 and king d5, so this is draw. Next move would take g6. And, many years I was in Yerevan and I had opportunity to ask Kasparyan myself, Kasparyan himself about this. Okay, he was already quite old, but okay, friends, and they called him by phone, and I asked him, you remember this position? Yes, okay, I have a question. So in my opinion there are no solution after king d3, and okay, he told me okay, and after approximately 1 hour, he called back, admit his mistake, so he missed a trick, rook e5 after king d3. So all of this he have seen, but rook e5 districts. Okay, so okay, I solved this when I was more or less 16 years old, and I told him, okay, I was 21, so 5 years. When composed many, okay, probably in 1975, okay, it's quite old. Okay, it's easy to check because it's quite famous position, but unfortunately without solution. Also, okay, once I read a quite interesting book about Karl Schlechter, about his life, about his games too, and he was also a chess composer, and okay, I tried to solve some of composition, and okay, I need to put the position, so empty board. So it was position, queen was on g6, no, queen, king firstly, okay, king on f2, queen g6, rook f6, bishop b7, knight c7, pawn d5, press OK. So it was composition by Karl Schlechter, and white to move mate in 2. I tried to solve, doesn't look difficult, and okay, so I find solution by myself. So my solution was rook f4, then I don't know why I decided to check solution, and I was a little bit surprised. So my solution was rook f2. I need to move back. Okay, so rook f4 is my solution. It's totally for mate e2, but I checked solution in the book, and I was surprised because in the book was totally different solution. So the book solution was queen g7. Okay, I didn't consider queen g7. This is also correct, but okay, I consider rook f4, which is enough. I checked again, everything works. For me, it's question. Is it error of Schlechter who didn't see rook f4? Okay, well, probably it's mistake by author of book. Probably he forgot to put some pawn. Okay, for example, I realized that if n pawn on g5, right, black pawn on g5, rook f4 doesn't work because black is taking. So solution of Schlechter will be hello. Maybe after okay, maybe error of Schlechter, I don't know. So if to have ideas that rook f4 need to be on this solution, my proposition is to add black pawns, one on h6 and another one on h4. So queen g7 doesn't work because c5 takes d4 and there are no mate queen g7, queen g5. So rook f4 will be, and also sometimes improvement that after king takes f4, white will not have choice queen f5 or queen g3 mate, so queen f5 will be only mate. Okay. It's my small successes in position. But strangely enough, I have some compositions in opening. Now from initial position, I will try to explain what I mean. So I will put completely natural position on the board. After not so many moves. Okay, e4, e6, d4, knight e6, crossing white, knight c3. Castle. Okay, now. Okay, according to theory, a4 is main move, but okay, queen e2. Okay, maybe not the most popular normal move. Okay, e takes d4. Knight takes d4. For example, a6. Okay, maybe not the best, but it looks like nothing special. Rook e1. This position. So looks like totally normal position just after opening. And okay, so it's question how spectator can assess this position. So white is better, equal. White is slightly better. So white play many moves like bishop f4, bishop g5, h3. But okay, I agree more or less with such assessment. But match that example, black cannot allow, black doesn't want allow bishop f8, bishop g5, and decide to play h6. What do you think about this position? Is it assessment? Or also white is slightly better. There are some differences. Somebody has ideas. Okay, but firstly I told that it's some kind of opposition. So there are positional points, of course, but probably there are something special, tactical in this position. Yes, it's very important. So, what can I say now? So, in this position, okay, your assessment is correct. So, white is just slightly better. If white wants, white can force draw immediately. But with h3, h6, assessment is completely different. White is winning by force. Now I will explain what is different. So, h3, a6, white has very clear way to win. Bishop f7 check, king f7, knight e6, not queen c4 because d5. So knight e6, king e6, queen c4 check. So d5 is forced because king e8, it's easy. So d5, e takes d5. King f7 only move, king d6, rook e6 mate, king f5, queen d3 mate, so king f7, d6 check, king f8 or g6, d takes c7, and white and totally win. But this is with h3, h6. Without h3, h6, it's very big and important difference, because if here white realize same motif, bishop f7, 7, knight e6, king e6, queen c4, d5, so till this moment the same. Okay, here it's one important moment. White can also take with knight, with very strong attack, but black has two pieces up. According to computer, only move for black, bishop c5 after knight takes d5, white it's the best and only move, and assessment of computer about equal. Okay, but variation is extremely complicated. Okay, but what is wrong with our plan? So e takes d5, king f7, okay, king f5, queen d3, it's losing, so d6, so if king f8, d takes c7, white wins, but now king g6 suddenly. Of course, white has draw, queen d3 check, king f7, queen c4, but if d takes c6, black, d takes c7, black is queen takes c7. Queen takes c7 and bishop d6. This is big difference. With pawn on h3, white can simply take on d6 and go to h2. But now, only what white can do is take rook, of course, take queen and go with rook somewhere to rook e1 or rook a2. Okay, and this position is complicated. Endgame, in my opinion, its position is about equal. Because black has many pieces. Black has plan b5, bishop b7. Okay, of course, without bishop c1 and bishop c7, white is much better here. But in this position, okay, it's about equal. And according to computer, also it's about equal. So this what I wanted to see. It's my composition from the opening. So difference between h3 and h6 and result. And okay, so this was about composition. I can finish to speak today about composition. Okay, so I have I am living in Lviv, in West Ukraine. And I have a school for children, and sometimes I'm organizing competition for solving composition. So usually I'm giving. Okay, last time was 11 position mate in 3 and 11 position mate in 4. And okay, so of course I choose myself position. Okay, I wanted the position must be interesting, but what to do? Okay, how to organize it, and I decide. Okay, so not depends mate in 2, mate in 3, or mate in 4. I will put the rules. So just please tell me first correct move. It will be enough, even if mate in 4. First move is correct, so okay, for mate in 2 you have 1 point, each correct solved. Mate in 3, 2 points, mate in 3 points, so nothing else. So this is my rules. Okay, this is competition for children. So this is my choice. Okay, and now, okay, this is composition, but of course, mainly I am practical. Okay, most of spectators are practical players too, and for today I choose one game which I want to show you with my annotation. So from initial position, please. So, or maybe, okay, I will show the game. Okay, then another interesting moment from game Kasparov short, Linares 90. But okay, we'll start this game. So I was black in Turkish Liga 2016. My opponent was Russian Grandmaster Shevchenko, very great player. Yeah, black. Okay, I know he's very aggressive player, so I decided before the game I decided to play a solid response. Okay, usually I prefer to play Scotch, but okay, against me I decided to play Spanish. 5, 6, 4, 7, of course another option. 1, 3, 6. Nothing special. Okay, usually white player here not seen during the time. White plays here rook 1 or h3 or like something like this, approximately. All of these moves are natural and it's possible, but suddenly my opponent started to see very high in this position, and this wasn't 20 minutes. Really surprising what is now. Possibly not yet. Okay, so after such a deep thing, he chose little bit strange. Bishops. Okay, it's also possible. Okay, probably he wants to play d4. Next move, if I play rook e8 or h6. Okay, it's not so clear that it's so strong. Because black someone can play, for example, even h6, d4, bishop g4, d5, knight d8. So it's not so clear. Okay, so black has white choice. So many moves are possible. Okay, but I decide it's allowed already. Before was not possible, where bishop was on a4 was possible, bishop takes c6 and knight takes c5. Now it's possible. I decide it must be not bad at all. Okay, sometimes in this kind of position, it's important to check d3, d4 from one side. And for example, this ball, rook d8, is quite important because now d4 is because I'm just playing and after e5 this idea to try to go somewhere on e6, he takes d4 this advantage in the center. Now d3, so the bishop d3 and g4, while on e5 is weak, and after he takes e6, he takes c2 and plays e7. He takes d1. So black is just so this motif doesn't work. So I avoid somewhere e7 takes f8 is check. So he plays here 8. Okay, so understands some activity on green side. Of course, I can consider a5, b6 even. If b6, that's also important that d4 doesn't work because same reason. C takes d4, e5, d3. So no difference because sometimes after d4 there is motif bishop g4, but a little bit not in this position because, for example, h3, bishop h5, he takes d5, knight d5. Now diagonal is weak and black has very strong move bishop e4. This idea, he takes d4, queen d3. But okay, he takes d4, d5, d3 is correct, very good for black. So b6 was completely possible. Okay, black has normal position, white need to play something natural like rook e1 for example. Probably he takes d5 and knight e4 also possible. So b6 was possible, a5 was possible. Okay, to play bishop f8 also totally normal move. He played a5. Okay, surely white has no special threat. Okay, bishop a4, it's not big threat because black has bishop d7. So, okay, normal move in this position was h6 for example, to prepare bishop d6, bishop a4, bishop d7. Okay, so normal move. But okay, I decided that my opponent play a little bit passive, so I will try to have initiate. So I decide to play b5, takes, I take. So okay, my plan is simple: to put bishop on b7, queen on d7 or c7, rook a8, and have all the pieces in position. But okay, in the game game, it wasn't so simple for me. White took on d5. Okay, maybe more flexible was rook e1 because d5, d4 from black side hardly considered like positional threat for white. But okay, but anyway, after rook e1, d5 is the best move for black. It's very important that d4 now doesn't work because e takes d5, e5, after e takes f6, rook takes e1, and c takes d4. So black has material advantage. So if you are playing type of position, pawns e5, d5, always follow this d4. Sometimes it's really unpleasant. For example, like in game the Nimbus comes. Okay, so I tried to be more or less accurate with this, but anyways, not so easy. So he took my pawn, I took this knight, his queen not so lucky, so he played rook e1. Okay, and now I played bishop b7. Okay, it's like suit for my plan, but in fact it's a serious inaccuracy. So in Spanish, quite often bishop on c8 is better than bishop on b7 for black if white has pawn on. So, and even sometimes in anti-martial black has bishop on b7 and they playing plan bishop b7 c8 or if white bishop on b3 or on a2 and then bishop e6 to exchange dangerous bishops. So here was no reason to play bishop b7. So much more precise was b5 immediately, then decide where to put bishop. Probably on f5, probably on g4, probably on b7. Okay, it depends of white. So, but I played bishop b7. So what I expected? Okay, so what I was thinking about? I was thinking I am totally okay. Knight c4, it's not stress. Queen c7, rook a8. So I expected he will play something like knight e4, and I will play queen d7, rook a8 probably, and normal position. But he played move which, after long scene again, so he played bishop c. I don't know, it looked me strange. What is this number 4? Okay, it's maybe not so simple. So I started to calculate and quite quickly understood that knight f4 it's not a move because knight e4 is, and white has positional threat to take my knight, and also I cannot take this e4 because if I take his knight fg5 and then h5 for white, if I play queen takes d3, bishop f4, queen takes d5, rook takes d1, he takes f4 also. It's very unpleasant, white has many possibilities, even knight eg5. So, knight f4 doesn't work. Okay, my first idea was to play d5, but suddenly I can see that his threat is d4 now. If you play d5, you play d4. Suddenly I am in real danger. Because some tactical threats trouble. So I played rook e7. Okay, this move looks ugly a little bit. Not natural, but I didn't see another good way to play. Before it's very serious. Okay, maybe if queen e7, knight c4 is extremely unpleasant. Queen c7, knight e3, knight e3, bishop takes e3, then knight e5. Okay, reasonable choice was h6 here, and after d4, knight a5. And after d takes e5, knight takes e3, knight takes e3. Okay, I'm pawned down, but I want something. Well, maybe even knight c7 is this idea to put knight on e6. Okay, I have some compensation, but okay, objectively, black is fighting for draw. Okay, anyway, my position is walls after bishop e3. I decided to play rook e7, although I didn't like my position, and I have seen many good moves from mine. Okay, he played knight c4, of course there are some, but okay, knight c4, it's natural move and good, so he is attacking the pawn. Of course, f6 I cannot play because knight takes d6. Position when f6 is good, but not really doesn't work. So, queen c7. Now, very natural. Why? What you wish I expected? Bishop g5. So f6 doesn't work because knight takes d6. So must go back to play. And knight is now knight g5 doesn't stand. h6. Example, knight d6. Maybe it's possible to defend it, but okay. After rook e7, he played knight c4, queen c7, but now he played knight e3. So more or less the same idea, but can be considered like accuracy, because now I have no obligation to take this. I use it by opportunity to avoid the exchange of knight and play knight f6. Bishop on g5, I could not allow this. Okay, of course white is quite good position. Here he played knight g5. Okay, not sure this is best for white at all. Okay, white has choice. For example, very normal line. Rook e7, bishop g5, knight d5. Now after e takes d4, white has choice. It's possible to take with sum of knight. Also possible c takes d4 rooks. Rook c1, for example, rook c8, rook c1, queen b8. Okay, white is more active here, but okay, try to defend. So objectively, in this moment, I'm in trouble. But fortunately for me, before my opponent had a lot of things and big at the time advantage here, so it was good for me. So and now he started to So bishop g5 is normal move. But he didn't play. Bishop g5 was strong. He played knight e3. So knight e3 is also not. Knight f5 was strong. Knight d5 not so strong because after knight takes and rook d8, white need to lost tempi for defend bishop, and black has good piece coordination. But okay, he played knight g5. Looks logical. Okay, white has strong threat knight e4, but okay, I have time. So I played rook d8. So it's natural and good move. Just not allowed for. So he played queen e2. He wants knight e4 again, but okay, I played knight e2. I am fighting. So not so easy for white. And now it's hard choice. So bishop a2 or bishop c2. So bishop c, it's logical because white has a square e4 for his knight, but bishop on a2 much more active for some tactical reason, for some threat to f7. So again, he thought a lot in this position and played bishop a2, more aggressive. Okay, my move is very natural, h6. So, of course, knight f3 is even black has excellent play because white just lost many tempi. Okay, knight e4, it's possible, but compensation for the pawn is not enough. I am just taking twice, and white cannot take a6 because bishop d3 only move will be c4, and it's obvious the position of white is ugly here. And if queen g4, it's important I have queen c6. I cannot go with bishop because if e7 knight f5 or bishop h7 knight d5 but queen c6 exists. White cannot create anything special. And for example, if knight f5, I take, and white hardly has enough compensation for pawn because rook takes I'm not threat because of mate, so I have time for b5 to prepare knight c4 because after bishop b1, g6 and knight c4 is coming. So okay, white has chances for draw, of course, but objectively black is better in this position. Okay, but he chose very sharp e4 after h6. Okay, my pieces looks better than his, so during the game I understood that position is tactical, but I was almost sure that it must be better for me. It was better coordination of pieces. But according to computer, surprisingly, position is about equal. Okay, computer have different vision. Okay, so I took knight. Of course, not knight c6 because knight e4, so he took my knight. Okay, now also by intuition I decide that weak pawn on e5 not so important like control c4 square, so I decide to play b5, also b takes e5 also is resolvable choice. So I played and he played knight f5, rook b7, bishop g5. So he wins the pawn, but okay. I played queen c6. Unfortunately, I cannot realize same idea with different move order. Rook takes d3, bishop f6, course, white has knight h6. And I cannot take queen g4. If king h7, queen g4 again. And white's threats, it's more strong than black's one. But okay, I played natural move queen c6. Very happy with my position. So I have threat of mate, so queen f1 very passive, f3 on f4, okay, diagonal g1, a7 will be, so all my pieces looks excellent, so I was sure, strangely enough, according to computer, position is equal, but from position of computer here, it's not like human. Knight h4, and after rook takes d3, knight f3. Computer is assessed with position about, but okay, it's not human chess. So he played f3. Okay, I took pawn. So queen takes e5. Looks like white has many weaknesses. Probably black has some winning way because f3 is weak, diagonal weak, pawns weak, pieces not so well coordinated. Okay, I had much more time than my opponent in this position. So here don't find trouble. So all perspectives for win the game. But not so. Of course, very tempting to calculate idea is rook takes f3, g takes f3, it's one of them. Okay, what else? Okay, white also has some threats. Knight h6, that is bishop f6, for knight h7 check, it's not so easy. Of course, I consider it nice trick. Okay, according to computer, it was really bad choice. But it's not so. It was quite difficult to estimate this. Of course, white forcing. Bishop takes, rook takes e5, bishop takes. So really, white has even some advantage, but okay, rook on a1 not in play yet, and pieces a little bit yet. So queen c5, I have seen this. So white has no choice because king h6 was a piece. So knight b4, yes.
It's time for the Blitz playoffs. The players are out on the terrace of the hotel with crashing waves behind them, palm trees, the sun going down over the Mediterranean. We got a fine crowd there as well. And
the main organizer, Oscar Steber, here very close to the camera. Now you meet him and you meet his back as well. He's just making sure that all the details are in place. We are about to start the first match between Timur Gareev and Andreas Heimann.
We should explain exactly who's playing for what. Basically, there is going to be a playoff for places 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then after those places are settled, then we'll play off for the second and third places. So actually hasn't been updated actually. Basically that should show Rasmus Svane. We'll see that in a second when it's properly updated. But basically we're going to have blitz playoffs for places 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Once those places are determined, then we'll have a blitz playoff for places 2 and 3. Don't worry, we'll inform you what's going on as we go along. But the first one is Gareev against Heimann for 7th and 8th place.
And the winner of this match will advance to play the semifinals in that sense. So we will have 2 matches coming afterwards. Also means that the loser in this match will be declared 8th in the standings.
Yeah, in fact, this match only determines one place, the 8th position. And I should say that prizes are not being split. So this determines which prize you're going to get, and there is a big difference between these prizes. So we have Timur Gareev on the left there. I'm afraid
is that the arbiter?
It is.
I wish he was informed that we have. Oh, I think he's being informed, and we have a camera there.
And Andreas Heimann from Germany on the right. Now they will play 2 blitz games. Here we have the actual standings.
So 7th place, Timur Gareev. Wait a second, I thought. No, Kartikian Morali. I think something is wrong with our standings. Let's just not show it because Andreas Heimann is the one who is playing the tiebreaks with Timur Gareev, 7th and 8th place.
We should say that they're playing 2 blitz games to determine this place. So obviously they just switch colours halfway, and it's 5 minutes on the clock plus 3 seconds each time they make a move. If it's 1-1 at the end of those 2 tiebreaks, then they will play an Armageddon game with white having 6 minutes, black having 5 minutes, and black having draw odds, usual Armageddon rules. So anyway, first of all, 2 5-minute games, and we'll see what happens after that. Don't worry, folks, we will take you through who's doing what to whom, and we will sort out who's got each place in good time.
Absolutely, I see some of you are just waking up. Yes, the classical round, the final one was in the morning for us in Spain, but to some of you it may have meant middle of the night, especially in the United States. But the game is beginning, so good morning everyone, this is the playoffs.
And we should also say that Anton Korobov from Ukraine was the winner, the clear winner of the tournament. Anyway, let's have a look what's going on, and hopefully our moves will catch up on our graphics screens so we can actually tell you roughly what's going on in this game.
It started out as d4, c4, knight, c3 for white, which will
d5.
likely lead to either Queen's Gambit or the Nimzo Indian.
It's a Queen's Gambit exchange variation. We can see the bishop is already on g5, and this is an unusual line. Heimann has played the bishop after queen c2.
And Danny, I will need your help because my board is not catching up quick enough. So I will need, actually it's worse than, I will need a zoom in on the board.
Okay, so it went bishop g5. C6. Sorry, not h6, it went c6 first. I apologise. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Queen c2.
h6, bishop h4. We're gonna get there soon.
And now g6. And then it raced forward. And I'm not sure what's happened. I can't quite see the board.
Maybe I wonder if we can zoom in with this camera. I'm hoping, because the board is a bit slow today.
I think it went e3, bishop f5, queen b3, queen b6. But I'm really not sure.
We're thinking this is the current position.
And yeah, I'm they've gone on a few more moves than that. Hopefully we'll get an update on the moves fairly soon, or I don't know if we can actually zoom in with that camera.
I think our best chance is the camera, because they're playing too fast for the board to catch up.
Unfortunately, it went away from me in our chat. The moves will probably appear in a big splurge. I can't quite see it from the board.
Well, Danny, what can we commentate on? Lovely view.
Oh, there we
look
are.
at
Oh,
the
excellent.
board. Okay,
We've got an update.
Now I just need to copy it. We better look at the board on the right side.
Okay, yeah, that is the actual position on the right side. Queens exchanged. Goreev has, you could say, a positional advantage on the king side with that nice knight on f4. Ooh, is that winning a pawn? That's a cheeky little bishop move. Bishop c2. Winning the pawn on b3. How do you protect it? Because the rook can't come to a3. It gets cut by the bishop.
Absolutely, the b3 pawn's gonna fall, and I wonder if we could have that board as a big board and get rid of my board, because my board is not updating. So I would suggest that this board no one is looking at, so I'm gonna place it back. That's where it is. I would like everyone to look at the small board, and if our producer could make it a big board, yes, we do it. Yes.
Genius, genius. Bishop c2. There we are. That's very awkward for Goreev. He's just played his bishop out to d3. Now, all is not yet lost, because actually Goreev controls so many nice squares on the king side. This is still just a very unclear position, actually.
Yes, as you mentioned, the king side and the g4 pawn that's been torn apart from the rest of the pawn chain of black.
h5, nice move, just separating the g pawn from the h pawn, and now the h4 square is available for white. Potentially bishop h4 is a nice move. So yes, black is a pawn up, but it is still a very tricky position. And of course, well, look at the clock times. I mean, I don't know whether those are actually the accurate times. I can't believe it.
Yeah, I think especially for the clock, the best chance would be to zoom in with the camera, but I don't know if you can.
Yeah, not sure.
Also king side. So material up for black, but white is really active. This bishop on b3 is misplaced. It will still need to find its way back into the game, but how do you bring it back? Will black play bishop c4?
Yeah, not so simple. Not so. That bishop is a bit stranded. And what I'm looking at now is black's king. I would like to castle queenside, but at the moment the a7 pawn is on prise. Yes, he's making room perhaps to go to f8, because otherwise white will play rook e1 and e4. But I mean, maybe rook e1 anyway, because if king f8, then knight g6 check, we've got some bit of discovered action on the diagonal.
Absolutely, I like your suggestion with rook e1 to try to open the e file, king in the middle of the board. You find something?
Well, yeah, he's played rook e1. I'm slightly concerned about the h pawn as well. So can Heimann just grab that h pawn?
Take on f4, you mean, or?
Can he do it immediately? Takes maybe. I mean, the h pawn. That's
King
tricky.
F8,
Oh, now knight g6, knight g6, knight g6.
Or knight e6, both.
Knight e6, then king e7.
Well, knight
but
g6, you take the pawn next, yes.
Exactly, knight g6. He's done it! He's done it! He's done it! He's back in the game.
And he will take the pawn on g6 next
Oh, yes. And Goreev finds his way back, and that knight g6 just came out of the blue for Heimann. I mean, I just thought, well, he can't go in for this.
And look at the clocks being updated.
Oh, Goreev 2.5 minutes. Heimann 3:25, but that is, look at those bishops.
Equal material, but this pair of bishops, absolutely powerful pair of bishops for white.
But also, Anna, you know, you mentioned that bishop on the queen side,
Yeah.
locked out of play. It's going nowhere. It has no bearing on the position whatsoever.
This is a disaster for Heimann. He missed knight g6.
Wow. I mean, what a turn of events. And Gorev takes a slurp. What's he got? What's he drinking? Is that coffee? Is it? Who knows? I think it might be coffee, actually.
Coffee or tea?
It's been a long day already. You know, the players started play at 9:30 this morning. You know, we're up earlier. It's, you know, there's not much time to relax in between these
Heimann
playoffs.
is eating or chewing a chewing gum. Now that would be illegal in Singapore, I know.
That is big news. That is big news, Anna.
Singapore is
The
great.
chewing gum.
I've just been there.
Does it? Bishop takes pawn. Well, you can take on g4. You can give a check. I mean, both are fine. Just take on g4. No. Gorev pushes on.
e4.
Well, this is a brave move. Was it wise though? That allows the bishop on b3 to cut back. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that was the way to go. Let's see. The position is just getting blown apart. You think he wants to checkmate the king?
I guess so.
He wants to play take back with the knight, play bishop e5, check knight. Wow, very, very sharp way of playing the position. Amazing.
2 minutes left for both players. There's a 3-second increment per move. And remember, it's a mini match, so they are playing 2 games.
Yeah.
One with each color.
There will be another one after this. Now, Heimann now under 2 minutes. Under severe pressure. He tried to play a solid opening, but it's gone horribly wrong. Now, you can play bishop e5, you can push, just push, yeah.
Push.
You can go all the way.
Passed pawn.
No.
Bishop back to c5.
Where did he go to?
I think c5, attacking the a7 pawn. You can't play b6 because of the pin on the a5.
Oh, it's getting worse and worse.
So
for
if
black.
a6, that pawn chain is full of holes.
But also the black's knights on the back rank, they simply haven't got squares to go to. It's
bad, very bad.
Really bad, really bad. Can you push? Yeah, he's gone on. I think he's pushed again. And he's pushed again. And that knight. Yeah, once the knight moves, then we've got. Oh, is he making room for rook e6 afterwards, potentially? Maybe not immediately. The bishop's on
The
priest.
bishop has to move.
Yeah, but wait a second. Where are we putting this knight? I think he's gone to g6. Yeah, and now he's just swiped the pawn on g4, and well, Gorev in control at the moment. But knight f4. Heimann is trying to fight back with this move. He's looking at rook takes bishop as well as the knight coming to d3. Oh, that is a tricky counter blow. Gorev glances at the clock. He's got an hour. An hour? An hour? No, not an hour. A minute and 40 seconds. My goodness.
Switch to blitz mode.
Switch to blitz mode.
The bishop is hanging. The g2 pawn is in trouble. And
knight d3. Has he let some of his advantage go? Knight d3 surely is the move. Knight d3 for black. Why is he thinking? Why is he thinking? Knight d3 on the board, and Heimann suddenly back in the game, because if he can take on c5, then he can attack the e-pawn with rook g7. This is amazing. Gorev moves up to e3, knight takes c5, and the bishop coming back into play via c2. Now, this is very tricky, because how do you get the knight on c3 into the game?
Yeah. Black couldn't push d4 to win material because knight e4 would have been a check and the bishop was hanging on b3, so he moves it away to c2.
I think he's got to play rook e1, double on the e-file, and hit and hope. Double on the e-file. And if d4, then we can give a check, we're okay, but wow. This has turned in a moment, quite extraordinary. And Gorev, now 40 seconds remaining. Only 40 seconds.
What a roller coaster this game is, with a pawn up first for Heimann, then he missed knight g6, then Gariev had a big advantage. He has given it back for missing the g-file attack.
Oh, that's a sneaky little swing with the rook.
I like that one.
Oh, he's going to swoop over to f4, and Black's king is rocking again. This is unbelievable stuff. There he goes.
Okay, and Gariev is back to play for a win.
Oh, he's always playing for a win, but
earlier he may not have had the position.
But knight f6, the knight is on f6 and king f7, and now Black can play the rook to e8. Unbelievable fight back. And h5. Look at Garayev's rooks. They are split. They're not working together. And that tells me a lot about this position. Basically, Heimann is back in the game and he's got a huge time advantage.
But look at the b7 pawn.
I'm looking. It's protected.
Okay. But it also means that Black is not taking on e7 just yet.
But Black's position is so solid. It's so solid. Rook e8 coming. What did he play? Rook e5. Yeah, but now rook e8. Take the e pawn. Oh, I think this is gone for Gariev. He's only got 16 seconds left.
Knight e2, the
Unbelievable.
pawn is captured, then the knight comes into the game. But once again, it's a pawn up for Heimann.
Oh, not just a pawn up, but a super solid pawn structure. And this, he's lost on the board. He's got less time. This should be a simple matter of technique.
In a blitz game, you're kidding? With a knight on the board.
Yeah, it's
some
still,
fork.
of course, anything can still happen. But Gariev is now down to final seconds there. He does get 3 seconds added per move, both players do. But Black in control here. Bishop f7. Now, where's that one going? That looked like a pass move to me. If I can barely speak now. Oh, he wants to play knight e4, I think.
Okay, makes sense. He's not giving up that pawn.
Yeah, he's going to protect the c pawn with b4. Gariev trying to stabilize. Ah, yeah, now he frees the rook. And surely knight e4 should come, or knight...
Oh no! c6!
What is this? And he's got rook b6 check and take on f6.
Yeah, but if b
But why can't he play b6? Oh, then rook f3 wins the piece back.
Wow!
Amazing. So
what a comeback.
Incredible. Gariev fighting for his life here. He's got 11 seconds left. And now Heimann, his time is ticking down.
70 seconds.
Rook takes b2. Heimann is still better, but now it's down to the clock as well.
A rook endgame.
What is happening? How did they hoover off the board? This is extraordinary. And
with
now,
a pawn up for Black.
Oh, Gariev has fought back brilliantly. I think this could be a draw.
Knight c6 is beautiful.
This could be a draw.
I guess so.
Ah, he's going to block with a rook.
He's going for the h pawn now.
Wow. This is amazing, but that a pawn is going to roll. I think the a pawn is going to roll now. Gariev seems to have nothing on the clock. This is unbelievable. He's got 10 seconds now. It bounced up again. But
3 second increment.
Gariev needs to check like crazy. He needs to check.
f4 he played, and after rook f5.
And then go behind the a pawn.
King.
Go behind the a pawn. Extraordinary. And the f pawn is rolling. Gariev is trying to take the initiative here. This is incredible. What on earth is happening? The c pawn can drop. Well, Heimann is still better. He's managed to take one of the last queenside pawn. Now on the clock, 14 seconds. They've been moving quickly, so the 3 seconds increment has come into play. But Gariev now, it looks lost. He can't take the pawn on a5 because of c4 check. And now the king marching over. Oh, this is an extraordinary performance. It's a roller coaster ride.
So if king c4,
king c4,
d3, king takes d2,
oh,
queen.
You could queen. Gariev fighting for his life here, but this is gone. And now He's got nothing on the clock. The a-pawn is rolling. Both players reaching for their queens in case something turns up. And now how do you stop the a-pawn rolling down the board? It's a king and pawn endgame. This is incredible.
Almost.
Yeah, what an extra... Now this is... Gorev resigns. Extraordinary. What? We saw it all. We saw it all there. We saw attacks, blunders, both players going down to the wire. But
what
now,
a game! And this is just the start.
Oh my goodness.
Reminder: we had seen the playoffs from the fourth to the 8th place, and this was just the first game in the first mini match. Garya will now have the black pieces against Heimann in a must-win situation. In case he manages to bounce back, there will be an Armageddon.
I've got to learn to pace myself, because if this is only the very first game, we've got to get through 4, 5. We've got to go 4, 5, 6. Well, anyway, we'll tell you what's happening next, but we're going to see another game between these two.
So a quick break for the two players, just to be able to get some fresh air. Well, fresh air, they are playing outside, but to take a breath, maybe have a drink, and then get back to the board. So they will be with us very shortly with reversed colors, same match.
Quite extraordinary. It looked to me that was a loosener of a blitz game. Do you know what I mean? You know, I suspect if they'd had a few warm-up games, it wouldn't have been as random as that one.
Yeah, it's always tricky. How do you switch your brain from having played 10 rounds of classical chess to then now have to fight in blitz mode?
Gorev was, well, I was going to say completely winning.
It looked like.
Oh no, his position was incredible.
Yeah.
But
something went wrong there with the g5. This knight coming in.
Knight g6 to f4 was surprisingly strong, and then it was all bets were off basically. And Heimann recovered very well, but really his start was absolutely awful. Oh wow!
It was a pawn up, but with the bishop on b3, Garyev always had some.
His compensation was actually pretty
chances,
good.
Yes.
But after he got knight g6 check in and took on d6, then
winning. It must have been a decisive advantage for white.
Yeah. Well, we are just waiting a few moments before we get the return
some of the key
match.
Moments in this game, if I manage to.
Oh yeah, we've got it.
Oh yes.
Perfect.
Now it does.
Yeah, let's have a look.
It was a bit slow, but now it's back.
So let's go to the beginning.
Wait, what's going on there? Okay.
Let's go to the beginning, yeah.
We'll just quickly show some of the critical moments in the game until they start the next one. So black won a pawn by trading on b3 and bishop c2.
But actually it's not that clear, because the bishop is rather offside, and white has gained some squares on the king side.
And then what happened was that king f8 stepped into it. Oh,
yeah, but actually it's quite tricky.
But king f8 cannot be a good move.
Yeah, but with e4 coming, then maybe the king has to go the other way. Maybe king d8 to c7.
Because then I can't give a check here only on e6, and this is not the same story because I'm not getting the pawn back, plus this is hanging. Black can end up having 2 extra pawns. Yeah, this would have been probably better.
Yeah.
So it didn't happen. King g6 was played instead. We believe that's a blunder. King f8, sorry, stepping into knight g6. F takes, now this is check, and then the g6 pawn falls. After this, it has to be a really good advantage for white. I would call it a winning advantage.
Huge.
Equal material, but pair of bishops, and then okay, the h5 pawn dropped, but it still looked so unpleasant for black.
Yeah.
Are we
I think around yeah, but I wonder if it was necessary to push this e-pawn the whole way. If you would just go back, even pushing with e5. No,
you don't want to
if we could put the pawn back on e4.
Okay.
I just wonder here whether playing... I was going to say bishop e5. Maybe e5 is fine. Let's have a look. Anyway, we haven't got that much time to look at this one. Let's see.
Well, later on, this bishop takes g4, knight f4. Black is back in the game,
Yeah.
hanging possible threats as well. And
But the way it went...
It was still crazy though.
Yeah, but now black is
The
fine.
whole game. Yeah, this rook g3, rook h3, rook h4 was a bit too much. Then black won the e7 pawn. The next critical stage is here. King c7. Okay, he's preventing bishop takes a6, but king c7, knight takes c6. White is back in the game if king takes rook b6. Well, actually, is it that bad though?
No, it's
Black
not.
is still a pawn up.
Yeah, yeah. But he just chose another way to go, where black was also better.
B takes. Rook f4. Rook takes b2. Yeah, this is still better. We were celebrating knight takes c6, but actually
Yeah.
may have been the best, but still a bit of a struggle for white.
Yeah, because the c pawn is vulnerable,
And
basically.
they reached this rook endgame with no time on the clock, basically, both of them down to 10 seconds.
Now it's obviously winning for black.
Yeah, after the c pawn drops, yes.
Should we just see the final moves, because
Sure.
I think we did miss those on the live board.
So white could never take the pawn on a5 because c4 then wins the rook. And what we also discussed very briefly was that king c4 is also bad because of d3, king takes d5, d2, and no one can stop the pawn from promotion.
Yeah, but what about king c6?
Oh, I missed that. Okay, who is winning the game?
White is winning, yeah.
Because now threat of mate, if king b8 or king d8, the
Rook
rook comes
d7.
c7.
Okay,
so
but
that was my incorrect.
But in
calculation.
fact, it's possible just to after king c4.
c4.
Well, for example, rook d7.
I like rook d7 because white cannot trade rooks, and if you move the rook away, well, you can.
Yeah, actually, rook
pushing.
a5, rook a5. Yeah,
Rook
rook takes a5. In
but
fact, is
can you? Oh, you're catching the pawn still.
well, rook c5 check. Was that possible?
You want to take the pawn?
I
Think
don't-
you have time for it?
I'm not sure. Oh, okay, rook a1 is better, of course. Rook a1 is better. My phone is going crazy. Hang on.
It's alright, you're popular. So, this did not happen.
For a good reason.
Instead of king to c4.
Yeah, but so king c4 was actually quite
Yeah.
tricky. King c4 would have given white a chance.
Oh, sorry. This position. Then the a pawn won the game, so he gave up the rook for promoting
And
the a
it's
pawn.
over.
But we are starting now the second game. Gariev in a must-win situation with the black pieces.
But if he wins, then we will go to an Armageddon game.
Yeah. Disco lights in the playing hall, and Heimann is saying something about does he want to sit on the same side? He's saying. Oh, no, he thought he would be sitting on that side, but they actually flipped the board. Wait. That's strange.
Okay, folks, this is all very confusing. You can see that when we started, there was more sunshine, and now the sun is going down quite rapidly, actually.
So a quick reminder, what's at stake. These two players are fighting for the 7th place or above. So the player that will lose in this match gets the 8th prize. The winner of this match will move on to the next stage,
Yeah, we'll join
the semi-final.
places 4, 5, and 6, and then we'll play a couple of semi-finals to determine places 4, 5, 6, and 7. It'll be clearer after this one is over.
It wasn't even clear. earlier for Garyev. He was asking us, so what's happening?
Yeah, when we explained it to Gurr, we tried to explain it, but I'm afraid.
I think his girlfriend understood it because she was standing there and she understood what we were saying.
Yeah.
But for Timur, it was like, but so one player just gets to walk away and not play another match?
He was really on another planet. Just play the chess, Timur.
Okay, let's see if the game has started. 1d4.
Now, my impression of Andreas Heimann over the last few games is that he's very solid.
He's solid.
He knows he's a d4 player. He's quite orthodox. So what does Timur do? He's playing a Leningrad Dutch. Good man. And this, of course, guarantees an interesting, dynamic struggle.
You have a very high opinion on the Dutch defense as far as I know, Mr. King.
Well, yes and no. I have some experience with it from both colours. Perfect for a blitz game.
Yeah. Good choice for a blitz game where you need to win with the black pieces.
Definitely. And d5 is a solid move. So if black wants, then it's possible to play e5 there, but Garyev continues to, play in improvisational Leningrad Dutch mode with queen e8 and, possibly later on h6 and g5, letting the queen run out to the king side.
Heimann is taking his time in a blitz game. That's not really recommendable, but then he made a move after a few seconds, placing the knight on d4, and after c5, where is he heading?
Well, is he going to take the plunge? Is he going to play knight e6?
Offering a trade on e6 that will potentially lose the e6 pawn for him, but open the diagonal.
Not his style.
Not his style.
Not what he does. He's not a gambler. One knows this. Instinctively, he's sound, he's orthodox, responsible.
And he likes chewing gum. I don't see many grandmasters doing that. That's why it surprises me. It's not among the most common habits of professional chess players.
Yeah, but honestly, if my opponent... this is a blitz game, maybe it's a kind of different situation, but I can tell you if my opponent kind of chewed throughout the game, I'll be having words. b3.
Maybe it's helping him to be calmer, more focused. There must be a reason why he's doing it. I don't think it's for fresh breath during a game.
Well, for some chess players, all right, I've changed my mind. For some chess players, maybe a good idea.
Well, if you go out for a smoke and then you come back, I would definitely recommend the chewing gum to those smokers who then sit at the board and breathe at you. But I don't think it's the case here. Okay, back to the game. Rook b8.
Okay, so...
What is he up to on the queen side? He can't really push b5.
No, he wants to go e5, e4. b4, he can push... Well,
I mean,
anyway.
black.
Yes.
Is he getting ready for b5?
So queen f7 is prophylaxis against e4. Okay, yeah, he's clamped b5 for the time being. a5.
Knight back to c7 to be able to push a6, yes.
Go on, play a5. It's a good move. Yes, he's done it. So if black plays b... Oh no, he's played b4. Nice.
Okay, yeah, so Danny was saying a5 because that prevents... Well, no, doesn't prevent it, but makes b5 less of a good move. Instead, what happened was b4, c takes b4, and...
Knight takes knight g4. So this, I think Garyev will be pretty happy with what's turned up on the board. It's very unbalanced. Sort of odd piece placement for both sides in a way.
Do you see the moves? Because my board has got stuck in the position after c takes b4.
I think it went knight takes b4 and knight g4.
I'm afraid to move the pieces.
Yeah.
Okay, just a moment. And I'll open it again. Okay, I'm not
Wow.
going to touch it. I think the problem is I started analyzing.
Okay, so after knight g4, knight d3, e5, well, this is really blown open now. And the pawn on c4 is under fire. So Heimann knows that he only needs a draw to go through, but the position has exploded. Really interesting game.
Bishop takes e6. So what's going to happen to this c4 pawn?
I suppose he could push it.
c5 seems to be the only way to go.
Mhm. Yeah, he's done it.
Gareev in a must-win situation. How do you complicate the game the most possible so that you have winning chances after c5?
Well, I think he's done it already, actually. He's managed to complicate.
Is this complex enough though? If he takes on c5 or push it? No, push.
Well, maybe rook d8. Oh, he's taken.
Yes,
Okay.
take it on c5.
Now,
Knight takes or bishop takes?
there's a couple of empty chairs. No, that's the players. I thought we'd
For
lost the players.
semi-finals. Knight takes c5 is on the board.
Okay.
Timur Gareev has to win to fight back in this match.
But I tell you, he's got a tough time because now the knight hits the bishop and the pawn on b7. I like White's pieces here, actually. I think this is tricky. Now, he's played the queen to c1. The queen is safe on the c file. b7 is attacked. The
And
bishop is
hanging.
attacked.
Two pieces are capturing on b7.
Yeah.
So rook d8
If
has been the
it,
choice.
let's say b6, then you can take off the bishop. Oh, he's just ignoring everything,
f4.
powering through on the king side. Well, I think that's a good decision.
I think so too. The f2 square is the most vulnerable spot in White's camp. F takes g3 is a huge threat here.
Well, can he just play queen takes pawn
Queen takes pawn.
and try to head for an endgame?
Possibly that's the
Oh, but
best
then
for White.
queen takes queen e7, or then the f file opens. Oh,
Yeah, and the knight on c5 will be hanging.
and look, his clock time down to just about 2 minutes left for Heimann. So he's down on the clock and suddenly the position has exploded in his face. Wow, he is under serious pressure now. Gareev fighting back in this must-win situation. He's taken with the g-pawn. Wow.
Alright, so g takes f4. Obviously black doesn't want to take on f4 with the queen.
No.
That's not what you are hoping for. What is the best follow-up? Bishop d4 is an option. The knight is hanging on c5 and the
Ooh.
pawn on f2.
Bishop d4, then probably the knight will come to e4. Still tricky. So Gareev needs to find something here. I'm looking at some wacky stuff. Can he play bishop e5? No, that's probably too much. So Heimann seems to have actually come up with a decent defense. I like the way he played it. He played it firmly. There was no hesitating when he actually made the move.
Yeah, it's true. The body language says it all. G
Yeah.
takes f4. Give me a checkmate if you can. I agree that this should be the best response for White. And I wonder if there's anything concrete for black that can keep the initiative going, the attack on the king side.
Very tricky, yeah. Bishop d4, knight e4, trades pieces.
Our producer wants to play g5.
Well, g5, yeah, if the queen swings over, he hasn't done, he's played queen e7. But the queen is going to come to h4, hitting f2, hitting h2.
And the knight is hanging on c5.
Out of the blue, Gareev conjures up some chances. This is very dangerous.
Knight takes e6, knight takes e6.
And queen h4, has Heimann forgotten about that? Threatening f2, threatening h2. This is a massive blow, and the knight will be hanging in the middle. When we take on f2, rook takes knight, and we switch to take on h2.
Absolutely.
Unbelievable.
He played knight d5 to provoke the queen to move.
Oh, he's just completely forgot about this, and Garayev senses he has a huge chance. Heimann glancing at the clock, a slight shake of the head. He needs to be as cool as a cuke. He's taken on g7, but wait a second. Is there anything immediate here?
There has to be. If queen takes f2, king h1, that's where you said rook takes d5, but now the rook on f8
then you
is
take.
hanging. But does it matter? I'm bringing that rook over to h5, and if h3, rook takes h3, and queen h2 mate. So we're looking at this position.
That would be a good day. That would be a very good day. Or is he just going to recapture the bishop? Do you know what? Both moves are good. He's taken on d5. He's gone for it, Anna. He's gone for it. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Rook takes d5. It's your variation.
I took on f2 first. This is perhaps an improved version. So if the rook is taken, queen
then
takes
it's
f2.
mate straight away.
But yeah, it could transpose to the same if bishop takes f8.
Definitely takes
and rook h5.
This is inspirational play from Timur Garayev. Just when he thought he was out for the count, he comes back with a knockout punch. So that's the actual position on the board in the right hand corner. Let's just go back to get our big board there. Heimann now 30 seconds left. 30 seconds left. The pressure of the clock.
But does he even have a defense? At this point, may he not just be the clock?
I think this is mate. I simply don't see a defense here. He can't defend f2 successfully. This is incredible.
He missed queen h4.
Shocker. I think he's going to play bishop e.
He doesn't know what to do.
Bishop
He's running out
e5.
of time. Doesn't know what to do. He plays a move h3. Was that? Doesn't really change the situation much.
Yeah, take some rook h5. It's on the board. It's exactly your line, Anna. Queen f2, king h1, rook h1. Always defended with rook b3.
Yeah, now knight f4, attacking g2.
Oh, knight f4. It's like an avalanche of pieces coming down towards white's king. This is absolutely horrible. But it's still not made. Knight h3.
Yes, and has been played knight takes h3. That can be a crushing move.
Yeah, but queen c4 check. King takes g7. Rook b7 check. Yeah, queen c4. No, he's taken it. Rook b7. Wait a second.
Who is getting mated?
King h6.
Okay, the king is fine on h6, isn't it?
And then queen c1 check.
Okay,
He's
counter
resigned.
check, and it's made on the h file.
Absolutely beautiful. What a comeback from Garayev. Absolutely brilliant. That means it's 1-1. That means we go to an Armageddon game. Don't go away. It is all happening here in Sitges. Heimann, well, he manages to keep a smile on his face. He can't believe it. What a cascade of pieces.
He probably is still thinking, where did it all go wrong? Well, he missed queen h4. I'm pretty sure he's aware of it.
Yeah, incredible.
We're gonna have a drawing of colors, and the player that picks white, the player that chooses the hand that is holding the white piece will get to decide whether he wants to play with the white pieces. Start with 6 minutes versus 5 minutes for black, but white is in a must-win situation. So in case of a draw, the player with the black pieces advances to the next stage. I think Garayev was the one to choose, and he has picked which color. What do you think, Danny?
What would you go for? Would you prefer?
I think I'm so sorry that I would go for black.
You go for black?
Yeah, what about you? He chose the white pieces.
I honestly haven't the foggiest. I've never played an Armageddon game. There you are. I don't know. I haven't had to make that decision.
Yeah, I think, did I have one? Maybe a few. Now I can't recall, but we are focusing on this one. Garayev with the white pieces. 6 minutes for Garayev, 5 minutes for Heimann. But in case of a draw, Heimann moves on to the semi-finals. These are for the 4th to 8th place here in Sitges. And then we're gonna have a playoff for the 2nd place.
The loser of this match will take 8th place. The winner of this match goes forward to determine places 4, 5, 6 and 7.
What are they doing? Changing chairs
Are they
again?
swatching around? Ah.
Why do they like to keep switching sides?
Oh, so it's
Wait.
Heimann has the white pieces.
Okay, so Garev chose the black pieces in the
So
end.
Heimann in a must-win situation.
No, they wanted to change seats and then have to change the pieces to. Oh,
Ladies and gentlemen, I have no idea why they're doing this. It is indeed Garev with the white pieces. Why they couldn't sit where they did,
well, you know,
I don't
chess
know.
players are. So,
Garev claims his coffee back.
okay, but it feels like they just wanted to keep switching. So they started out like this, then they switched, now they're back. And yes, some players are superstitious. I don't know if this is the case here, but
do you know what it is? It's so that the clock should be on the right,
That's true.
black's right hand
no,
side.
you're completely right.
And that way the camera can actually see the clock. So
Very true. So the players are right for switching seats because the clock has to be on the left side for white.
yeah, black's right hand side, basically. Well, at least Andreas Heimann sees the funny side of this. It is so beautiful out there. We've now retreated to our studio, but we were out there just before the game started, and the weather is lovely. It's probably the warmest day actually today. It was 19 degrees. When you're in the sun, it even feels warmer than that.
Yeah, it's getting now a bit colder as the sun is going down, but that will give us a lovely view on the sunset.
Yep.
You're ready for the game. This is the last game between these two. Only one of them can move on to the next stage of the playoffs, and the other player, the loser of this match, will be 8th place.
And there's our arbiter, about to obscure the view again. No, he's doing his best. Not
Still
to.
have a moment, so I'm curious whether the Twitch chat can predict the outcome of this match. What do you guys think? And Heimann is standing up again. Well, then I do have definitely some time to ask our dear chess community, what do you think will happen? Will Garev move on to the next stage, or will it be Heimann? And why are they standing up again? What's going on?
I have no idea.
What is this?
Okay, I'm telling you, Garev's going to win.
Garev's gonna win.
Garev is going to win.
Then I'm gonna predict Heimann with a draw, moving on to the next stage.
I think Garev is going to win. I think he's just that little bit sharper tactically.
And he's got the psychological edge for having won just now with a crushing attack. I think it does matter sometimes that he had to make a comeback that gives you this boost that you have just fought your way back into the match.
It just seems to me that in those first two games, even though Garev lost that first game, actually he spotted a few tactics that Heimann had completely overlooked. First of all, the discovered check with knight g6, or discovered attack. Knight g6 early on in the game, and then this tactic with knight c6. Well, Heimann incredibly managed to survive, but and then in this second game, well, that was just a cascade of attacking moves, and Heimann just didn't have a grip on it at all when the position exploded. So I have a funny feeling Garev is coming into his own now. Heimann, to my eyes, doesn't have the same tactical touch that Garev has actually.
I agree with you on that, but funnily enough, as pointed out in the Twitch chat by Sunny Loyster, it was Black who won both games, and now Black has draw odds. But I don't think the
Sure.
color will matter much.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think it was anything to do with the
It's
colour.
more about the form, and I also
Just
think that Gariev is sharper.
Exactly. Yeah.
So we are waiting for the final game to begin. In the meantime, let us congratulate the players who have achieved Grandmaster norms in this event, including Marcin Krzyzanowski from Poland and Raja Harshit from India. Ronak Sadvani and Jonas Bierre are listed as well, but they are already Grandmasters. It simply needs to be written next to their names.
That's kind of confirmation. In case their rating slips or something, I don't know. No, they've got there.
Yesterday, Dennis said tactics don't matter for GMs. I don't think Dennis said anything like that,
No.
so I'm just gonna say no.
Absolutely not. I didn't say that at all.
I like it a lot when we are quoted for something we haven't said.
Misquoted. I think we're going to take a short break before we see this Armageddon, but do join us very shortly. I can't imagine we'll be away for very long, so we'll be back really soon.
When we were young, the higher places made us strong together. Every day, we told each other to be friends forever. Mistakes and troubles didn't bring us down. Whoa. Friends and lovers just fooling around. Whoa. We got the passion, we got the love. The night is young and we will not fall. You better follow us and spread the word. We got the passion, yeah, we got the love.
Apologies for that slight break in proceedings. Actually, the drama is that there was a little rain shower and they had to put a little awning over the chessboard, or move the chessboard back towards the awning.
I think both. No, or perhaps it's just the
Maybe
awning.
both. But basically, I think that little spot of rain, I don't think it really lasted very long at all. And we're back with the Armageddon.
So Timur Gareev with the white pieces has 1 extra minute, but
Hey, it's King's Gambit.
King's
Fantastic. That's what the crowd wanted to see. Kieseritsky, knight c3. Now, this is a clever continuation. Now, is he going to play g3? I've been analysing this recently. Yeah,
G3?
my latest chess-based DVD,
DVD?
slash digital download.
DVD.
Yeah, the quad system now. D4. Yeah, now g3. G3 is the move.
And he plays it.
Yeah, now you take on f4, and if g4, you play rook g1. This is not a silly system at all.
Oh, it is.
Our producer says it is a silly system. I beg to differ. This is great fun. And actually, after knight c6, you can take on f4. You can also play bishop b5. That's not so stupid.
Quick reminder on the situation. White has 6 minutes, black 5 minutes, but in case of a draw, black advances to the next stage of the playoffs.
Bishop
b5.
on the board. I think it's a sensible move. And then, okay, take on c6, and then you take on f4. You've got to take this. Heimann reacting very quickly. And Gareev, has he used up his time already? No, I don't. The clock times can't be accurate. He did have 6 minutes to start with.
We're gonna get an update on the clock times shortly.
He's in a must-win situation, and Gareev going for it with the King's Gambit. Well, total respect to him. And there we are. Gareev,
He has used a lot of time,
unbelievable. He started off with a minute extra.
and now he's down on time.
That's
That's no cool.
He didn't take on c6. Are you sure the arbiter set the clocks correctly?
Hopefully.
Well, that's mad. And now if b5, the bishop drops to b3. I'm surprised he didn't take on c6, but hey, let's see. Bishop d7 played. Now take on g4. And if g4, you don't have to move the knight, you pin it with rook g1.
Will we see that? Will we see that happening?
Trust me, I'm a King's Gambit player.
Now we know.
I used to play the King's Gambit in my wild youth.
It was named after
It
you.
was named after me, exactly. It was my opening. When I was a teenager, I used to play it a lot. And it was great fun.
Tense moment in the game, and Timur Gareev is spending a bit too much time.
What is he doing? Unbelievable. I can't see what he did.
D5.
D5. Also possible. But then, okay, what's the big idea? He just wants to take on d7 and play the knight in... Yeah, take on d7.
Get the knight into f5 afterwards, or where are you going?
Yeah,
The light squares.
that was... Yeah, maybe that's his idea. Knight d4. Not sure. Certainly Gareev playing the King's Gambit in a very original way. No, he's taken on f4. Wow.
Oh my.
So this way, yeah, g4 can just be met, the knight could be taken in the middle. And if g takes f4, well, you could take on f4. So this one is just exploding already. Fantastic.
G takes f4.
I wonder if he's going to throw in rook g1 just for fun.
I think he will.
You think he will?
That's a useful move.
Rook g1 just to tickle the bishop.
Mm-hmm.
Or will he take on f4? No, took on
Bishop
d7.
takes d7.
Yeah, now let's see. Queen d7, right, he no longer has to worry about any kind of queen h4 checky stuff. And bishop f4. Who is
Okay, so
better
three.
and why?
So trade on f3.
That knight is coming to g6. You know when Heimann feels like he's on solid ground is when he can get his pieces to nice squares, knight g6 and look at e5. When it blows up tactically, who knows what's happening.
So equal material but more space for white.
And both sides have actually castled.
And a reminder that in Armageddon there is no increment.
Yeah, no increment, and if black draws, black goes through.
At this point, black will flag white if nothing's going to happen on the board. 2 minutes, 20 seconds left for Gariev, no more time.
Well, Garev's problem is that black knight is going to sit on e5 very proudly holding that beautiful central square, and Garev's knight on c3, not too clever actually at the moment. So this is a tricky one. Okay, that's why he switched the knight, so it's going to come around via d4 to f5. Still a very tense situation. I feel, well, if he can get the knight to f5, then white may have something. But you've got to watch that queen coming out to a4 as well, hitting things along the way.
Now he came to f4. King v8.
Oh, you see, that's a careful move from Heimann. Queen a4 is actually possible there. Oh no, queen check. That's probably why he's played king b8. Maybe a wise move.
Only a minute and a half left for Gariev.
Very good. He's challenging that strong knight in the middle. A little bit fuzzy, but we get the idea.
Yeah, and we can also see it on the left side, so I think we are good.
But that's a massive time advantage for Heimann.
For someone who started with a minute less, remember, it's an Armageddon. 6 minutes versus 5 minutes, that was the starting time. White has to win.
Rook g6, good move. So he's managed to get rid of one of his double pawns. Who's better and why? That is a big move, hitting h2 and d3. Gariev, I think, is going to have trouble after that, because he's also looking at the rook. That's a very strong move. And white's king is open, Garev's king is open. So he hasn't got time to move in with the queen. Ooh, this is now very tricky for Gariev. Yeah, he's played the pawn to a3 so that his king can run around to some kind of safety on a2, but I think Heimann is definitely better here. He's a pawn up.
Pawn up and the queen comes back to e5. Of course, he would love to get into a rook endgame.
Another crazy rook endgame.
f5, very logical. Activating the rook. Queen to g5 to attack the pawn on g6.
But this looks very good for black now.
After queen g6.
Oh, it's gone. Gariev is gone completely. He's only got
32 seconds.
Yeah, but his position is
gone.
It's not good at all.
He has to win. Like a draw. He could, maybe positionally, he could fight for a draw. But to win this, when you are worse.
It has gone completely, because it's such a safe position. Queen comes back to e5. Yeah, well, if we had
repeat moves.
He is repeating moves, but that's a draw. Of course, black goes through.
It's because he's got 20 seconds and he probably doesn't think there's a way to continue.
Yeah,
so he just repeat, and that's basically like resigning.
There is nothing better.
Yeah. Okay. Heimann is
he accepts a draw, and Andreas Heimann goes through to join those in places 4, 5, and 6, and they will have 2 semi-finals to determine those places. But Gariev is bumped out and lands on the 8th position in the tournament. He finishes in 8th position.
And the sun has disappeared in the meantime. We have been witnessing a beautiful sunset in the final moments of this critical blitz game. I hope that the rain is also gone, not just the sun, which would mean that we could get rid of this, what you told me, awning?
This awning, yeah.
it's covering the view. It was lovely earlier with the palm trees and the sea.
But we can still see the odd crashing wave, which is nice. Well, that was a bit of a disappointment for Timur Gureyev. My prediction that he was going to go through, of course, was wrong.
I won, although we haven't made a bet, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Next up,
I've learned not to bet against you, Anna.
Are you referring to?
I'm referring to
match?
To a certain game. Yeah. Anyway.
It's coming up shortly. We'll have a video with Danny soon. Now, this means that Heimann moves on to the next stage. We're going to have 2 semi-finals for the 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th place. If we could one more time have the pairings up for us as well. Who is playing who?
I think we'll be seeing those games concurrently. So we're going to be commentating on 2 Blitz games simultaneously, which will be good fun.
Yeah, a lot of
fun.
fun.
I'm going to have to write down scores, and otherwise, well, it's going to get even more chaotic.
And the pairing. So we're going to have Heimann facing Abimanyu Puranik, I believe, and Lidi against Tabatabai.
Okay, let me write this down. So Heimann, okay, he might have played an extra match to get here, but he's had a bit of a warm-up.
Yeah,
I think that's...
It may help.
Yeah, I would say so.
I'm making notes as well. This is kind of...
Yeah, I got to write this down. Just bear with us, folks, while we just get this down. Oh, are we going? I think we're going. Anna.
Yes, yeah, I'm aware. Peter, I'm just talking to the team in the meantime.
Now, so we've got Tabatabai with white.
From the 4th to the 7th. So, once again, we will have, in each mini-match, the loser will get the 6th and 7th place. And the winners of the matches will move on to 4th and 5th.
Yes.
And then we have another match.
Yeah. One match at a time.
One match at a time.
I'll tell you what, we know one thing. 8th place is now determined. That's Timur Gureyev. So there is Armin Tabatabai from Iran, 18 years old, playing Li Di from China, and we are off.
Which game would you like to start with? This is Tabatabai versus Li Di.
Well, let's go with that one because let's see some new faces basically. And Li Di playing the trendy A6 variation. This has come back into fashion over recent times. And we get a kind of exchange variation where the pawn on A6 is not necessarily a bad thing. C6. Rubinstein used to play like this a very long time ago.
It feels like such a slow start after the previous games.
Yeah, fool. So we're back to 5 minutes with 3 seconds increment.
There is an increment again.
Yes, calm down.
Tabatabai was waiting for the start of the playoffs with his good friend Parham Maksulu, and Li Di was also accompanied by another player. So it's good to have friends here, trainers, seconds, someone who can help you not only on the chessboard but also with just some giving you good company, nice dinner time, ping pong, table soccer.
Yeah, I mean it's funny, you know, you posted a photo of lots of kids playing chess. Playing table football and also table tennis as well. The Indian kids seem to specialise in table tennis and table football.
Yeah.
They're having a great time here. They're not watching these Blitz matches.
I think not many of the people who have seen my tweets recognised the players, but Pragnananda and Nihal Sarin were among the players.
Well, it actually was quite sweet.
At the table.
Yeah, it's quite sweet. I saw Pragnananda and his sister Vaishali were partnering each other in table tennis, so it's nice to see them actually siblings getting on. Now, it's a pretty orthodox position with Tabatabai against Li Di. No big surprises. I mean, Tabatabai playing the knight out to a4. Now, how about some kind of kingside play? Not so easy for black to generate play on the kingside in this position.
And since it's such a classical position and also very strategic and maneuvering, let's also check on the other semi-finals. Heimann versus Puranik. Seems to be sharper.
Should we stick with this one? I've changed my mind.
You mean we are switching to Heimann Puranik?
Yeah. Because
it's going to be sharper.
This looks more interesting, to be honest. We can always go back to Tabatabai against Li.
Can we have one on each board? So we have one on the small board and the other on the big board, or is that confusing?
It might be
confusing. Okay, sorry. I was just trying to cover everything.
So we have Abhimanyu Puranik there, with playing with the black pieces, and it's a very sharp position. Will black's king suffer here? That is the question. Knight back to f6, I would say. Yep, there it goes. And
where he plays the bishop.
Yeah, I bet he puts it on c2. I've just got a vibe about Heimann. There you go. I know he's very responsible. You see, some of us would have sort of gone, yeah, right, go on, bishop g6. But no, he's Mr. Responsible. e4. Now, is he going to play knight h4? Then queen, knight h4. It's not his thing, really. I can't believe it. I think he'll play knight d2. He's played knight h4. He's played it.
How aggressive! Threatening a forward g6 fork. So, what shall black do about it?
Queen e8, I would say.
After queen e8, black is threatening to trap the knight with g5. I'm just gonna draw. I think that's okay. To draw.
Yeah. He's played it. Queen e8 on the board.
So, what can you do about the knight on h4? You need to push either the g pawn or the f pawn, f4, f3. f3 he has played.
f3 played.
So, if g5, no, queen h5 also makes a lot of sense.
Now, if g3, yeah, is he going to just try and trap the knight with g5?
I think so.
Now, this is a big moment. It's a big moment. Oh, then knight g2.
So, if he wanted to play g5, he had to do it
yes,
move earlier.
Sorry.
Not as a square.
You still could play g5 actually. Or bishop h3 prefers to play with his pieces. And why not? Oh, withdrawing the knight. There you go. He's going backwards. Oh, that was a bit risky. His knight came. Knight came a bit too far forward. No, he's not going to do that. Now, the move I want to play is knight e5. Can you play knight e5? Is it any good? Go on, Abby.
You can do it.
You can do it. Knight e5, then knight f4 takes. Can you get away with it? I'm not sure it's a good move actually. It's close. And he's down on time. What are the actual clock times?
I guess we will need an update on the clock times.
Yeah. This is a huge moment. If he plays knight e5, I'm a bit worried about actually knight f4 could be a bit embarrassing. Tricky stuff. Maybe
clock times. A minute and 22 seconds for Puranik.
He should take.
4 minutes.
Wow, he should take on f3. Oh, he took on G2. Now, what's that?
G2, because then he wants to play.
What's he up to?
What? Queen D5?
Queen D5. Ooh.
This is a bit mysterious.
Very interesting. So, trying to get some kind of light square control in the middle and then rook E8. Very interesting idea. The only thing is costed him about a minute and a half to get there.
But that's the thing, that's what you said. Heimann had to earn his spot in this semi-final, but he's warmed up.
He certainly has. And maybe his very responsible style is actually suited to blitz. So he plays sensibly and pragmatically without looking for, some big knockout punch. And now if he plays the knight back to D2, what worries me about Black's position is that this bishop on B6 is just locked out of the game. I think Heimann's better. Oh, I've spotted something. If Queen F3, is he going to play Knight G4? Knight G4.
Queen takes D5, Knight takes E3.
Knight G4, he's done it! He's done it! He's done it! Wow!
Okay, Bishop F4.
Bishop F4.
Still defense, because if G5... Wait, no, this is...
Oh, it's brilliant! Yes! This is amazing. Now, King H1. You can still play King H1. You can play King H1.
Bishop
oh, no,
E3
he took it.
Giving up the queen.
No, actually, King H1 would have lost material. Well, Puranik has struck.
Beautiful.
Bishop E3 is a mistake. Big mistake. Well, this is very, very fine strategy. He's also got the idea of Knight E5. Again, I want to play this move Knight E5. After... Oh, he's got to watch out for a mate on the back rank. Oh, this is tricky. That's why he's played G5. Good move. Very good move. Gives the king room. He's also threatening G4. And now you can play Knight E5. He's done it. He played Knight E5. And this lets the bishop on B6 back into the game. Very fine play.
Queen D5 and then the pin on the long diagonal.
Well, that is an amazing series of tactics there. The only thing is, has he left himself enough time? He has 44 seconds remaining.
3-second increment per move.
Oh, good move from Heimann. Oh, that's brilliant. And now G4. This is winning.
Oh, okay, it's not an exchange. He's winning.
Again, Heimann has overlooked a tactic, and that's a shocker. Now, move the king over. Move the king.
And so he does. He's going to block the pawn.
Yeah. If Heimann had been able to shut out Black's rook and keep his own rooks, it would have been good. But yeah, rook takes bishop.
Okay, this is over. Queen versus rook.
But the pawn...
The only thing is the time.
Time, 35 seconds. Our producer Peter wants to play H1. 96 threatened, 96 threatened. He's still got to be careful. He's taken on an H2. Our producer wanted to checkmate with H5 a little bit earlier when the king was at the side.
He can take the pawn on F7.
He could do, but then you lose the bishop with Knight E2. He's done it.
Well...
But actually, do you know what? That's a very pragmatic way of playing.
Yeah.
Just to get rid of the dangerous f-pawn. But has he left himself enough time? The queen has broken through. It should be winning because he can just take loads of pawns now. Our live board, oh, we've caught up. Well, he's still, Heimann is fighting.
Still in the game, a knight and a rook, and he's trying to coordinate his knight and rook well enough to...
But the h-pawn should fly down the board. h4, he can play h4, because if rook takes, you can actually win the rook with queen e1 check.
Yeah, that's what he did.
That must be decisive. But is there a counter-attack? Can he somehow get some counter-attack along the 7th rank? The rook has come back, rook f3. But, well, you can push anyway. Rook takes queen g4 check. It must be winning. The pawn is rolling home.
Minutes.
And 39 seconds for Puranik. Has he left enough time? This is extraordinary. Again, we see tactical brilliance from Heimann's opponent. Heimann overlooking tactics, Puranik with really sharp. This seems to be the theme in Andreas Heimann's games.
And yet he's in the semi-finals, so we shall see. I don't think he can escape from this game.
This is gone.
Then there will be a second game with reversed colors.
Yeah. We'll just finish this one off. Of course, we don't know what happened don't know what's happening in the other Blitz game. We'll turn to that after this one is finished. This is almost resignable. Well, it is resignable, I think. It's very difficult even to give up the knight for that pawn.
Yeah, you can't really stop the h-pawn. Puranik has found some really nice tactical motifs in this game. It was all about pins and pins and fork and pin.
Pins and pins.
Pins and pins.
Pins.
Lots of pins. Shall I switch one of the boards to the other game so that we know what is going on there?
Oh,
we do
Heimann's
have a
resigned.
handshake. Then I'm switching. I'm switching.
Great game.
Puranik 1-0 in this match, and we'll have the white pieces
Oh,
against
what's
Heimann.
going on here? Tabatabai, clear extra pawn. This is a theoretical win. Now you march the king over. This is a winning position with the rook behind the pawn and the king in an excellent position. March the king or push the pawns on the king side. You should actually march the king over. This is the best way. King e4. Don't think about it. Li D has 11 seconds left.
Not much.
You've got to march the king.
3-second increment, but 11 seconds is very low.
You've got to play it. King e4. Don't think. Just play the normal moves. That's right. Now, bring the king to d4, bring the king to c4, and then your rook is active. And that's the way to go. It's a win.
g5 doesn't change much.
Doesn't change anything at all. King c4. That's the right. That's good. Now, we need to just state, that's right, the pawn pushes, and now the king will blockade the pawn, and now white's king moves back towards the king side, and you look for an opening.
Very instructive play by Tabatabai.
This is absolutely correct. Correct technique so far. Yep, the king coming up the board. Now, Li D is trying to make it difficult as possible. I think f3 or f3 should be the move, and then there we go, he's played it, and then he'll want to bring his rook round to try and take a pawn. Still not so simple. Maybe he can play rook e2, threatening rook e4 to exchange off rooks, and then well, that's a curious move. It's Zugzwang anyway. So now the rook can move across. Rook b6 to f6 is also very good.
Yeah. Rook b6 is now even stronger than in the previous lines when he could bring the rook in the game. The king made it to f5. This is it. Game over.
Looks like it, yeah. And king f6.
Zugzwang.
Hitting pawns, but we take on g5. Good technique from Tabatabai. He's just going to win this one very easily. He can just shuffle the king and pawn down the board, even though it's trapped, because then the white's rook will run over. Yeah, and resignation. Good game.
There's Max Lu on the right side of the camera, good friend of Tabatabai, supporting Tabatabai here in the playoffs. So Tabatabai wins his game, but it's not over in that match either. We will have the same matchups, reversed colors.
Coming very soon. Don't know how long a break they get actually, Anna.
Just a very, I think a very short one, few minutes. Basically, it's the time we need to reset everything, change colors for the players.
So we have Li D and Andreas Heimann in must-win situations.
Request in the chat is to see the tactics in the other game again.
Yes.
I think that's a very good suggestion. I'm gonna just open the new game so that we are ready. But until the games are not beginning, we're gonna take a look at that very fine win by Abimanyu Puranik. Some of the key moments in this game, well, or a bit earlier than that. bringing the queen to h5, and then he was thinking for so long here, over a minute. He took on g2 and then queen d5. He must have seen this idea when he took on g2.
And he thought for a long time over it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a really interesting strategy because, I mean, my concern was that the bishop on b6 would be locked out of play. As we're about to see, he found an incredible way of bringing back into the game. But I think bishop b3 is a mistake. Can we
Must
just
be.
put that back?
Well, let's just show why it's a
Yes,
mistake.
sorry.
So e takes f3.
Yes.
Queen takes, and knight g4 is extremely strong. If queen takes d5, the queen is hanging, but knight takes e3 wins the queen back and an extra piece. So this cannot be played. Instead, what happened was bishop f4, but knight e3 still.
It's beautiful tactics.
Can we take him with the queen? So it has to be bishop
At
takes, but
first-
then rook takes.
Sorry, just very quickly, Anna. At first I
Yeah.
thought that king h1 was still okay. But actually, queen takes queen, rook takes queen. And now you take the bishop on c2. So black has a piece up. And even after, let's say, rook c1, well, the knight is trapped, but actually g5, yeah, g5
Wins the bishop.
wins. So this is the problem.
Very nice. So great game by Puranik. That was how he ended up winning the queen. This knight e3 check.
And I think bishop e3 was the culprit, actually.
Yeah, we are starting the second game, so we will now head over to the second game in the match between Durarbayli and Lidi. Lidi now with the white pieces in a must-win situation.
If he wins, then they'll go to an Armageddon game, but there's that's his task.
I have clicked on the game, but I'm going to try to click again.
There we
Now
are.
I think now I have it.
So we've got this typical kind of Grunfeldy, Fianchetto-y, something-y d-forces. Super solid from Lee D. He's in a must-win situation. He's played c3, steady as we go. Well, you know, winning a blitz game is not about how you play the opening. It's all about your attitude and whether you spot tactics and whether you find a nice plan and you're able to play quickly. So
Yeah, that's
c3
so
is
true.
super solid, but it actually fine if that's the way he wants to do it.
And he's playing extremely quickly, so he's got a little bit of a time edge there. Shall we have a look at the other opening in case that's somewhat
Yes.
sharper? So Puranik with the white
Oh.
pieces. Heimann needs to win the
Yeah, that's-
Alapin variation.
Yeah, that's interesting. And he's played this idea of bishop c4 and taking on d5. I've played this with white. Gives white a slight advantage.
Yeah,
It's a nice position. Have you played this?
I looked at it. I
Yeah.
didn't get the chance to play it often, but I do like these positions for white, and for a match situation where Puranik only needs a draw. This is just great.
Yeah. Black's problem is that slight weakness on the queen side with the pawn to b6 and the bishop on bishop on c8. Well, of course, it can exchange itself off if it comes to g4, but with this kind of almost symmetrical pawns in the middle, it's very hard for white to be worse here, and you kind of strong point e5 and should be okay. I think black has to go with bishop g4 basically here.
He has gone knight to c6.
Queen b5, wow, that's a cheeky move.
Yeah.
He wants to take a pawn.
Both the knight and the pawn are hanging. How can black deal with this?
Bishop b7. Don't even think about it, yeah.
So in case of queen takes d5, there's knight takes... No, there's no knight takes e5. There's... what's going on after queen takes d5?
Oh no, surely you can't give the bishop that much.
Well,
What, the queen d5, knight a5? He's not going to take it, is he? No, he took on d6.
okay, that's safer. And he doesn't need to take unnecessary risk
But also,
here.
in playing queen b5, it's not about taking the pawn on d5. It's actually about making sure that the black bishop goes to b7,
Yeah,
where it's
true.
locked in. And now white is simply going to play knight c3. And the queen will come back to somewhere sensible. So white has, you know, a slight positional advantage. Yeah, I think Puranik has what he wants here, basically. Unless that knight flies in to do some damage. No, it's okay. We could play Queen A4 is okay. Still absolutely fine.
Yeah, and this position, symmetrical pawn structure, and just a really well placed pieces for white. How can black try to get something, a chance?
Well, maybe just take the two bishops here with knight d3, take on c1, and hope that something turns up there. But it's a comfortable position for white to play.
Very comfortable.
Yeah.
I think Puranik he should be very confident about this situation. He even has more time than Heimann. So I'm going to take a look at the other game where Lidi is in a must-win situation.
And it's like he's playing with the black pieces. You know, he's got this kind of Slavy system with playing with white. But that's obviously his style of chess, and he's playing from a solid basis.
Now Tabatabai won the Night Blitz tournament that was hosted here in Sitges a few days ago. So he has already proved his blitz skills once.
He has form. Yeah, I'd forgotten that. Good point. Rolling up his sleeves. It's a comfortable position for black, isn't it? I mean, black has no real weaknesses in this position. And also, crucially, in blitz, you've got a very easy plan of h4 and attacking on the king side. f3? Did he really play f3?
I think so, yeah.
Ooh. Well, maybe you have to. Because after h4, then... Is he going to play g4? Golly, you might even consider taking that. Well, no, probably not. Queen d6 hits the pawn on b4. Now, I imagine he's just going to double on the e file. It's very comfortable for black. Tabatabai must be very happy with this. There we go.
Rook to e7,
Rook
to
e7.
double rooks indeed. And yeah, once again, the match situation is that Tabatabai, with a draw, moves on to the finals for the 4th place.
Now, so we've got a little bit more imbalance in the position. White Lidi is taking control over those d4 and c5 squares. So, yeah, it's interesting, but black is so solid here, I can't imagine that it's anything significant. Doubling on the e file looks really sensible. Yeah, now, king back, surely, yeah, he's going to do it. Looks comfortable, but at least, you know, white has decent position. The knight can sit on c5.
He stopped a6 by placing the bishop on c8, knight c5 comes.
Now, that knight needs to be redeployed, there it goes. And that has nice play. Well, it's hard to imagine that white really is playing for the advantage when you have this bishop on h1.
True, you've got a point there, Mr. King.
Yeah, I mean, basically, it's equal at best for white. It's such a comfortable position for black's play. And Tabatabai is moving very steadily and quickly. He has 3 minutes remaining to Lidi's 145. Very smooth player, actually.
They have traded on e5, and he chose to take back with the queen. Now they trade the queens as well. This is just looking great for Tabatabai for his match situation. Shall we take a look at the other game?
Yes.
Where Heimann is in a must-win situation.
Ooh, and it's blown up.
Wait a second.
How did we get there?
So queen b3, bishop takes, d takes, d4, e6, rook takes, queen g5.
Threatening mate on g2. And also the rook! Oh my word, it's over. That is resignation. That is extraordinary. What a blunder. He completely overlooked Queen G5. I tell you what, we arrived there just in time to see.
That was luck.
I mean,
I was just curious.
Like Queen G5 is not a body punch. That is a clean knockout. Extraordinary. There is no way back from that move.
It's mate. It's back rank mate. It's not just about the rook. Well, there is no move here.
That is quite extraordinary. Well, you can play G3, then Queen takes.
But then you will
Queen
take
takes
all
rook.
the pieces off.
Yeah, knight
okay.
D1. Then let's take a rook.
In this case, it's not mate, but black is a rook up. So this is the best scenario for white. Insane. Well, we need to go back to the other game. But this means
incredible.
that Heimann will play another Armageddon.
Yeah, you know, what did I say? Heimann, he's just not very sharp on tactics. Honestly, any predictions I make, if you're a betting man, just go the other way. Good grief. Incredible.
Black Row is saying Heimann is full of Sitzfleisch. Let's go.
Sitzfleisch, yeah.
That was your expression.
Sitzfleisch, das stimmt, hat Sitzfleisch. Sitzfleisch means kind of perseverance and, you know, sticking at a task. Well, nothing has really changed here. Black is fine. I mean, I would assess this as about equal, but Li Di still has a chance.
2 minutes left for the Chinese Grandmaster, and he plays rook to d4. I did not expect that Puranik would collapse. He had everything under control, and then the position blew up. He missed Queen G5.
Just Queen G5 was just a killer. That's the thing. Sometimes when you get it wrong in blitz, you can kind of compromise. But that was basically a straight knockout.
Immediate.
Unbelievable.
Well, for Li Di, the problem is this has nothing to do with Heimann's position. This is nowhere as complex.
Well, we have two very responsible players, actually. You can see that both have a very fine positional feeling, actually. You know, there are no weaknesses here. Li Di is just trying to improve things incrementally. You know, maybe G4 coming. The bishop can just nudge back to F1. And maybe he'll be able to break on the queen side with either B5 or A6. It's still about equal. And 2 minutes for Li Di, who is in a must-win situation. Yep, just making sure the rook is protected, so there's no trick with rook takes D5 and the pin on the C file. All is fine. Now, how does white go further? He's played H4. And the bishop pops out. Well, that means that maybe after bishop F5, he can play G4. Not after that one. Rook and pawn endgame. Yeah.
Equal
King
pawns.
G6, all pretty normal.
Yeah, I just can't find a way for Li Di where black could go wrong. You would need to move the rook away from E7 and allow this pin on the C file. Rook takes D5. That would be a blunder, but Tabatabai is not gonna fall for it.
That was curious. We can see. I think the awning has been removed now to allow more light onto the board. Unfortunately, that's a bit blinding for us, but we can see the action now. Li Di shuffling. Still don't see he has any advantage. Not at the moment. I guess he's angling for B5. Yeah, but what can black do in the meantime? Something funny can happen here. If black plays rook F5, then F4 will trap the rook.
Well, that would be a blunder, to allow the rook being
I think it would be.
boxed in on the F5 square.
Yeah, it actually works, doesn't it?
Yeah.
There's rook f5, f4.
Doesn't win the rook immediately
You
because
don't
there's
win
no
it,
way
but
to
there's-
attack it.
no.
But it stays there forever.
Yeah.
Not much has changed in the position. The situation is.
The clock times seem to be frozen, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, they have less time. They are down to about 30, 40 seconds.
Ah, is that it? Oh, yeah.
Oh, we have the clock from the other board. Apologies there.
That's also not it. They haven't. Oh, there we go. That
Now.
is. 45 seconds against 18.
And Lidi has to win with
Yeah.
15 seconds and the rook endgame.
That is a tough one. How is he going to break? He needs to break with b5 or a6. Those are the moves he's angling for. Lidi just shuffling for the moment. He's now down to 9 seconds. Now, is Tabatabai going to break on the king's side? How will that change the situation? He's a very responsible player. It's really interesting. He has played g4. Now that livens things up a little bit. Both players going for it because b5 is now on the board. Well,
Still some play.
game on.
Lidi has 7 seconds. He hasn't lost on time. Now it's back updated.
And now a6. Wow. This is incredible. And now can you take on c6?
Yeah.
Interesting.
From a completely equal rook endgame, they have Lidi at least has managed to get something where it's unbalanced.
Still equal pawns, actually.
Yeah.
After all that, but it is, as you say, it is unbalanced. I think black is still fine. For example, you can play d4 here and trade, and I think everything is all right. Yeah, Tabatabai, I think, still in control. He's now, well, Lidi is obviously just playing on the increment. Tabatabai has a little bit more time. Oh, he's trying with g4, but no, it is just exchanging pawns. Actually, black is super solid here. In fact, white, I don't think is making any headway at all. He wants to play the rook to g6, but even that doesn't do anything. No, and now they're going to trade pawns,
Yeah,
and that's the end. It's going to be a draw. And with that draw, Tabatabai will go through. Yep, they've agreed to draw.
Well, it was just an excellent game by Tabatabai for the match situation, that he didn't need it more than a draw, and he kept the control of the game from start to finish. So Lidi finishes on either 6th or 7th place, but he cannot play for the 4th or 5th place.
Yeah. I thought it was really impressive by Tabatabai, actually.
Yeah, I am impressed.
He didn't lose his head at any moment during that game. It was actually very tense, although it seemed like not a huge amount was going on, but actually he knew not to push it too far with black, not to kind of explode the position.
And we have an Armageddon between Heimann and Puranik, since Heimann managed to find this queen g5 tactical idea that brought him back into the match. It's crazy, but it's true. The very solid Heimann.
I'm
They're of course very strong.
I'm going to call it again. Abhimanyu Puranik, he's going to win. He's going to out-tactic him.
Okay, well.
I've been wrong before. I will probably be wrong again, but that's what I think. Now, who's which color? I can't even see.
Puranik with the white pieces. So he's got an extra minute. It's 6 minutes versus 5 minutes, but Puranik has to win.
And once again, we see Heimann playing very responsibly, playing e4, e5. It's a gioco piano. Now, come on, Abby. Come on, Abby. Make some quick moves. You've got to win this one. Shake him up.
Well, then I'm gonna bet on Heimann again. So you're saying Puranik moves on. I'm gonna say Heimann.
Puranik, he's going to do it this time.
Heimann. He's got the Sitzfleisch.
Heimann has Sitzfleisch.
Yeah.
Ja. Das kann wohl sein.
85. There's so much light on the board that we can't really see the clock. But
Yeah.
okay, I can see it on my screen, so I will be updating you guys. It's 5 minutes 13 seconds for white. Oh, I thought it was on purpose that we have the camera
But
on
I love
full
the way
screen.
I love the way we've got this little spotlight
Yeah.
pointing at the board, which actually I think is just obscuring our view and kind of, you know, sort of creating a blinding vision so that we can't actually see the pieces.
I guess it's
There's
better
no
for
contrast.
the players. It's only the camera.
Oh, you think it's for the players? Who cares about the players?
D5 after the trade on C4.
It's a good move. Do you know what? Puranik should have recaptured with the pawn.
You think so? To
Yeah.
prevent D5.
Exactly, because that sort of kept a clamp on the centre.
And he doesn't really want to allow the position to be simplified because he needs a win. Takes on E5.
Ah, now he's going to take and play D4. Okay, that's also pos. And then probably C5 will upset things. Yeah, if D4, it would be nice to lock out the bishop on A7, but I think C5 will hit back. And bishop G5. Oh, it's tricky actually. He's played bishop G5 anyway, right? So if takes on D3, maybe he's got knight G4. Ooh.
Now that's something.
That could be something. I'm also looking at that rook, just zipping up the board via
Let me paint.
A4.
I'm gonna paint a little
I
bit.
want a bit of paint, Anna.
Paint on the board.
Come on.
Coming over here.
You're doing your Bob Ross.
Trying my best. I'm gonna paint a little bit more here.
And actually the threat is simply to play, well, one threat is to play bishop F6. And then black will have to recapture with a pawn, otherwise white wins the exchange.
Yep.
Yes.
And our producer he must be a very big fan of Bob Ross, because he's quoting Bob Ross, "We don't make mistakes, just happy little accidents."
Ah, that's what he says.
Happy little accidents.
Happy little
No
accidents.
mistakes.
I'll tell you what,
With a very soothing
there's a lot of
voice.
unhappy
happy
big
little
accidents in these matches so
Just
far.
happy little accidents.
Happy little accidents.
All right, the situation is that after bishop G5, Heimann is still thinking, and he's going low on time.
It's a good move. Abimanyu has him under pressure. Yeah, okay. I'm rooting for him. I'm rooting for our Indian friends.
Can you be rooting for anyone here? Well, we have made a prediction, so I'm rooting for Heimann.
I want one of my predictions.
Queen
Svane,
D5.
take on F6, knight G4. This is a great position. Take on F6. Let's just do it.
Yeah, why not?
Happy little accidents. Massive, tragic blunders. That's my version. Bob never played chess, did he?
What is Abimanyu thinking here? If not bishop takes, what else? Okay,
Yeah,
he takes
he's
finally.
in. He's gone in, and now knight G4.
Yeah.
He's taken with the queen
Queen
on D3.
takes.
Right. So now, how do we get things going? I guess we take on F6 anyway.
Knight takes F6, king G7, knight H5 check.
Yeah, maybe
Then-
not so bad for black.
Because he's threatening to trade queens, and obviously the position without queens will be alright.
Well, it depends whether we can round up the d pawn actually. So after knight F6, let's say well, king g7, then knight h5,
King back.
trade queens, knight f4, and try and take the.
The d pawn.
Yeah, I don't know if that's feasible.
Well, we shall see if it's gonna happen.
He's
Well-
in. He's gone in. Now, knight h5 check. Yep.
King to h8, queen takes, e takes,
And-
rook to d1, then rook d8, rook d2.
Yeah, now actually after king h6, I wonder if he can. I don't. Oh, it's interesting to try and play for the attack. But I think playing for the endgame, I think would be a reasonably safe option. Particularly when you've got that, I was going to say a time advantage, but is he, Heimann is thinking about where to put the king. I think he's got to play it to h6. Probably doesn't make much difference. So king h6, my plan is very simple for white. Exchange queens on d3, play the knight back to f4. Black defends it, white
You went to
attacks it.
h8.
Oh, h8.
Still could be similar. Queen g4, we're not trading queens. And then queen f4, so I think queen f6 or queen e5, mate.
Ooh, ooh.
Woo!
Oh!
Pretty move.
Tricky stuff.
If queen e5,
Queen E-
f6,
Yeah, and then we exchange.
trade, yeah.
Oh,
like
it's winning because
this.
you take the e pawn. It's two
Yeah.
pawns, and now he's got a time advantage. He should win this. We've said it before. Oh, careful! Oh no, he's blundered. Oh no, rook. He's got
Rook
He's
A4.
got
Okay, he cannot
rook
play
a4.
f3,
He's got
that's
rook.
the thing, he couldn't
Oh,
play f3.
I didn't. I forgot about rook a4. Oh, I thought for a moment he'd lost the knight.
Rook a4 saves the day.
It does, and more than saves the day. B5 takes, king f1. I thought b5 was. Oh no, takes, and then rook a6. I think it was still actually okay for white. I'm thinking out loud. I'm mumbling.
The rook comes to g6, but this doesn't really
It's
change.
actually it's winning. He's just 2 pawns up. Now, can he do it in the time? A minute and a half against a minute. There's no. Do they get an increment after move 60, or is it just?
Maybe I have to
Oh,
move
bishop
60.
c5. What's he done? What's he done? Has he blundered on my word? Abimanyu.
2 pawns up and he steps into it.
Oh,
What?
golly. This is extraordinary. He's blown it. And now Heimann only needs a draw. Now, 98, is he still,
Wait,
is he
has
still
he
okay?
escaped?
That's a great move.
Has he escaped?
Is that good?
We were too early to claim that he was. Wait,
Okay, so
well,
now
no,
he
it's still-
takes on e7, you take on b7.
And both pieces are still hanging.
Oh, this is extraordinary. Now, 3 pawns for the piece. We've got an absolute roller coaster game again. Take on c6. He's got so many pawns.
But they have to pawn falls.
He must be winning. He's winning. Now, push him. Roll and push him, baby. But h4 is coming at bishop g3.
It's a mate
No.
attack.
He's got to play g3.
He has to.
He's got to play g3.
He will.
He's played g4.
4.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
So h4, king g2.
Oh, he's still winning. He's still winning. Can he? Oh no! Now he's dropped. Does he drop one of them? No, he's still all right. Move the king out. He's got 4 pawns for it. He must be winning. But he's down to 23 seconds. I think they must get an increment. Do they get?
No, maybe after move 60. I will need confirmation on that. But this is move 45.
He's taken. He's winning. He's now got a7.
He has taken the piece.
Yeah, that was a
A7.
mistake. And now one of these pawns is rolling.
b6, b7. White is winning. But that's the time he has. And Heimann has less time than Puranik.
This is winning, completely winning. The queen now can flash round. It'll take the rook. It'll take the pawn. it's game over.
Our board is not really catching up. They are too fast.
Oh, this is crazy.
And the time is
And
1
resigns.
second for
Wow!
Heimann. 14 seconds for Puranik.
Puranik wins the game, wins the Armageddon, and goes through to, well, their final they'll battle it out for places 4 and 5.
With Durarbayli.
Extraordinary.
And Heimann and Lidi will need to play for the 6th place.
Oh, so we're going to see another little
I'm
match.
guessing
I guess they'll
because
play for
those two-
places 6 and 7.
Yeah. I wonder if we're gonna go for a quick break until they set everything up for the final. So once again, Durarbayli versus Puranik for the 4th and 5th place, and Heimann versus Lidi for the 6th and 7th place in a few minutes.
See the light of a new day dawning. Feel the love from a beating heart. And you know that we'll never say never if we ever get the chance. And it's good to be alive. It's good to be alive. This feeling's running high. Life is calling and the world is beautiful. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 There's a hope for a new tomorrow. We can dream that we'll rise above. Let me be your guide to follow, and you'll always feel the love. And it's good to be alive. It's good to be alive. This feeling's running high. Life is calling and the world is beautiful. Na, 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 Seize the moment and start Play the music and live. Well, it's good to be alive. So good to be alive. This feeling's running high. Oh, life is calling and the world is beautiful. So beautiful. Life is calling, yeah, life is calling.
Welcome back around. This is the final day here in Sitges, and what you're observing is the playoff for the 4th place between Abimanyu Puranik and Amin Tabatabai. Tabatabai starting with the white pieces, but remember it's a mini match. They will have 2 games, and if there's a draw, a tie after the 2 games, Armageddon.
That's an interesting position. We've got a nice imbalance. We've got these lovely this lovely pawn duo f4 and e5. Excuse me. But black pressing forward on the queen side. But that looks like a lot of fun for white to me. I think it's a really nice position because that bishop on b7 is kind of locked out of play. Can white roll forward somehow on the king side? Very prudent move, king h1, just stepping out of the way of the diagonal of the queen. It's all about anticipating the tic-tacs.
And when will be the right moment to push? At the moment, it's not looking like white can because of the e5 pawn.
But I like that duo.
Mm-hmm.
So
F6.
Very wisely, he's breaking it up. Yeah, and that bishop on a2 is the problem. It's shut out of the game. If somehow that bishop could find its way round to the king side, then it would be a different story. But f6, just tackling that pawn duo head on, it's a good idea. But queen g4, interesting, very nice, hitting the knight. And then he can push on with e6. Ooh. So how's he going to deal with that one? That's tricky.
Queen to e6.
And if f5, knight e5 takes and then takes the queen on g4. So yeah, f5 would be the move I want to make, but that's a problem.
The number 2 seed of the event, Parhamaxulu, of course, is still there, supporting his friend Tabatabai. You can see him standing right behind Tabatabai.
So f5, knight e5. Now that's a blow. It could be swinging in the way of Puranik here. Has he played
f5?
He's
yeah,
played
he's
now
going
knight.
for it. f5.
He can play queen takes d4. That's what he's going to do. I forgot about that. Yep.
Nice. So the queen has to move.
But it's that bishop on a2 which is still locked
I was going to point out, it's a really poor piece.
Queen c6 maybe, and then bishop c5 and open the long diagonal. Yes. Mate on g2. And
we have seen that tactical motive before from the queen on g5.
Certainly. Well, this, I think Puranik is playing another very nice game actually. It looks really strong.
He certainly has the upper hand in this game. Bishop coming to c5 and then the pawn to d4, opening up the long diagonal. Tabatabai has played bishop to b4 to prevent bishop c5, logical.
But I do like that knight on e5. It looks like a really strong piece. Now, how can black try and disrupt things? We need to kind of upset that queen on the middle.
And just a reminder that we have another match too, that's for the 6th and 7th place between Heimann and Lidi. We're going to keep a closer eye on the Tabatabai Puranik game since it's more complex and it is for the 4th place.
Actually, it'd be great if we could see the prizes just very briefly before we hit severe time pressure. Let's just see exactly what they're playing for. There we go. We're going to see him now. Coming up.
Coming up next.
So 4th prize is €900, 5th 800, and we have Heimann and Lidi who are playing for 700 and 600.
So basically €100 difference. That's not as dramatic as it will be for the second place, which will be after our fourth place playoff. For the second place, we're gonna have Rasmus Svane and Vasil Durarbayli competing for €1,500 difference in prices.
That's quite serious. Now he's put the queen back on d7 so that he's able to spin back with the knight to c6, potentially to drive the queen away. All very interesting stuff. This is a very tight game. Players down 145 for Tabatabai, 111 Puranik. Now, very important queen d7 actually, because it prevents white's knight coming back to f4, because you can play queen f5. If that knight could hop in via f4 into e6, that would be a fine thing for white. But at the moment, queen d7 prevents that. What was that? Oh, bishop b1.
Okay, trying to activate the bishop. It's gonna take some time. It's gonna take some time to push c3 and then get rid of the d pawn.
Wow.
Comment by Freedom in the chat. Lawrence Trent won the £50 extra prize in the juniors and hoodie section. Possibly.
Not sure. I think he had stiff competition from Wanda Liang, who
True, actually.
had some pretty good hoodie action. I just want to say that. So that one, no, not clear at all, actually.
What about the best hair?
Best hair at the moment. Korobov,
Tournament winner, Anton Korobov.
Seems to, yeah, I don't think he's...
He can't win 2 prizes according to our producer.
Okay, but we need to think about the hair prize. d4.
d4, opening up the long diagonal for the b7 bishop and not allowing d4 by white.
But white's knight can spin back to f4 now.
And build an octopus on e6.
Now, knight takes d4. What? No, he's taken knight takes b4. Okay, nice. Tricky. 46 seconds, Tabatabai, 30 seconds, Puranik. A very tight game. These two, I think, are deservedly in this little mini-final, actually.
They are. So we have Tabatabai, the winner of the Night Blitz tournament a few days ago, and Puranik has just had an excellent tournament in the classical, as well as Tabatabai. Of course, all these players are on 7.5 points.
Yeah, that knight about to land on e6.
Time, 16 seconds left for Puranik, 31 for Tabatabai. 8, 7, there's only a 3-second increment.
Oh, getting down to the wire now and just 9 seconds remaining. Rook e8, he's fighting. Now, how about exchanging? No, it looks like, has he played the rook into e6? Is white taking control of that? But I tell you what, they're matching blow for blow here. This is a fantastic game. Really impressive play. Now, after bishop takes, what did he play? Queen h5. Wow, great move. So he hitting the rook. Now, if rook takes rook, then knight g6 check.
Yep, and knight e7. Will there be a follow-up?
Where's it going? King h8.
And the other game had ended in a draw in the meantime.
Now, if he can switch the rook back, rook e3 and then queen h7.
Woo, yes.
Can he play it? Can he play rook e3, rook e3 and queen h7? He's done it, he's done it, he's done it now. If d2, oh, he spotted it.
Knight g6 and then rook e7. Oh, wait.
And now, well, you can just take the d pawn. Yes, but now you hit g2. Now queen c6 or rook e8. Now comes the counter-attack.
But he had
My
mate
goodness.
after rook e7 after knight f8 check and queen g6, I thought.
Wow.
Okay, there must have been something earlier, but still it is looking promising.
12 seconds against 4 seconds.
With knight f8.
Or queen g1 mate threatened.
Yes. h4. What?
Check, check, check. Rook e4. Oh, now this is looking bad. Queen check, queen d1. This must be over.
Oh no. Queen
Not
d1,
yet.
rook f3.
Incredible defense from Tabatabai on the ropes, but finding some unbelievable saves.
Rook e5.
He wants to take the rook with the bishop. This is sensational from both players. My goodness.
We'll need to look at this game after when we have a moment because it was crazy complex and still is.
Now queen g6 is threatened. Check. Oh. Time situation. Puranik looks like he has no time whatsoever.
11 seconds. And 11 also for Tabatabai.
He's going into a queen and pawn endgame where he's a pawn up. This one could run and run. We've only just begun. He's going to take a second pawn. Queen e2 and queen takes pawn. It must be winning. No. Oh, they would have been in perpetual.
Yeah.
Game over. The queen is trapped. Oh, sweet, sweet, sweet as a nut. That is a wonderful finish.
What a turn-off he wins. So black wins. Abhimanyu Puranik, he had the upper hand, but then it seemed that Tabatabai got I thought a winning position. The attack seemed to be so powerful. Can we just take a look at it from here if we bring back our board until they are ready for the second game? So this is just the first game of these matches. Now Tabatabai will be in a must-win situation with the black pieces, but until they are ready for the second game, can we please bring back our board? Yep, there we go. So I was thinking.
Do you know what? I love this idea.
We need to show this.
I love this idea of rook e3.
So whatever move, queen takes h7,
Yeah.
and rook h3. Beautiful.
Fantastic.
Puranik, of course, realized about it. Played h6.
But
No, are you ready? No, we need more time.
No, we need
h6, king. Are you sure he can't play this? Because if you take, I go here.
yeah, but then king g8. King
Well,
g8.
king g8. I will take.
No. Sorry, we don't. We play queen d5.
We are ready for a second game, but I thought there must have
No,
been
we play
something.
queen d5. We play queen d5.
We cannot queen d5 instead of queen takes d5.
Yeah.
Sure. Unfortunately, we can't analyze more because they are already ready for the second game.
So now Tabatabai is in a must-win situation. Just a little reminder, folks, that after this bloodbath is over, we have the playoff for second and third place. And there is serious money. Second and third prize is 3,000 and as opposed to 1,500. So that is a really tense one. But we'll deal with this one first before we get on to that. But just to say, it's not over once this match is over. Oh boy.
Tabatabai, with the black pieces, has to win to tie the score and get to an Armageddon. Will he manage? Can he do it?
I just need to catch our breath for a moment, actually.
Me too.
Oh,
I'm still
good
thinking
grief.
about that position earlier.
I'm really impressed by both players, actually.
I am impressed too, indeed. So many tactical motifs and they were just literally blitzing those moves out. They had no time in the end of the game. Now, this is still just a solid position, but it can blow up soon.
Okay, this started with bishop b5, and what white does is to try and use this lead in development. Try and get a quick initiative. To be honest, I don't quite believe it. I've looked at these kind of positions with white and black, actually, from both sides. I've played them a few times with white. If black plays accurately, basically black is better. Ooh, allowing knight d5, just saying.
Yeah, and he doesn't want to play knight d5, but f4 instead.
Yeah, black basically white has to stir up as much trouble as possible.
Bishop to e6, where will the queen go? Queen to d3.
f6. It's actually okay for black. Oh, he
Takes
took
on
it.
f4.
Yeah, it's okay. Now it's probably about equal. f6 is more ambitious. But white had enough play here. Rook d1, queen g3. Okay, he's doing in a slightly different order, but it doesn't make a huge difference to the position. King h8 is okay here. Yep. And if rook d1, rook d8, and both sides are pretty solid.
Solid is good for Puranik, since he only needs a draw to get to 4th place.
I guess so. I mean, there's enough play. I mean, it's certainly not a dry position. a3. Imagine, sorry, b3 he played. Imagine he'll want to switch this knight from c3 somewhere a bit better. Maybe e2 to d4, maybe a4.
Yes, on c3 is not really useful.
Knight a4 probably, followed by perhaps c4. Yeah, exactly, c4. But it should be roughly level. Puranik looks pretty confident though.
h5. Look at it, move with the king on h8, h5.
I love Tabatabai's style. I tell you what, you know, he's producing some sensational chess in these blitz games actually.
Yes. Look at this one in the chat saying, really like this format with tie breaks. I agree with you. It's so exciting.
Just wait till we get to second and third playoff. Then we'll really be seeing something. e5, okay, it's going a different way. So d5 should be played. Maybe this is just, now that he's seen h5 on the board, he's thinking, okay, I can try and exploit this. And now. What's the follow-up? Does he want to play bishop g5 and land on f6 somehow? Oh, what's all that? This looks a bit curious to me.
Yes, what is he getting ready for?
I think bishop g5. Not anymore. Now, swing the knight. You've got to swing the knight. Knight e2, take on a2, knight d4. Well, that starts to get more interesting. Or is he just going to play a4? He'll probably play a4 and be very responsible.
a4 seems to be a sensible decision, and then move the knight away later.
a4 and then bishop b4 is a slight problem.
Bishop d2 and queen
Yeah,
c5.
there was actually a problem there.
There was?
With bishop b4, yeah, because black could follow up with d4
the
actually.
diagonal, yes. Yeah. Sure, so bishop d2 better, now queen c5 to step out of the discovered attack.
Yeah, he needs to be able to play knight e2.
Queen to d3.
Oh, this is tense. With that h-pawn flying down the board, we're not entirely sure why it flew down the board. But knight e2 coming. Not so easy.
Time situation is roughly balanced still.
Yeah.
2.5 minutes for Tabatabai, 2:52 for Puranik, but Puranik only needs a draw to clinch the 4th place. And then we have the playoffs for the second place.
And there you go. In Blitz, it's really important to have a plan,
Yeah.
a clear plan you can bang out quickly. And for Black is probably okay here, but it's not clear what your plan is. It takes time to find the right move. Whereas for White, we know knight c3 to e2, and then bung it round to the king side, knight f4 or knight d4, and on with the job. And that's an irritating little initiative that White has, actually. So Abimanyu Puranik in control at the moment, playing a nice game. A6 is on prise, but I don't
He
think
doesn't want it.
he won't
No.
bother with that.
We also have the other game for the sixth place. We're just gonna take a real quick look at it. Lidi with the white pieces against Heimann. They drew their first game, and now it's a piece up for Lidi, but how many pawns? 3 pawns for Black,
Winning for White.
because these are doubled and it's well controlled. There is no promotion.
Yeah, I mean, just
Yeah,
Bishop
knight well
f1,
played.
king g2, game over.
Yeah, I agree. Lidi seems to be winning this, and with that he will earn himself the 6th place.
Now, Tabatabai is rolling some pawns down the middle, but in the meantime, a little bit of initiative on the king side. g6, he's holding firm for the moment, but those moves cost him a lot of time. He's now down to 1.5 minutes against 2:20. Probably still okay for Tabatabai, but
he will need a win, so it has to be more than okay
yeah.
for Black. Less time, and 1 minute and 37 seconds left for
Maybe you should just take the bishop.
Take the bishop.
Yeah, just play knight takes bishop, because well, if pawn takes, then you've got queen g4, which
So it's gonna be
probably
knight
okay.
takes,
So
queen
knight takes, queen takes. Ah, no, he didn't.
I was gonna paint a little
Fair
bit.
enough.
No. Knight back to e2.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest putting the bishop on h6. This is my concern. That's why I wanted to get rid of the bishop, because if that manages to lock itself into that wonderful square in the middle, there's trouble. Can he take on c2?
He has now gone back to f4, so knight e2 most certainly was a mistake.
d5 is hanging, so you've got to be careful. So maybe bishop e4. Bishop e4 must be bishop e4. Oh, bishop e6.
And back to e6.
Didn't like it. Maybe he just felt that was too risky after queen g4 and a possible e6.
Yeah, but he cannot repeat moves, so if the knight goes back to e2, that's c3. Okay.
Okay, this is
Changing his
all
mind.
very careful. Very tense. 126, Puranik, 106, Tabatabai.
a5.
Nice. That's okay. Holding firm for the moment. Well, my idea with taking, he can still take on e6 if he wants to, but he doesn't want to.
h3.
Well, it's a useful move, of course.
No background problems anymore, and fixes the h4 pawn.
Yeah.
a4. Logical play to go for a queenside action.
Well, they're both playing really steadily, just holding the position. I think I'm learning lots about blitz technique. Sometimes it pays just to stay completely solid, actually.
But in this case, Tabatabai needs a win.
He does.
He's down to 42 seconds. There is a 3-second increment per move, but it's not much. That's not much when you need to think in a complex position. At the same time, Tabatabai is our night blitz winner from the 14th
Now
of
he's
December.
provoking d4, which has been played. So this. Now we're really starting to get some action.
d4.
And bishop back to g1. I'm sure that Puranik will be delighted to be able to give his king a little bit of protection like that. And the pawn can't roll for the moment because it's pinned.
So Tabatabai doubles his rooks on the d file and then possibly will move the queen away from the pin.
Is he just going to... Yeah, I was going to say blockade with knight d3, but then that allows the bishop to come to the long diagonal. Still really tricky. They've both got about 30 seconds each. Wow. Counterplay, b4, b5. Where was that? Bishop g5. Wow. Now, what do you think? Knight d3 does allow bishop d5. Or do we take on e6 and just blockade, maybe give up the e pawn and punt the b pawn?
Also possible. 11 seconds left for Puranik.
Wow. Oh.
Rook f d1, bishop f5. He wanted to take that bishop earlier, and now we see why it would have been great to get rid of it.
Do you know what? We can see how Tabatabai won that blitz tournament, because this is really impressive. He is putting pressure on Puranik now, who has just seconds on the clock. This is fantastic play. And now the e-pawn is going to drop. So this is the scenario that I was kind of thinking earlier. And now push that b-pawn, exactly. I don't think it's actually too bad for white. Really important that that bishop on g1 covers the dark squares. And Tabatabai, 15 seconds, 19 seconds. Bishop h2, got to be played.
And bishop f4, then he
Bishop
can
f4,
come back.
Exactly. And then punt that b-pawn. Here it goes. But at least Tabatabai has managed to lock that bishop on e3 to support the d-pawn. And he wants to go for the back rank. That's really clever. Oh, bishop c7. That can be taken.
Yeah, I would be worried that it gets taken. So an exchange sacrifice on c7.
Not yet.
But he's getting ready for it.
He is. And then white is going to take on e3.
Okay, double exchange sack.
It's going to happen.
It's happening now.
Yeah.
Takes on c7, and we think that white will also try to get rid of the bishop. No. He plays rook c2.
Wow. Now that is risky, because the dark squares around the king, he might pay the price for that. He might well pay the price.
Exchange up for white, but there's a bishop and 2 pawns for the rook, so it's actually equal material.
Very, very risky. But how can black make progress? Maybe like that.
I like what's going on with black's position. He kept on improving his pieces.
What about that d-pawn? Can that d-pawn roll down the board? Oh, this is scary.
Trades queens.
And there he goes, and now rook d5 and push the d-pawn. This is desperate. Why didn't he play d3?
I don't know.
Well, black certainly has the initiative here. This is incredible. Tabatabai is playing an extraordinary game here. He has chances to win this one.
This is for the 4th place. So Puranik has won the first game, but Tabatabai is fighting back in
Now
this
he's going to switch the rook to the a file. Rook a5. He's got to play it.
Indeed, coming from a2.
And now push the kingside pawns. g4. He can open up the g file. He can switch round the rook round to the other side. This is brilliant play from Tabatabai. He's in the driving seat here. I think he's got a winning position. He can go d3 and push the king back.
Absolutely. Rook c3 to prepare for d3. Very well played by Tabatabai.
Puranik has no time. This is gone. g4. Do you push with g4? You must play g4, I think. No, he wants to move the king in. Incredible. King g3. He's not
Rook
there
to
yet.
c2.
Oh, Puranik has no time. He's going to lose on time. Oh, bang. Up to 3 seconds. Oh, and he's taken another pawn. This has gone completely. It is all over.
He almost flagged. Puranik made a move with 1 second on the clock.
It is gone. The h pawn is going to roll through. Well,
and Puranik resigns. This means that Tabatabai has fought his way back into the game. It's a tie, and we're going to see an Armageddon between these two. Lidi versus Heimann is still on? Okay. I thought that Lidi was going to win. It still is a piece up, but the game is not over.
Wow.
Very impressed with Tabatabai. the comeback that he has made.
Well, this is a draw. This is just a draw now. Incredible. Which means we're going to have 2 Armageddon games. The fun never stops, folks.
And then we're gonna have the playoffs for the second place.
Oh,
Don't go anywhere.
I thought you were going to say we're going to have dinner.
Never. We will
No.
never have dinner.
Okay, all right.
Or closing ceremony. No one wants that.
Okay, Armageddon's coming up very soon.
For both matches. I don't know if we're gonna. I guess we are staying, or will we? No, I'm guessing they will be ready for the Armageddon soon, and we shall see who has which color. So Heimann, with a big smile on his face, they're gonna draw lots, and if Heimann picks the hand with the white piece, he will be able to decide whether he wants to have the white pieces or the black.
Okay, so there's not going to be a break. We're not breaking. There is no dinner for us, Anna.
No dinner.
We're just going to roll straight through as we're running a little bit late.
And you only had tapas from here to the airport for Peter. But Danny, you only had tapas for lunch.
That's why I'm looking forward to dinner.
We'll never make it to dinner. But this is it. Armageddon in both matches. This is insane. We have already seen one Armageddon between Garev and Heimann is playing his second Armageddon of the day. Will he win this one too?
They're ready for it already. They are ready already. Incredible stuff.
It is. I'm just spamming some virtual chocolate in the chat. That's as much as we can do for our viewers. At least they can eat. We cannot. Oh, Freedom is saying, I want to hear Daniel King just doing commentary on a Brentford game.
Oh, I would love that. I would love that. Oh, it'd be so good. Dalsgaard moves the ball up the wing. Nice ball to Jensen, who switches play across the pitch. And Buemo takes the ball. He crosses it in. Ollie Watkins with his header, and it's in the back of the net. There we are.
I would hire you, Danny.
Thank you. I would love it. I mean, I'm practically doing commentary every time I go to a game, you know.
Really?
I'm sitting there driving everyone nuts. I'm leaping up.
I wouldn't want to sit next to you.
Oh no! It's next time you're in London, I'm going to take you.
Are we going to a match?
I'm going to take you to a match. I'm
Thank
serious.
you.
Yeah, we got to go.
Okay, this is it. Armageddon. Tabatabai with the white pieces has 6 minutes. Puranik 5 minutes, but it is a must-win situation for Tabatabai.
And he's playing again very responsibly, double fianchetto. I thought his play in that last game was so impressive. The way he managed to just keep the tension and keep winning chances, brilliant. Very solid from both players so far.
Really solid. I just wonder where the stats that some of our viewers come up with are from. Like statistically, I think GM beats an IM in 90% of the games. Really? Then I would have never played chess in my life.
In Armageddon? Or
No, I
overall?
think he means in general. They are talking about titles.
No.
90%.
That's too much.
Anyway, back to the game. I'm just always curious, where do these numbers come from?
Yeah.
Knight takes c3, bishop takes, bishop e4.
Solid from Abimanyu. He just needs a draw, and that's the way.
Trades on f3,
e6.
very solid. So pair of bishops full wide, but it's a closed position. a4 to open up the a file and gain space at the same time. So it's black who can decide when to open, if he wants to open.
I would feel very comfortable with black here if I wanted to draw. It's not a bad position anyway. To make progress, white has to take steps to open the position at the right moment. It's very difficult to judge that. Even in a classical game, it's very difficult to judge that. So I think good opening choice from Abimanyu.
f5 now. Just making sure that white cannot break through with e4. And this is a very smart pawn structure when you have traded already your light square bishop and you have a dark square bishop.
You didn't have to play f5. I'm just
Guess
pointing
he
that out.
wanted to make sure there's
Yeah,
no e4.
but that's not such a big deal. F5, there are consequences to advancing the f pawn. Now, how's he going to play this? C5 and b4, b5 maybe? Maybe bishop back to f1 first.
Back
And-
to f1.
Yeah, and then b4, b5 could be the way to do it.
Gonna paint. Oh, he went for the other bishop, bishop e1.
Bishop e1.
Yep.
Okay. What's that one about?
And now bishop f1. Back rank strategy.
Well,
But
there you
with
are.
bishops, it's okay.
Yeah, but that's what I wanted to do. And now, maybe he's just ready to push this knight if necessary. Now I just wanted to play b4, b5.
Okay, and
Has he pushed it first?
very quick look at the other game, which is for
Yeah.
the 6th place. And Armageddon, where Lidi has to win with the white pieces. Rook state has just been played. Heimann, I think he's gonna defend this. He's gonna win his second Armageddon. Incredible. He was made for Armageddon.
Yeah.
Now back to Puranik.
Is that a compliment?
I guess so, because
Yeah.
he's doing very well in Armageddon.
Yeah, cool. Yeah.
Against Gariev, we thought that Gariev was doing so well in the Blitz match, but then Heimann with the Sitzfleisch fighting back.
Ooh, f4.
Okay.
That's an interesting idea. If that knight could cop into e4, then it'd be different. But basically, white can play c5 to stop the knight coming in. I mean, obviously, often, yeah, knight d6, c5 wins a piece. But yeah, this is the plan. We're going to push forward. Now, white has a choice. You might go c5 and b5, but maybe we could start with rook a5.
Rook a5, and if that's traded on a5, that would open up the b file.
Yeah.
So what happened in the game?
Puranik took on c4. Ah, that's how he's got his knight
okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
in. But the
But it's
position
opening up the position for the bishops.
does a little bit. But then again, I wonder if Tabatabai should have pushed the pawn to c5.
I'm spilling my water, I'm sorry, now it's on the desk and all. And on my phone where I read the Twitch chat.
Do you need some?
I have got
you've got some
napkins
tissues
here. Sorry, it's been a long day. Twitch
Squeezy
chat,
fine.
hello. You got a little bit of mineral water. Rain.
Well, no, Tabatabai has done this well, actually. He's definitely has some advantage here. I take it back. He certainly didn't need to play as he did. He's doing just fine. White is a bit better. 3:19 against 2:10. Is that the accurate time? Tabatabai in a must-win situation.
Yep.
The clocks don't seem to be updating.
Oh, maybe we need an update on the
Yeah,
clocks.
let's try and
You're
get
right.
an update, because that is critical.
I think I've tried everything enough to focus on the game.
Oh, there we are.
2:42.
Against 2:10, so slight time advantage still for Tabatabai, but a very complex situation.
Rook a6. So he's ready to double rooks on the a file, and if it's taken, he's gonna take. Well, if it's taken, he has to take back with the queen, or he captures on c5 first.
What did he do? Wow, he's
King
just
f3.
king in one move. That was impressive.
What's going on?
And he's taken queens.
Queen takes, rook takes.
Now, is he going to try and break with h3 and g4?
What has just happened? Rook d to b1.
So black is still pretty solid for the moment. 158 plays 150, so time's evening up now. That knight is annoying. It's very annoying. I think there was an argument for shutting it out of the game with c5 and then pushing and opening with b5.
I agree with you.
But anyway, still lots of play.
Yeah, and Tabatabai has to win with the white pieces. The time is roughly equal now, so there isn't any more time advantage for white. Started out with 1 minute extra.
Ooh, things are opening up again. He's hovering, he takes, but that knight's still playing a major role in the game. Bishop a5. Is that possible? e4. Wow. Take and king f7 maybe?
It's opening up. It's opening up for the pair of bishops. Bishop a5 2 is in the air, as you said.
Wow, wow, wow. I would say take and play king f7.
And he's listening to you.
Just to keep that strong knight on d5. Yep. Oh no, he doesn't. He played rook e7. So what happens on bishop g6? He's taken it.
Yeah.
And e5.
Wow. Okay, the bishop is hanging and he's ready to take on f4 as well.
And then he'll switch the rook to f6. So this is his bid for counterplay. But can't the bishop come back?
And the result on the other board, Heimann won with the white pieces. He wins his second Armageddon.
I've been giving him a hard time. And of course, that means he's going to win. Bishop e4 played. I mean, there were lots of interesting moves there. But Puranik has gone for activity. He's just ditched the pawn. Oh, f5. He must have played f5. Yes. Now Tabatabai has control. I think Puranik overlooked that one. 40 seconds left. It could be a question of time. His time is running out. I don't think they get an increment.
No, there's no increment in Armageddon.
So can Tabatabai, well, not only get some advantage, but even if he does, can he finish it off? That knight on f6 blockading beautifully. h3, I guess. Now, no, the rook has come down. See, he's taken on b6, so he's got a flying past pawn. A past b pawn. Tabatabai reaches for the queen at the side of the board. He's ready to roll. He's got a big advantage now. But it's time for the e pawn to roll. Can he do it? Rook f2 could be mate. Rook f2.
It's
oh
net.
no, there was a
Bishop moves
mating
away.
net. Incredible.
20 seconds for Tabatabai, 13 for Puranik.
This is unbelievable.
No extra time. So this is it. This is it.
That b pawn.
7 seconds
that
for
b
Puranik.
pawn is
6.
rolling. It's going through.
3 seconds. 2 seconds for Puranik. He's gonna flag. He's gonna flag.
And he wins. Tabatabai wins. That pawn is pushing through to make a queen. That was a sensational victory for Armin Tabatabai. Wow. So he takes 4th place.
5th place goes to Puranik. 6th to Heimann, and 7th Lidi. 8th place for Timur Gariev. What an epic comeback by Tabatabai. He lost the first game against Puranik and then had to tie the score by winning the second game. He managed, and now with this Armageddon game, I'm very impressed. I think he is deserved for sure for this playoff. He is the winner of the Blitz tournament we hosted here a few days ago, so definitely great Blitz skills. He is taking the €900 prize for the 4th place, 800 for Puranik, 700 for Heimann, and 600 for Lidi. But now the bigger prizes are coming. Korobov has claimed already the €5,000 first prize, but the second place, €3,000, is at stake in the next and final playoff.
Well, those Blitz games merely served as a prelude to the main bout of the night, which is Vasif Durarbayli from Azerbaijan against Rasmus Svane from Germany.
And they are ready to start the game, so there is no break, there's no time for anything. I'm gonna bring up the board between these two. This is it, the final playoff for the second place, second and third. 3,000 euros for the second place, 1,500 for the third, meaning that there's 1.5k at stake in this match.
Yeah, but well, my impressions so far from those Blitz games, Tabatabai is a man to watch in the future. What Blitz technique? He is an excellent positional player. That's what I take from those games.
He is.
You know, he knows even when something goes wrong, he knows how to compromise, how to keep a solid position. He's only 18 years old. Such a talent. He's actually had a great year.
Yeah.
He won the Biel Masters tournament, the Open tournament in Biel.
This summer.
And immediately after, won another tournament in Switzerland, the Josef Kupper Memorial Tournament. I think we're going to see much more of him in the future. I think he's such an exciting prospect.
Yeah.
He and his compatriot Parham making great strides. What's going on?
You're talking about Maksudlu as a compatriot, or
Maksudlu's compatriot.
Vasif is from Azerbaijan.
Yeah, I was talking about Tabatabai.
Okay, sorry. I was confused because I'm looking at them. I think they were complaining that the table was rocking a little bit. It was. It needed to be fixed, so they are moving to the other table. Luckily, we have a camera there. Yes.
We also have a spotlight that's partly obscuring the view, and kind of shining a blinding light on Rasmus and the board, destroying the contrast.
I think it's the camera that shows it this much, the brightness. I'm pretty sure that for the players it's not disturbing, otherwise they would have said something.
Oh no, I'm sure not for the players, just for us. I'm just looking at it from a purely selfish point of
Only
view.
us. It doesn't matter how is it better for the players, but this is it, one more time. For the second place, Rasmus Svane first with the white pieces against Vasif Durarbayli, a mini match.
Eyes down. So no, I was talking about Tabatabai.
Yes, sorry, I got
Maksudlu.
confused because I kept on looking at the camera.
You were looking at Durarbayli or whatever. But no, seriously, I think Tabatabai, he is so impressive. He is a cultured chess player, very cultured. Anyway.
And a viewer spotted Parham and Amin discussing the games in the background. That's correct.
Yeah, I saw them out cycling together the other day. Almost ran me over.
Who was the one who ran you over almost? Both of them.
Both of them, yeah. They were kind of chatting as they kind of cycle along the promenade, chatting with each other and kind of steering like this. Yeah. But listen, to be honest, I don't know Tabatabai very well at all. But Parham Maksudlu, very friendly guy. I really like him. We saw quite a lot of him in the Isle of Man. Really nice guy. Can we start, fellas?
Do they have another complaint?
Hooray! The spotlight's been removed. Hooray!
Okay, maybe they
But
did
it's
not
but
like
it's
it.
still pretty bad.
Wait.
Oh, wait! We're getting some hand signals.
Okay.
We're off. Thank you. And we're off.
This is it, the final playoff for the second place. So tournament winner Anton Korobov, 5,000 euro first prize, but this one is for the second place, 3K.
Okay, we got some theory. He's going to take, and he's going to play either Queen B3 or Bishop C4. What's he going to do? Queen B3. Yep. And if he's taken, and Bishop C4. It is Smyslov Botvinnik World Championship match.
A recent game in this line.
That's where this started, or it's probably seen before then, but this is a well-known line. Yep.
Bishop back to d3.
Now.
Everything is normal. Knight a5 was being threatened and is played now.
Back we go. At some moment, black is going to have to decide how to develop the king's bishop, and white will either play bishop h6 or bishop a3, depending which diagonal it goes to, if you see what I mean. But first of all, Durarbayli is just reminding white that c3 is an issue. Now, bishop a3, bishop g7 played and bishop a3. And then the bishop will go back to f8. There you go. And although the king is displaced just for one moment, in fact it comes to g7 and all is fine. And well, basically theory says slightly better for white, but it's, you know, black is very solid. There you go. For once I actually know the opening.
You always know the opening.
Oh,
just
not at
sometimes you
all.
hide it.
Even to myself.
Yes.
No, this one I know something about.
Rook f1 and king g7. This is still theory. What I can see is that Durarbayli has played somewhat faster the opening stage, but I would like our clocks to be updated to the exact time situation if it's possible.
I don't know, Anna.
It's not
Maybe not.
Maybe soon. 4 minutes for Rasmus Svane is what I can see, and 5.
Now
17 for Durarbayli.
we might be seeing that queen just nudging over to b2 and then c4, and let's see how happy black is on that long diagonal. I would take white's position any day, but of course in the right hands, in the Botvinnikian hands, then this is okay. But yeah, it's more pleasant for white. You've got the centre. You know, you can start rolling it. You can plonk a knight on it, e5. What's not to like? That's my kind of chess. Classical. Classical. Refined.
I like that it's classical, but I would also like to know how they're doing time-wise. Okay, now I think it has updated a little bit because Durarbayli is now on 4:26. It felt like he has never used any time. He had more time than at the start.
Knight e5 for Rasmus. Plonk it in, think later. There you go. Good lad. And now rook e3, threatening rook f3. Just do it.
Yeah, I like that rook lift a lot. Rook e3. I'm gonna paint.
You want some paint?
Yeah. What?
Or is he going to go queen b2 first? These are my
this
predictions.
is, queen.
Has he played queen d2?
Yeah.
How terribly responsible.
No rook e3 just yet.
Now, in fact, maybe he's being sneakier than we imagined. He wants to play knight g4 and queen h6.
Oh, that's sneaky.
Rasmus, you sly fox.
But queen h4.
Oh yeah, okay, we're not there yet. Anyway, queen d2's okay. I still think I would prefer it on b2.
c4 is an option, but
Because on b2, then c4, and then you might be able to do knight g4 and d5 and put the fear of God into black on the long diagonal. Always fun.
what he's gonna do, and is this the current time? No, the times are not being updated. I would really like to have the other clocks if possible,
Let's put a request in.
because soon we will be reaching the final minutes in this game. So reminder, this is for the second place, a mini match. First Svane with the white pieces and then reverse colors for the second game, obviously.
And we're playing for €3,000 second prize, €1,500 third prize. So that's a big chunk of money. Big difference. Oh, hang on, knight g4 did happen.
It's on the board and h3, simply to protect the knight, and later to try to chase away that queen from h4, and then queen h6 can come. But how do you chase the queen away?
Well, King h2 and g3 kind of suggests itself. But maybe there's no rush with that, I don't know. I still want to get in my c4 and d5 at some moment, actually. Because that could be very painful on the long diagonal. We're not there yet at the moment, obviously d4 is hanging, but let's just bear that one in mind. And Erasmus has a serious time advantage, actually.
Almost twice as much as Durarbayli. h6.
Now that means perhaps he's planning a queen g5.
Quite possibly.
So how's about which I suppose could be met by f4. How's about a queen e3, and then we might be threatening c4 and d5. Maybe bishop e8. I'm starting to mumble. Anna, what would you play with white?
I'm not quite sure, and he's spending a bit too much time. I know it's a critical moment, but he had almost twice as much time.
Maybe now queen b2, actually. Now queen b2.
Okay.
Because
c4, d5 is...
that's what I'm ready for,
threat.
yeah. And also we're looking at the b
A
pawn.
b7 pawn. Could be, but Rasmus, you need to hurry up.
Rasmus.
It's not a moment to fall into the think tank.
No, no, no. He's swimming around there too long. His first language is Danish.
I had no idea. That's something I learned from you during this event, because I was guessing from the name that he must have Danish roots or Nordic.
Yeah.
I didn't know which country exactly, but
his parents are both Danish, but he lives in Germany and of course is completely bilingual.
Queen to b2 he has played, your idea.
Ta-da!
But it took him almost 2 minutes of thinking.
Took me 2 seconds.
He saw it in 2 seconds, indeed.
I like white's position. I also suggested lots of other things. You know, it's the old commentator's trick. If you throw a lot of mud against the wall, some of it eventually sticks. I think that queen's got to come back to f6 actually to cover the diagonal. No, b6. So if c4, then probably queen f6 to cover actually. I think he's in time.
Yes, it's important to cover the long diagonal. So c4 threatening d5 discovered, check, therefore queen f6. I'm gonna paint. c4, queen f6 protects the king, no discovered, check, and it pins the pawn on d4. So c4 isn't really a good move because it makes the d4 pawn vulnerable.
So do we start with rook d1? Or maybe I'm being a bit too direct. Maybe we wander the knight round, knight c4. Okay, bishop a6 played. Ah, very clever. If rook c7, then he plays d5.
Okay.
Because if that's exchanged, then knight takes and the rook will be trapped. So actually he's managed to push the rook to a worse square.
That was smart, bishop a6.
Defo. And now white threatens to play c4 and d5.
Only a minute and a half left for the players. There's a 3-second increment per move, but that is not much thinking time.
Bishop e8 maybe? Or what about b5 to try and trap that bishop in? There's a funny move. No. These guys, do you know what? These guys are so responsible. You know, they play, they don't go off on some weird tangent that leads to a sort of slightly unorthodox position. They play sensible moves. Maybe we can all learn from that. Queen f6, covering that diagonal.
Very sensible.
a4 maybe, to prevent b5.
Yeah, as b5 would trap the bishop on a6.
No.
Oh, he just comes back with the bishop. Yeah, not even weakening the pawn structure. Pushing the a-pawn, it's a bit risky.
Yeah, no, very responsible, doesn't commit himself. Yeah, you see, I haven't got the blitz technique. I'll be making all these funny moves.
See, if the pawn was on a4, it would be hanging now.
Yeah, exactly. And the queen comes to a3, just kind of probing away at the pawns. I've lost the power of speech.
We've been here the whole day. It's okay, Danny.
Durarbayli lashes out with a5, but that doesn't really compromise him that much, so he's okay.
Switchley is calling it the Karyakin school of blitz.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely. Sergei is
Good point there.
the prime example of someone who's very responsible. And Sergei has such a wonderful positional feel and feel for his pieces.
And really good at blitz.
Yes, absolutely.
So knight to e5 and bishop a8, a bit of regrouping by both players.
It's all ultra responsible. Bishop f1. Protecting the pawn on g2, making sure no tricks on the long diagonal. When will Rasmus push forward with c4? I'd have done it about 20 moves ago and probably, lost my d pawn somehow.
They only have half a minute left. There's a 3-second increment per move. That's all they get.
They're going down to the wire. Finally c4, but there's counterplay. The knight hopping in to a nice square on b4. I feel that actually Durarbayli is all right here.
I think so too.
When the bishop was on d7, not such a great square.
Yeah, I think he has improved his position more than what Rasmus managed in the last couple of moves.
I think so. Knight back to c6 probably.
Yep.
Trade off that powerful knight.
Back to f3 to protect the pawn on d4, but I agree, Durarbayli has taken the initiative. Still looking quite balanced.
Knight e7 perhaps? Switch the knight round to f5, threaten bishop f3. On knight b4, back again. Threatening bishop f, threatening the knight.
Will they repeat moves? No.
Nope, rook e3. Ooh.
b5.
Now it's hotting up.
Yep, in the right moment because they have 10 seconds left.
Take it, it's an extra... Why didn't he take it? Okay, I'm a little bit confused.
We must be missing something, but now b4. No time for the players, only 10 seconds and a few second increment.
Svane on the massive trouble now. He's bounced up. 14 seconds.
Yeah, I think the time didn't update.
I'm surprised he didn't take it. That's extraordinary. I think this is okay for black with that nice passed pawn on b4, protected passed pawn. I know Rasmus has passed pawn on c5, but still. And they're both down on time. This game could be decided by some horrible blunder, the way they're going.
Yeah, I think so too. There will be a big mistake.
Or are they going to repeat? They might repeat.
Are you predicting a draw here in this position with no time on the clock?
Yeah,
Rook
well,
d3.
let's see.
Queen back.
I think they're going to repeat.
Oh,
yeah.
They found a repetition. King
I
h2,
think
king g1.
they're going to repeat
no,
moves.
bishop a6.
Trust me. Oh no, he took. They're playing on. Fantastic. This is good to see. Oh, can you take it? Yeah, he's hit it with a tactic. Take and take on e5. That should be a winning tactic. Now, clock times.
Durarbayli has won a pawn, and the c5 pawn will be in trouble as well, and has been taken.
Ooh.
Because if rook takes, what's the trick?
Why did he do that? Was there a... Oh, I'm really confused.
Did he miss a tactical idea? What's
So now
going
Rasmus
on?
is back in.
A piece up for 2 pawns. Why
Incredible. I don't know why he gave that away. Extraordinary. G5, trying to undermine the knight on e5. The queen comes back, but this has to be a winning position. It's not easy. But now it's 3 pawns. Oh, incredible stuff.
We still don't know why Durarbayli took on c5. That must have been a mistake. But now this is the position. 3 pawns for the knight.
And he's managed to get some kind of security with his pawns. But he wants to play knight h4 and try and get in with the queen. Now the b pawn is rushing down the board. This, honestly, all 3 results are possible in this position. Can he play knight e5? Can he sack with knight e5? Is that a threat in this position?
Queen a4.
Knight
another
e5,
pawn.
just play knight e5. Yes, he's done it.
Yes, but rook e3.
Oh, rook e3. Oh,
He had an answer.
he anticipated that one.
Yep.
Incredible.
And
But
now.
now, oh, the a pawn is going to roll. I think it's going to end in a draw, actually. By
Even
perpetual
after
check.
all this excitement.
I think it could be a draw by perpetual. Yeah. Incredible. I think both players will be relieved by this result.
Yeah. They
Seriously.
both were winning and losing at the same time.
But no, Rasmus played on. Incredible. He didn't take the perpetual.
Well, he can still do it.
He's going to try and win that pawn.
I think he'll go for the perpetual now.
Yeah, he's going to try and pick it up. But no, he wants to check on b7, but it's not there.
Okay, this is going to be now a draw.
It should be.
Oh no, he has changed his
Queen b7,
move.
extraordinary. He's playing for a win. That's unbelievable. a3.
Okay, now he will need to.
Queen b3.
Okay, he has to give perpetual, otherwise he's losing the game.
I think he could have exchanged on b3 and played knight d2.
We missed it. We'll show it after.
Well, yeah, I'm not even sure.
Yeah,
It depends.
we'll show it
Yeah.
afterwards. But now this is the situation.
Must be a perpetual. Yep, draw. Oh, what another roller coaster. Should we just have a quick look at that one position?
Absolutely.
But Durarbayli must have been winning once he played knight
I
d4.
think so. Okay, let's take a look at the rook takes c5.
Yes.
What's going on? So knight takes d4, beautiful. If it's captured, queen takes e5, pins the rook. So he has gained, he has captured the piece that he sacrificed earlier, and this is hanging, this is hanging.
Okay, so
It's game over. He's even winning the rook, isn't he? So rook takes d4 couldn't be played. Instead, white went for, he went for f4. And now what is this rook takes c5?
What?
He forgot that the knight is hanging.
Don't get that, because he could just, well, for example, if you play knight c6.
Yeah, just any move that doesn't hang the knight.
Well, yeah, I mean there is a,
Yeah, okay, he had to be careful about this.
so if rook takes rook, then we play knight takes rook.
Yeah, I'm just gonna open the new game because they are about to start.
Wow.
But yeah, we thought that rook takes c5 was a mistake, and then maybe at the very end of the game, this queen takes b3 and knight back.
d2. It depends how quickly the king
Yeah.
could come over.
Water under the bridge now because the players are back with reversed colors. So it's a draw the first game, and this is the second game in this mini match.
So I was just thinking about that at queen
Yeah,
exchange.
I would like to bring it back, but I think they are starting in any moment. So we need to focus on this new game.
Right. Okay. Really interesting endgame, actually.
They were down to 3 seconds, so that it was not possible to calculate it, even if it was good.
Wow! Wow! Wow!
All right. If any of these players win the game that we are looking at, that player earns 3,000 euros in the second place here.
It's a Berlin. Do we have any moves on our board?
I think I've got the right game. I'm gonna open it one more time.
Okay.
Oh, it's not updating the moves.
Neither is the live board. We've blown the system.
Maybe we need to look at the camera in that case. This match for is the second place indeed. So tournament winner Anton Korobov. He won half a point ahead of Durarbayli and Rasmus Svane. I think I wrote the wrong result here though.
It's yeah, it's not a Caracan, I'm telling you.
No,
it's
something
a
is wrong
Berlin.
with
It's a mainline Berlin with d3.
I'm gonna close it and try to open it again.
Yeah.
Something is wrong with our board. I
Yeah,
think we need
that's
to look
not
at
correct.
the camera.
It's not correct. It's a Berlin. We will hopefully get the moves in a moment with just a little technical hitch, but I can assure you it's a Spanish Berlin is on the board, not a Caracan.
Well, I keep opening the new game, but it's not helping, so I'll try again. But
Okay.
unfortunately, it's not helping our case. Maybe if we could just have the camera on full screen in the meantime, and I'll keep updating the board.
Yeah,
So, Danny, what
let-
can you see?
What can I see? I see a blinding flash of light on the left-hand side
Yes.
with a load of random pieces. However, I do know it's a D3 Berlin variation where white exchanged on C6, and it's this very closed position actually.
Okay, I think now the board started waking up, but it's still a move too. So let's not switch to
Okay.
our.
Is there going to be a splurge of
I
moves
believe
any
so.
moment?
I believe so.
I can see that Durarbayli has taken a pawn on E5, and Rasmus reacted with a raise of an eyebrow, which for him, it's like shouting at the moon. That's very expressive for Rasmus.
We may have a disconnection with the DGT board, unfortunately,
Have they blown the system?
which means that
Rasmus,
someone stepped on the cable.
yeah, he's obviously just lost a pawn. I can't quite see how. He's just played knight takes
I
E5.
think he wants something to drink. Was that signaling to get some water?
I'm not sure.
Well, this is it. This is the second game. I don't know how will we manage to commentate on it.
Shake of the head from Rasmus.
Okay.
He's disgusted with himself. He's just gone a pawn down. He's lost a pawn on E5. I think he. Well, anyway, we'll see how and why in a second. I'm sure we'll get an update.
Hopefully. But if the cable has been unplugged by mistake, then I'm afraid that our board is not going to be updating.
Sitges unplugged. That's where we're at the moment.
Well, it leaves a lot to imagination. So let's imagine that there are central pawns here.
There are pawns. I'll tell you exactly where white's pawns are.
Where are they?
H2, G2, F2, E4, D3, C2, B2, A2.
Okay, and blacks?
Blacks are H7, G7, F7. He's lost the E pawn, and the rest are C6, C7, B7, A7. Unfortunately, I don't know the moves because it's not clear to me how white succeeded in taking the pawn on E5 with a knight. It must have been protected somehow. Maybe with a knight on C4? I really don't know.
The problem is we cannot adjust the
contrast.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and to remove the spotlight because that will disturb the players. So mid-game we cannot make any adjustments to this setup, which is not helping us. But the players should keep the game going.
Yeah, in fact there was a knight on C4. That's how basically Rasmus played very quickly and he just gave away the pawn on E5. So we have a position. I can tell you exactly where white's pieces are.
Okay.
So the pawn structure hasn't changed. He's got a knight on E5,
Mm-hmm.
knight on E3. His king is castled. The queen is on D1. There's a rook on A1. Rasmus has pieces on, well, the queen, you can see the queen has just gone to B4. Bishop E6, knight F6, and, well, the king and rooks are in their starting position. So if you want, we could manually input that position.
But how? Because move by move we will not manage.
Queen C1 protects the B pawn.
We could set up the position.
Well, I could set up the position,
But,
maybe.
well, just a moment.
Castle's queenside. I'm not exactly sure how they got there, but I can roughly. Can you input a position?
I'm trying.
Folks, we're trying to solve this one manually. But basically, Durarbayli is a very clear pawn up.
Okay, look, Danny. I think if you set it up here, we're gonna have access to the position.
If I, how do I do this?
I think you can just drag and drop.
Oh, drag and drop. Okay.
Okay, so in the meantime,
How do I remove that?
get it out of the board. Yeah, well done.
Okay.
We're gonna try to get the position to you guys. Unfortunately, someone accidentally must have unplugged the DGT board. We lost connection to the board, but luckily Danny has the eyesight of which profession would be pilots. Pilots have really good eyesight.
I don't know. I've
Surgeons.
I've taken my eyes off the board for a moment, so I'm not exactly sure.
So Danny is reconstructing the position for you guys. We're gonna have it in a moment. I don't know how you see anything. The black pieces I can see, but
I was
the white ones.
sort of playing blindfold, if you see what I mean.
Yeah. Absolute blindfold chess.
I think this is the position. Let me just see. And C4.
So those of you who see
No, that can't be. It must be
the
B4.
game
B4, yeah.
coming through slowly, that is, I believe, Leonard adding the moves manually since he lost connection with the DGT board.
I'm pretty sure that is the position.
Great.
If we look on the left-hand side,
Awesome.
that is the position. Yeah, I can see A4.
A4.
I'm
okay,
sure
now
that's the position.
We need to focus a lot to get the moves.
Well, you can see, that's what I was talking about earlier,
Yeah.
that white has these pawns here. Whoops. Anna, I'm going to hand the mouse back to you.
It's okay. Rook to E8.
Yeah.
We need to
Help. Please, take the mouse.
Sure.
B5 played.
Okay, we need to. How do I confirm
Just-
this position though? The thing is, I don't want to.
Oh, no, you've lost the E pawn now. Put the E pawn back.
That's the thing.
Put it back quickly. We're losing it. Quick, drag and drop.
I'm trying.
And he played B5. Played
Oh, wait.
B5. B5.
B5, C5.
B5 C5. Okay, that's what we've got. Okay, so we can see that Rasmus has a clear extra pawn with this pawn chain here.
Yeah,
and he simply blundered the pawn on E5.
Question mark playing against question mark.
And pawn to A5. Okay.
So we are looking at the big board. That is the current position in our opinion.
In our opinion, exactly. It's only a matter of opinion. We're not exactly sure. But I think it is. I'm pretty sure it is actually.
Okay, and our small board is catching up real slow, and that's why you guys could see how he lost the E pawn. Now, this is what we are playing for. 3,000 euros for the second place, 1.5 for the third.
I can't see what he's... Did he play D4 in reply to that? I think he
Possibly.
did.
No, B6.
Oh, B6. Whoops.
Oh.
B6, AB.
AB.
No, CB.
C takes.
CB.
CB, AB.
CBAB. CBAB. And presumably A6 is coming. Whose turn is it?
Careful with your moves, Danny, because you're gonna make the pawn disappear.
He's taken it. Yeah, he's taken it.
Sorry, I was trying to write the names there, but I guess we don't have time for it.
Now, Svane is trying at least to break up this pawn chain, but in the meantime, his king is really exposed.
Okay,
D4.
we don't have the right position because knight e2 is a huge fork.
Knight e2 is an issue in this position. Oh,
Okay, guys, you're right in the Twitch chat.
thank you. Then the queen
The
must...
black knight is on G4.
Oh no! Do you know what the queen?
No, the black knight is on G4 apparently. The chat is saying.
Right.
I think we're live.
Are we? Okay, we have the position.
It can't. The pawn can't be on. No, it's not on A5. He took on B6.
No, it's not. It's wrong.
It's
Okay.
oh, that's. But now it's correct. Now it's correct. Now it's correct. The small board is correct,
Shall we then load the
and the large
the
board
game?
is correct.
Shall we load that game or
Anna, you
keep
try.
moving our pieces?
D5, bishop D7.
Okay, let's catch up. D5, bishop D7.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, we need to keep our board. We are still faster than the small board.
E5. Knight G4, takes.
Oh, he took back with the queen. Nobody knows why. Okay, that's really weird. Why didn't he take back?
Bishop to
I don't know what.
F5. So what did White play here?
Oh, he played.
Queen B4, bishop. What?
I think the queen was on. I think he played something like this.
Queen B1, bishop F5.
Go back to the game.
Do you want me to open the game?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. Okay, that's on the board. Check. It's over. He's resigned.
We
Well,
arrived in the right moment.
our D6 is a killer move. An absolute killer move.
D6.
No, he checked first. Queen C5 and then D6.
Okay.
So that means
Okay,
that
let's pronounce it.
Durarbayli, Vasif Durarbayli from Azerbaijan wins this playoff. He claims second place and a prize of €3,000. Rasmus Svane is third and gets €1,500. Apologies for that little technical glitch there, but
Yeah,
well,
we
I think we
wish
saw
that
the
someone
final
did not
position.
step on the cable, but sometimes it happens, unfortunately. And yes, Korobov wins the tournament, the 6th edition of Sunway Sitges. Second place for Vasif Durarbayli, €3,000, and third is Rasmus Svane, 1.5k.
Durarbayli has had a good tournament, actually, and I think he's second place for him feels about right. Interestingly, Korobov, chatting with him this morning, said that in their game, do you remember when they agreed a draw?
Yeah.
Durarbayli offered a draw and Korobov said he was really glad to accept it. That was basically the worst position he'd had in the tournament.
Yes, we were surprised that Durarbayli wanted a draw.
He
there.
said he could have played, I mean, you know, this is not a huge advantage, but Korobov said this was actually a bit unpleasant for him. He'd overlooked something.
Yeah.
So that was the one dodgy moment where Durarbayli maybe could have chanced his arm a little more.
In any case, thank you so much for joining us for 10 days. 10 days of action from the Mediterranean Sea. We're gonna miss this place because Peter's the first to leave, then Danny, then me. We are all leaving this wonderful location.
Yeah.
Right outside Barcelona, lovely weather, great food, free wine. We definitely recommend it for you if you're considering a chess holiday for next year, and you may bump into us.
Well,
2020,
I
Sitges.
really hope so, because for me, this is my first time here, and I will definitely be back. Even if I don't get to next year's tournament, I'm going to come here on holiday because it's just so relaxing. It's such a beautiful spot.
And the next show that you can watch here on Chess.com is going to be the World Rapid and Blitz starting on the 26th of December. Before that, happy holidays everyone, Merry Christmas and a very happy New Year as well.
See you later. Bye now.
Bye.
When we were young, the higher places made us strong together.